With a history of racing almost as long as the sport itself, welcome to Shenington for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Karts have thrashed their way around this circuit since the late 1950s, when karting as a sport first came over the Atlantic. This weekend sees drivers from the Iami classes and KZ2 look to add their names to the illustrious list of winners here on this old RAF airfield site with 2 days of full-bodied competition. KZ2 come off an opening round at Warden Law a few weeks ago, with Josh Price leading the championship, but sure to face strong challenges from round one winner Charlie Turner and new E-plate holder Ella Stevens. The Iami classes have in good number many of the front runners from last weekend's Shenington Super Prix, which served as the E-plate meeting as well for the Water Swift and X30 categories. This weekend, their focus turns back to British Championship objectives. Oscar Kenny and Chester Fawkes will be looking to continue their strong results from last weekend to break the dominant championship form of Alfie Davidson in Iami Water Swift Restricted. Iami Water Swift promises to be as tight as ever. Look out for George House and Freddie Wood, hoping for their best results of the season so far. X30 Junior will all be about who can stop Harrison Mackie. Could it be Morgan Moore or Archie Owen? Both drivers have impressed in preparations for this weekend. Can they go further than they've been before? And last but not least, X30 Senior, with James Pashley making a welcome return to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this weekend, and Alistair Cresswell, second in the final here last weekend, both drivers striving to make their mark. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Oxfordshire for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And a very warm welcome indeed to Shenington Kart Racing Club, just down the road from Banbury in Oxfordshire for, as we say, Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Day one of another double-header for the Iami classes, the first double-header for KZ2 in 2024. And very, very much a moving weekend. It's middle of the season. Henry Beaudette, great to have you back in the commentary box with us once again. Nothing could be decided this weekend, but in the story of all the championships of 2024, I get the feeling this could be a really key one.
Yeah, this is a really pivotal weekend, not least because the vast majority of drivers have got plenty of experience here at Shenington. 1,018 metres for the direct drive karts, obviously the KZ2s, they do a longer version, they go much further down towards Stratford Corner, 1,200 metres or so for their track length. Flat as the proverbial pancake. Some of it has been resurfaced not too long ago, but again, the drivers, they're all focused on a good result here because this is not a wild card round. No. You know, so expect a lot of very, very competitive racing. All the main players will be there to the fore. They will all be confident in the setup of their karts, even with the weather, because last weekend was also quite fit. Ignore the graphic there. That's lying. Obviously, it's not going to rain. I promise you. But yeah, two really good rounds. A critical weekend in the 2024 season, Andrew. And one other thing. They should have got Alpha Live to do the opening ceremony of the Olympics.
Oh, absolutely.
That intro was far greater than what the French did yesterday.
And with that said, we'll move on to our order of events for today. We start with the heats, of course. The format, once again, in these double headers, and it's the same for all the classes, whether it's Iami or KZ2. Each driver has already done a timed qualifying earlier on this morning. We'll give you the results of those in due course. 2 heats for each driver. A repechage for the juniors only. All of the classes, it's straight to a final later on this afternoon. And then for Sunday, it's rinse and repeat, completely separate round on this double header. It's that same format again when we get to tomorrow. But still, plenty of stuff to happen here today.
Before we get underway, can we just say a big get well soon to Oliver Stewart, one of our KZ2 drivers, who was Oliver and Mrs. Stewart, Oliver's mum. They were involved in a road traffic accident last night. From what we understand, Oliver has done himself a bit of a mischief. I think he's done something to his collarbone, which has precluded him from racing. But the main thing is, we hope you're okay. Get well soon. Look forward to having you back in the paddock before long.
Absolutely. So yes, unfortunately, that is a withdrawal from the race meeting for the number 22 in KZ2, Oliver Stewart. And as you say, Henry, we wish the Stewart family well. And we should also mention, because not a regular member of the team here this year is not here this weekend, Adam Gumbs, because he's got married.
Why is he not here? What's your point? I mean, he got married yesterday.
He did get married yesterday, absolutely. So but all well wishes to Adam, who works with the Alpha Live team and Motorsport UK as well, on some absolutely fantastic photography.
Congratulations to Adam. Commiserations to his new wife.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Moving on.
Moving swiftly on. So we've insulted Adam, insulted his wife, insulted the French. That's good.
We're doing well this morning.
Excellent.
In terms of the running order, Junior X30 will go first. It's again a splitting of the groups. So about 2/3 of the total entry of 40 drivers will be B versus C up first. Then seniors, Water Swift restricted, Water Swift KZ2, and then we go round again.
But you know what, Andrew?
Yes.
You know, this is a wonderful championship. And why is it a wonderful championship?
Wonderful sponsors.
Wonderful sponsors. Tell you what, let's hear from one of them now.
Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship. Back here at Shenington, getting ready, and in the box here, myself, Andrew Mather, and Henry Beaudette ahead of the first race of the weekend. This doubleheader for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, event 6 of the whole season. Rounds 5 and 6 for all of the IAME categories. Rounds 2 and 3 for KZ2.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Of course. I forgot to mention some of the most important people. It's the viewers. We'll get back to you on the live chat very shortly. But first of all, race 1 is coming right up.
Let's take you through the grid then for the first heat of the weekend. Iami Junior X30 race 1. Man Patel and Zach Green on the front row. Taylor Orridge and Thomas Mintz spearing on the second row of the grid. On the third row, Aaron Richardson and Harrison Mackie, an all-fusion affair there. Ian Crailing and Laith Khan go from row 4.
On row 5, we have George Edgar and Hamish Forrest, with on row 6, Mondi Junior Canini and Kenzo Craigie. Samuel Branston and Cameron Edmonds go from row number 7. Joey Brown and Zeph Nurnberger are on row number 8.
Charlie Myers and Xiao Shenji go from row 9. Jack McLaughlin and Evan Purcell go from row number 10. George Quartermain and Dylan Patel on row 11. Alexander De Benedictis and Theo Lestrange start on row 12, and completing the 26 runners in this one, it's Jamaica's Ashley Haza and Josh Parker.
Well, the first race of the day is in the tram lines, and we are off and racing into turn number 1. Look, and already we got a couple of drivers off. That's the number 20 car. That's Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel from pole position goes off at turn number 1, Andrew.
Laith Khan and Kenzo Craigie also in trouble on the first lap of the first race of the day. You can see dramas quite regularly through Park Bend. It's a very fast entry at the green flag, and well, that is a real shame for Mayan Patel after that great qualifying. He's got it all to do now. Chances of getting through into the final directly are pretty high. 40 runners this weekend in Junior X30, 28 of them based on the results of the heats this morning and early afternoon will go through. So there is still time for Mayan Patel and Kenzo Craigie and Laith Khan to race back through, but they're going to have to get their overtaking shoes on now for the rest of this race in the second one. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Taylor Orridge. Very strong run here last weekend at the Shenington Superprix. Quite a big story this weekend. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note that he's changed teams. He's left Croc Promotion. He's gone to George Gibbons Motorsport. Change of chassis as well. No, it's still early stages of this one, Henry, but it seems to be serving him well so far.
Yes, indeed. I spoke to Taylor just a few minutes ago. He wasn't even sure which type of KR chassis on. There's a Mark 1, a Mark 2, a Mark 3. He just said it's a fast one. And he is proving that. Look at the lead that both he and Thomas Min-Spearing have got over Ian Crailing in third. Monday Junior Canini has gained 7 spots up to 4th place. Aaron Richardson, George Edgar and Harrison Mackie. But that spin from Mayan Patel, we do have replays today. Oh, and that's an Argenti Kart, number 19 of Ian Crailing going wide there at Stratford Corner. We do have replays here. I'm not sure if we're able to maybe cue one up from the first corner. We'll have to wait and see. I think maybe not. We didn't actually see what happened to Mayan Patel, but whether he was assisted. And here's a move. That's straight out of the Gabriel Still book of overtaking.
Aaron Richardson down the inside there on his teammate Monte Junior Canini. That was for 3rd place, and that is just what we come to expect here at Shenington. It's a circuit which rewards the brave, especially on the brakes. Yes, it's a power circuit, the long straights, particularly here down into the Stratford hairpin, but you've got to be good on the brakes round here. And down the inside, Canini, and now Mackie attacking as well. 3 Fusions all trying to share the same piece of tarmac at the moment into the Bruno chicane. You can see Joey Brown getting involved there, and George Edgar is out of the race. Is the number 46 and the 22.
Evan Purcell and Charlie Myers coming to grief. And I've got to say, Andrew, Fusion Motorsport, they're not going to be too happy with the way that Canini, Richardson and Mackie are battling, because as they squabble, as they continue to squabble, Orridge and Spearing are up the road by over 3 seconds. And don't forget, we usually, in the other classes, we have 10-minute heats. Here today and tomorrow, only 8-minute heats. Less time to make up any lost ground. And they have lost an awful lot of ground. In fact, the game is only on for 3rd position now, because Orridge and Spearing are well clear. But this is a great battle to watch. But it's not necessarily a great battle in terms of the bigger picture.
Indeed, it's another characteristic of this Shenington circuit, as through goes Mackie up into 4th place. Bit of an update on those who had problems at the start of this one. Mayan Patel is back up to 17th place. Kenzo Craigie not too far behind, in fact, make that 16th place. Kenzo Craigie now up to 19th, and a new fastest lap of the race from Mayan Patel, showing that single lap pace is still very much there. That's Joey Brown defending from Ian Crailing into the Stratford hairpin. Cameron Edmonds not too far behind as well. Joey Brown has picked up a warning from race control.
And I'm just looking, I think Stratford Corner, you can see the different colour of tarmac where you've had a partial resurfacing here at Shenington. I'm just wondering, I mean, certainly the drivers are being more aggressive into the braking zones. Tells me that the new tarmac is a lot grippier than the old weathered tarmac, which dates back to 1960. You can see at the side of the circuit the old RAF Edge Hill runways here, and that's one of the Jamie Green karts. That's let's have a look. Zach Green in 8th position, just in front of Cameron Edmonds. George Edgar down to 10th, and well, obviously we weren't here last weekend at the Superprix, Andrew, but I'm seeing a very, very different style of racing, and certainly going into Stratford Corner. obviously the tarmac a lot grippier, and there's no real racing line that has developed. You can't see the different coloration of the tarmac. And there is, that's the number 19 Kart. That's Ian Crailing, gaining a place and losing a place.
Yeah, Kevin Edmonds going through in all of that on the number 57 Optima Performance machine. I had a really good chat with Monty Brathwaite yesterday as part of Track Talk, which you'll be able to see during the lunch break. He was talking about how, especially into the hairpins, around this part of the circuit here, to the driver's eye, there is a ribbon of tarmac that you actually want to get underneath and then lean on mid-corner. Right. It's fine margins, you get a couple of inches further wider as that's a moment into the Bruno chicane.
Yeah, sharp intake of breath. That was George Quartermain almost losing it into the Bruno. Sorry, as you were saying.
I say, if you get on the rubber, especially after a full weekend of racing here last weekend, you can run wide. So, as I say, fine margins here at play even in the first race of the day. 2 minutes of it to go, still very close at the front. Orange and Spearing working together brilliantly, as they should, taking advantage of consistent running away from the rest of the order now. Mackie is on the pace of the leaders, but the problem is he's 4 seconds behind. As that down the inside is a nice move from the number 17 of George Edgar. George Edgar now, where is George? Well, it was 11th, so that's going to be him back up into the top 10. 1 minute and 40 to go. You see a quick sight there of Kenzo Craigie, who's back up to 17th place. Mayur Patel. Well, Mayur Patel, we already knew he was quick because on the 3-lap average from qualifying he was P1, yes. But I think he's pumped up now with a new vigour after that incident on lap 1. He's he is now back up into the top half of the field.
Well, of course, Patel drives for Jade Racing, and of course, if there's one track where you can guarantee that the red and white Birrell ARTs of the Jade race team are going to be strong, it's going to be here. The Allen family, synonymous with Shenington Kart Racing Club. See Mark, Ross and Scott all here. And the Jades, those well, they're not Jade Karts anymore, they're Birrell ARTs, but they will all be very fast. And across every single category they're entered in this weekend, watch out for those red and white Jade Racing team karts, because they will be very, very quick indeed, as proven by Patel.
An understanding of the what you need to do with your power as well. Has just picked up a warning now as he's trying to battle past Joey Brown there to get back into the top 10, down into Stratford once again. Things seem to have calmed down in the Fusion ranks. Mackie, Richardson and Canini 3rd, 4th and 5th. And with good reason, because Zach Green's got some really good race pace in this one. Well, at least in the second half of this race, had a bit of a weak start, has lost 4 places from where he started, but seems strong towards the end of this race. Under investigation, the number 19 of Ian Crailing, so that's work for David Manchester and the team looking over the cameras, and we'll keep you up to date with anything that comes off the back of that. Time is up. I think the leaders got across the line before the time expired, so there'll be this lap plus one more.
I like that number 76 Kart. That's Zef Nuremberger for the. That's got a so back in the day, Andrew, the Jade Karts had a wonderful sort of black, purple, and sort of turquoisey green colour, and that paint scheme is a real throwback to the Jade Racing liveries of old. Certainly very distinctive. Unfortunately, it's distinguishing itself by being in the middle of a pack of karts and going not forwards, shall we say.
Last lap board is out. There are your race leaders, Taylor Orridge and Thomas Min-Spearing, who've done brilliantly in this one. Yes. And now they're going to fight. Now they're going to fight for the race victory and the maximum points from this one. Good defence from Orridge. Won here last weekend in the Super Prix. Won here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2023 as well. So he knows how to bring a race to the checkered flag round this just over 1 kilometre circuit. Into Wilkins. He's going to step to the inside, not give an opportunity for Spearing to get down the inside into Wilkins. Perfectly judged. Just got to get on the loud pedal out of the final corner. Taylor Orridge takes his first win for George Gibbons Motorsports here this weekend. It was only by a 10th. He had to work hard. Thomas Min-Spearing will be happy with that performance, showing that Argenti are on form again. But that is a very good start for Taylor Orridge on what is a big weekend for him.
It's a very big weekend for him. And, of course, last year he was the first driver in this class to beat Macaulay Bishop in a final. And so he then, I think after, it was this round last year was just after Kart Masters or just before Kart Masters again?
Just before, yeah.
Just before. So again, history repeating itself. There we go. Is that the first heat win in the British Championships for George Gibbons Motorsport? I will have to consult my statistics later on. Thomas Min-Spearing, again, he didn't show all his cards there. I think if this was a final, then obviously he would have given it a much bigger go. But good points for Thomas Min. Then Harrison Mackie, Aaron Richardson, and hello to Louise Richardson, wishing Aaron good luck on the live chat. Mondi Junior Canini and Zach Green. Cameron Edmonds, a good drive for the Optimate Performance team. Then George Edgar, Ian Kraling, and Mayan Patel. Well, Mayan Patel from first to last to 10th, and an investigation. I think the stewards obviously just want to have
busy race.
A busy race. Samuel Branston, Joey Brown, Xiao Chen Ji, and Kenzo Craigie, the top 14. Here is a list of other drivers. There's Dylan Patel down in 18th. Theo Lestrange. This is a joke. When you're Lestrange, dun, 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 takes his car out. Oh, sorry, gentlemen, ladies.
There's one for the Spotify.
There's one for the Spotify playlist. Here we go. I don't think YouTube are going to copyright us based on that singing, however. Leith Khan, Zef Nurenberger, Alexander De Benedettis, Ashley Hazer, Josh Parker, Evan Purcell, and Charlie Myers. Everyone who started, finished.
Yes, unfortunate there for Purcell and Myers. They're coming together down at the Stratford hairpin. Charlie Myers has only recently returned to racing, of course, after a bit of time out. We're going to take a short ad break here. Next up, it's going to be Senior X30. Welcome back to Shenington. It's event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Still very early stages, but a really pulsating first race that we've just seen for X30 Junior. Henry getting ready for the first heat of the weekend, first of round 5 for X30 Senior. Again, this is a B versus C group race, determines off the time qualifying from early today.
Yes, but we haven't packed them all in. Well, we'll soon find out when we reach the grid, which is coming up very shortly.
Take you through the running order then for the first heat in X30 Senior, and Noah Wolf, a driver who was not here last weekend. Well, he's definitely on pace. He's got pole position in this one. He's joined by Aaron Brown alongside on the front row. Gus Lawrence and Hayden Eldridge start on row number 2. Moving on to the third row, we find Cian Geraghty and Fred Green, Harvey Roth and Ollie Stilp there on row 4.
Rounding out your top 10, Oliver Rands and Ty Stansfield with Joseph Smith and Robbie Buckley on row 6. Connor McPollin and Harry Ewell are on row number 7 with Dylan Brierley and Freddie Housley on row 8.
Tony Gazarel representing France is on row 9 alongside Oliver Harris. Good welcome to Nasser Althani on the grid there on row 9 alongside William Smith. That is your top 20. Completing the 22 runners in this one, it's Sam Lewis and Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz.
Well, if you remember last year when we had our young Mexican friend in Water Swift, half of Mexico tuned in, so we're expecting record viewership as Mexico City joins the party. Speaking of parties, we're off and racing. Good start from our pole man. Are we all going to get through Park Bend cleanly this time? Yes, we do.
Yeah, good start there for Noah Wolf. There is a green flag out there. Is there a problem for the backfield? No, I think we're okay. Down into the Stratford hairpin for the first time. It's Wolf ahead of Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence, who very much got his season back on track at Wilton Mill last time out after a difficult opener to the season at his home circuit of PF International. Won round 4, so we're looking to continue that form, of course. Noah Wolf was absent last week from Shenington Super Prix. He was racing in Sweden in preparations for next weekend. We'll be racing in the FIA Karting European Championships this weekend, though. Very much eyes set on trying to get what could be considered a home victory of sorts for Jade Racing Team, racing out of their awning again here this weekend on the Birrell ART chassis. And so far he's doing a good job, but here comes Lawrence down the inside. Gus Lawrence takes the lead. Good move as well. Cian Geraghty, winner of the Super Prix last week, is up to 3rd place. And the Geraghty Motorsport effort growing all the time as well, really getting into some new territory for them. We'll talk about that in due course over the course of the weekend, but that was a mighty move from Lawrence. Once again, as we've seen many times, Henry, he likes to take control of these races. He's a driver who's quite happy in the early stages to sit at the front.
Absolutely. Gus Lawrence is always, he's not one of these drivers that gets nervous at the front. You know, he's quite happy to control the pace. It doesn't matter who's behind him. Gus Lawrence with the PF International team into Stratford corner. Cian Geraghty. Now here's the Vismo International entry of Aaron Brown, who was lost a couple of places there, but a very impressive start for Aaron, who is a series rookie. Hayden Eldridge, Harvey Roth have gone past Brown, but Oliver Stilp in 7th, and Fred Green, Ty Stansfield. Good to see Ty back up running in the British Championship. Interesting start. Nasser Al-Thani and Tony Kazagal has raced in the British Championship numerous times with Tim Wilson Motorsport, but Nasser Al-Thani, he's getting blooded, as it were. Welcome to the UK. Nasser's one of several drivers from Bahrain here, and there is a move, the number 33 car, Hayden Eldridge from the BMR Restart team, and here comes Fred Green, who backs out of it, thinks better of it going into Bruno Chicane. But I have to say, I think the new tarmac could be the story of that could be a real key feature here. It could be a real story of the weekend, because it certainly looks as though drivers aren't quite sure what to do. The usual racing lines, yeah, they don't necessarily work as well, like you say about that sort of rim of tarmac, of rubber rather.
Indeed, 41.86. Cian Geraghty's just set a new fastest lap of the race so far. Looking a bit further down the order there, we had a quick sight of Harvey Roth. That's a nice move. That's Fred Green going on the attack past Aaron Brown. Had a really good chat with Aaron Brown earlier on in the weekend, because not only a driver in that effort, he also does all of the engine tuning and a lot of the engineering as well. He is the Brown behind Brown Power that you also find on the cars of Henry Gregory.
Yes.
So you can check that interview out in due course when it's released over on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed yet, of course, to the Karting UK channel, do it now. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Lawrence in control. Change for 2nd place to note. Cian Geraghty's got past Noah Wolf, the winner 1 week ago. Can he do likewise? Has already got a victory on his scorecard for this Wera Tools British Karting Championship season. That he did at round number 3. Is there a problem there for the number 22?
Ty Stansfield.
Yeah.
Well, judging by the way he was gesticulating, I think that he may be feeling somewhat aggrieved as to, I didn't see what preceded said hand gesture, but I would guess it was something that maybe the camera operatives will be having a little look at some point.
That's a real shame for Ty, because he was running up in the top 10, was 9th before that drop down the order. 3.5 minutes to go. Is Geraghty closing in? A little bit. 41.80. Took half a tenth out of Gus Lawrence last time around. And I tell you what, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And I would say as well,
plenty
of all the circuits that we're going to with the IAME calendar this year, and a number of them are quite powerful on the old slipstream. I would argue that Shenington's probably the biggest one of them all. I know Three Sisters has a pretty strong slipstream down the back run as well. But, you know, if you've got a little bit of an incremental gap, that can suddenly turn into tenths of a second if you get the whiff of a rear end of that number 1 kart. And look, yeah, Cian Geraghty is right on the tail now, has closed it down to 0.32 of a second as the rest of the field comes through. There is a battle involving, is that one of the Optimus coming through? Is that number 27 of Oliver Rands? Yes, it is.
And Joseph Smith right behind him in the 15 kart. And who was that getting a little bit high, wide and handsome?
It was Conor McPollard in the number 29 for Mick Barrett Racing. Gone on those the out edge curve. Very big curbs here at Shenington. Beautifully painted in preparations for this double header, but back at the front the gap is down to 0.26. Geraghty is closing in. Wolf is going with them as well, a little bit further back. Hayden Eldridge is in really good form this weekend. Hayden Eldridge, fresh off a good result last weekend, seems to have a lot of confidence at the wheel of that number 33. Here's a good scrap. This is the number 13 of Robbie Buckley getting involved. Buckley trying to break into the top 10. It's currently in 12th place.
And it was Joseph Smith going backwards in that particular manoeuvre, and again then signalling, you know, towards the person behind him, saying, "Come on now, try and follow me." Eldridge being pushed along by Roth, Tim Wilson Motorsport colours. Then you've got the Croc Promotions kart of Fred Green just behind. Aaron Brown doing well to hang on in 7th, but he has just dropped. He's running a very lonely race now, is Aaron Brown. And again, Eldridge pointing forwards. I've got to say, well, maybe he was seeing something, because now we have got a new leader and we've got a bit of 3-wide action. So obviously going down into Stratford Corner, Cian Geraghty made the move, and Noah Wolf tried to go through as well. So advantage Geraghty with a minute to go. Gus Lawrence will now have to do all the hard work again and try and retake the race lead.
He's just got under a minute in terms of time, and then that +1 lap to do it. Roth confirmed past Eldridge there for 4th place. Fred Green just on the tail as well. He's going to move for 13th place. Harry Ewell has got past William Smith for that one. So Ewell and Croc Promotion moving up the order. Here's another round of the scrap between Roth, Eldridge and Fred Green. Green down the inside, gets a position on the approach to the Bruno chicane. Another corner where he can break really late and deep into the Bruno chicane. Getting the front end of your machinery around this circuit, so key for hitting those apexes. Going to be 2 more laps of this one. 15 seconds on the clock as the leaders cross the line. Time will expire on this one. Cian Geraghty has this one under control. I don't think he's totally got it won, because Gus Lawrence may well have something in reserve for the last lap or so, and Noah Wolf's going to play this one tactically, you know, just keep himself there in 3rd, try and push Lawrence back up to the rear bump of the 73 if he can. This battle is still raging on between Roth, Green and Eldridge, but it could still play into the hands of Aaron Brown, as well as not been completely dropped there in 7th place.
Now, I would say, knowing Gus Lawrence, it would take Cian Geraghty to leave a door very wide open for Gus to try and chance a risky manoeuvre on the last lap of a heat race. Gus will, and I can't see Cian I can't see him opening the door. However, he has to keep it shut though, because Lawrence is quick. Gus Lawrence is under investigation, but he's trying to go around the outside, almost off the track there, going up runway into Bruno chicane. Wolf is just looking to capitalise. And now I think Cian Geraghty's done enough, because Lawrence looking over his shoulder, he starts to defend into the final couple of corners. Wilkins and, Cian Geraghty said his season was getting better and better. It's getting better still, because he takes the checkered flag and the win.
Very good start for Cian Geraghty. Takes the win by just over 1/3 of a second. Gus Lawrence P2, Noah Wolf P3. Good conversion from that front row start for Wolf there. Harvey Ruff and Fred Green also in the top 5 as the drivers head on into Parc Fermé. Top runners into scrutineering. Well, they'll go through all the compliance checks with the very experienced team of Motorsport UK scrutineers. But Cian Geraghty will keep things calm, but that is a perfect way for him to start his Wera Tools British Kart Championships weekend, fresh off a win, of course, here last weekend.
Yes, there is a look at the results. Now, I am going to disappear for a couple of races, and in my place will come Nicole Sutherland.
Well, indeed. There's your provisional result then from race number 2, the first heat for X30 Senior. Geraghty from Lawrence, Wolf, Roth, Greeny top 5, Hayden Eldridge P6, Aaron Brown P7, Oliver Stilt, Joseph Smith and Oliver Rands in the top 10. Freddie Housley for PSR P11 ahead of Robbie Buckley, Sam Lewis and William Smith. On the second page of results, Conor McPollan, Harry Ewell, Oliver Harris, Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz, Dylan Briley and Tony Gazagrel in the top 20. Nasser Al-Thani, P21. One retirement in that race was the number 22 of Ty Stansfield. We will see the seniors out again for heat number 2, which will be an A versus C race, scheduled to start at 1300 hours. We should mention as well, of course, the juniors will also be out for their second heat, A versus C, at 12:45. For now, though, Nicole Sutherland joins me in the box. Nicole, first time we've heard from you today. Beautiful conditions here at Shenington. Is this a circuit you've enjoyed?
Yeah, I've only raced here once when I was a Honda Cadet back in the day. I think that specific race, Oliver Bierman took the win.
Yeah.
So that was going back a few years now, but I love this circuit to watch. I think it's really tight, really close racing, and you see a lot of defending going on, which makes things kind of like, oh, who's going to win? Is it, it's always kind of to the last minute with some of the moves.
Would you say in some ways it's almost one of the hardest circuits? It's one of those that you look at it on a map and you go, oh, this looks really simple. It's just a couple of straights, a couple of hairpins, a chicane here, there. This is easy. And then you actually get racing round here. I think this is one of the most difficult circuits, strategy-wise, of how you approach a race. Would you tend to agree with that?
I think it's one of those circuits where you've really got to get quali correct.
Yeah.
Because it makes the racing so difficult just with the way the track is laid out and the tightness of the corners. But I also think that it's one of those ones where you've got to get the damage done on the first couple of laps. You really have to go for it at the start. You leave it too late and it makes things difficult.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary and be back with Iami Water Swift Restricted after these messages. Welcome back to Shenington, Event 6, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you for this next race. First heat of the weekend for the Iami Water Swift Restricted category. It's up next. Take you through the grid then for the first heat. Daniel Ferguson has pole position for this one. Alfie Davidson, championship leader, alongside on the front row. Chester Fawkes and Oscar Kenny, 1 and 2 last week in the Super Prix final. They're looking for another good results here. James Roots and Mason Hibbert on row number 3, and then on row 4, Alessandro Salas and Henry Algar.
Row number 5, we have Harry Chapman and Philip Tatteroux. Row number 6 is William Bennett and Ethan Robinson.
So, story of the season so far. Round wins for Alfie Davidson across the board. It, at the moment of the first half of the season, would seem like it's his championship to lose, but this is a key weekend. Very, very unlikely that he can secure the championship this week because you need 13 scores out of the possible 16 that you get across the course of a whole season. But this could be a key one for him. Just give himself a very good gap before the last round of the season. For everybody else, it's a big opportunity for them to turn the tide of this IAME Water Swift restricted season, and the evidence from last weekend at the Shenington Super Prix, serving as the E-plate mating and preparations for this one, is that anything is still possible this season in this category. Are we into the tram lines to the liking of race director Nigel Edwards? I don't think we were.
No.
We're going to go around again.
Bit of a broken start from our drivers there. Going back to Alfie Davidson, then we've called it the bit of the Alfie Davidson show so far this year. He's come into this championship and he's really put his foot down. But I think personally, we've got a spin there.
One of the Evolve Motorsport entries, I think, was involved there, and drivers just being asked to slow it down a little bit more by Dan Ashton. There he is, with the headset on.
Going back then to Alfie Davidson, but I think that Daniel Ferguson is really, really strong at this track.
Yep.
He had a really great result last weekend, and then last year here, he made up some places in the final by 6 or 7 to 11th. I think he might give Alfie a bit of a run for his money this weekend.
Absolutely, and he's one of the close competitors in the championship standings ahead of this weekend. Keep an eye on the E-plate, the new E-plate of Oscar Kenny, who's taken a big step forward the last couple of weekends. That's looking a little bit better. Into the tram lines, green light, away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good starts for Ferguson and for Fawkes. So Ferguson into the lead. Fawkes was in second place, but Davidson has fought back there and retaken that position. Oscar Kenny looking around the outside as well, has to settle for 4th place for the moment. Down into Stratford Corner for the first time, and through goes Davidson. Well, last weekend he didn't get the result he wanted. It was P4 in the final, showing that he is beatable this season, but he wants to strike back here. He wants to put that weekend behind him and further asserts his command on this championship lead. He leads this first heat, heading towards Wilkins for the first time. Fawkes has got through and into second place. We've seen a couple of times so far this season that Chester Fawkes' starts have not quite been there, but this was a good one, and we always see Chester Fawkes develop through the course of a race and be very strong in the second half. Right now, though, he's having to deal with Daniel Ferguson having a go for his second place. Still remaining close, though. 7 minutes to go in this one. Do you believe we've got all 12 karts circulating? Yes, we have. Bit of a difficult start for Alessandro Salas, who's down to P12. Good move there, Nicole, from Ferguson down the inside and into second place.
Ferguson there in the early stages of that lap, really trying to get the move done on Fawkes. He's got it done, and Fawkes has dropped down back into 4th now through the Bruno chicane, sitting in 4th, but Ferguson really trying to make some pace. We've got the ORM kart there trying to make the move down on Ferguson, but I think they need to focus on kind of reeling back in on Alfie Davidson rather than fighting amongst each other.
I tend to agree, but through goes Oscar Kenny into second place. Keep an eye on the number 32 as well, Harry Chapman, last year's Bambino class champion in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Had a very good start, up 4 places in the TWM entry, up into the top 5, and is now challenging Chester Fawkes for 4th place into the Stratford hairpin once again. So far, this race, Nicole, is pretty much a continuation of what we've seen so far. You know, Alfie Davidson on this fantastic run of results, but yeah, looking very, very dominant, almost like the first half of the Formula 1 season Max Verstappen start. But the difference is, you know, he's not been a second, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds ahead in all the races. He's always had to deal with this situation, having competitors right on his rear bumper throughout these races, and well, right now he seems once again to be soaking up the pressure very well.
Oscar Kenny there in seconds, caught up to Alfie Davidson by 2/10 in that last lap. He's on a fastest lap as well. So, yeah, he's really got his head down to try and reel in that championship leader, whilst Ferguson and Fawkes have been fighting behind him.
Down into Stratford, here's a change for the lead. Oscar Kenny goes through, showing that last weekend was not a flash in the pan. Good move there. Through past Alfie Davidson. Again, Davidson's been in this situation before. He's not had a championship stage, points awarding stage result lower than second this year. Throughout all of these heats, he's most often than not been in one of these top two positions. More often than not, he's been able to find his way back into first position by the time the checkered flag comes out. So he won't be panicking right now. He'll be taking this in his stride. But Oscar Kenny, full of confidence. Oh, it's down the inside. Looks Davidson into Cafe Corner. That's the opportunity for Daniel Ferguson to step through. A bit of a bold one from Davidson into Cafe Corner. It's not the most orthodox of overtaking places. He did make the move, get past Kenny, but didn't get a net gain because Daniel Ferguson got the line right, stepped through, and that will be the easiest double overtake he'll probably have to do this weekend.
We're halfway in this championship now, and I think from this morning, what I've observed around the paddock, there's a bit of a different atmosphere, especially in qualifying and these early races. Drivers are really going for it a little bit more than what we've seen previously. Would you agree, Andrew?
Yeah, I say they've got to do something different to break the streak that Alfie Davidson has been on, and maybe if that is being a bit more robust, a bit bolder earlier in these races, maybe that is the way to change things for those chasing that championship leader. Still 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Ferguson doesn't defend, and that's the door open for Davidson to step through. Good positioning, good braking there from Alfie Davidson. Very easy to run on, snatch a break into the Stratford hairpin and run wide. And it's very tight on exit as well. That big sausage curb to driver's left does come looming very large at you when you go around that corner, particularly when you're overtaking. That was absolutely spot on again from Alfie Davidson. Oh, a bit deep though there into Wilkins, and again, that's what we're talking about. When you lean a little bit too hard into these big braking zones, you can wash out wide, lose the lead, but as soon as we've said that, Davidson's back down the inside and retakes the lead from Daniel Ferguson. Oscar Kenny's still there in third place. Chester Fawkes as well, looming at the back there in fourth place. Oh, as there's a close moment there between Davidson and Ferguson. Davidson holds on to the lead, but I tell you what, this is also good news for Mason Hibbert and James Roots. Look at them behind. The next duo are closing in on these top four. Ferguson and Kenny go side by side, wheel to wheel into the Bruno chicane. Sort the differences out by the time they get out of the Bruno chicane, still second and third. Once again, Iami Water Swift Restricted providing very, very close racing here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 2 minutes to go, Nicole. It's another one of those phases where the chasers have got to get themselves organised.
I think as well what's helping these drivers is that it's really nice conditions out there. There's a lot of grip going down, and I think they're really using it, especially Alfie Davidson. When he did that move on Daniel Ferguson going into the hairpin, he really used the grip that's been put down to let him get into that really late, really hard. As Daniel Ferguson goes up the inside into that exact hairpin we were talking about it, he did the same thing. Used all the grip that's down on the track, nice and hard and late braking, didn't slide, and got the move done on Alfie Davidson.
Did indeed. The pace of Hibbert and Roots is good. They are closing in on these top four. Fastest lap of the race so far, Daniel Ferguson on a 49.65. 90 seconds and counting to go in this one. Ferguson leads over the line again to complete lap number 8, but here goes Davidson down the inside into Park Bend, retakes the lead of the race. What has Ferguson got in response? Kenny still there in third, Fawkes likewise in fourth place. Roots and Hibbert have got to keep working together across the course of the next lap or so and hope and believe that they can close in on these top four. Once we get to the last lap, Harry Chapman slipped back a little bit, is in there in seventh place. Philip Patero and Ethan Robinson have both improved in this race as well. They're up into the top 10 as here once again, side by side. Davidson and Ferguson. Ferguson's through, but this time, great positioning there, Nicole, from Oscar Kenny. Read that perfectly. Has slotted his way up to second place.
Oscar Kenny working with Daniel Ferguson there to push him through on that move on through Alfie Davidson. Daniel Ferguson going defensive into the corner.
And out of Cafe Corner they go. Ferguson still holding the lead off, and through has gone Chester Fawkes as well. That was off of the last turn. He's managed to get past Alfie Davidson. Davidson switches to the inside, returns the favour, retakes third place, and Roots and Hibbert have caught now. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts now involved in this battle for the lead. Hibbert had a little look at 5th place into the Bruno chicane, but was unable to make the difference at this stage. This isn't the last lap. We've still got one more to go, but time has hit 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Daniel Ferguson has kept this one calm across the last lap or so, but now he's going to have to white line it all the way through Park Bend into Cafe now. Side by side between Roots and Hibbert towards the rear of this group as well. Ferguson will go hard right to defend that inside line from Oscar Kenny. Oscar Kenny knows that. Davidson's looking to the outside now. Can he get a bit of a underpass there out of Stratford? No, he can't. This is very well controlled by Daniel Ferguson. No overlap into the Bruno chicane would be a bit brave. A move from Oscar Kenny all the way back from there. Next point is Wilkins. Again, Ferguson will most likely just hold to the inside line there. Davidson trying to find a way through. Is it going to be one of those classic runs to the line to decide this one? It's going to be Daniel Ferguson's heat. A very well controlled one indeed. He takes heat 1 in Iami Water Swift Restricted. Oscar Kenny P2, and for quite a rarity so far in 2024, Alfie Davidson finishes 3rd, showing that there is a chance perhaps of wrestling the title picture away from the driver of the number 46. Chester Fawkes P4, James Roots P5, Mason Hibbert, Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Philip Patero and Ethan Robinson complete the top 10. William Bennett 11th and Alessandro Salas in 12th.
I tell you what, Andrew Mather, I wish I had been counting on my fingers how many different times we had a race leader swap.
But really good stuff there from Iami Water Swift Restricted. And Daniel Ferguson controlling that one at the end. I say it's not always a case that you see the decisive manoeuvre happen on the last lap. Let's have a look at some of the replays and highlights from that one. I think we've got a view of some of the lead changes. And this was earlier on in the race. Ferguson on Davidson. You will see a lot of moves if you're new to this circuit, if you're new to Shenington. Stratford Hairpin is going to be a hotbed of overtaking activity across the course of the weekend. And it's again the nature of this circuit. It's such a fast start through the first couple of corners that it's very difficult to defend down there into Stratford, which for me made Daniel Ferguson's job of how he controlled the end of that race even more impressive. It's going to move by Davidson down the inside of Ferguson. Here's another one of those circuits where, yes, going for a move in the middle stage of the race, knowing that you're going to have to defend, but at least, Nicole, you want to keep yourself further up the order. You don't want to be slipping too far back when you're in this situation.
Yeah, it's still early stages of the weekend as well, so I think these drivers have got to think of that, bear it in mind, rather than kind of getting frustrated. I think out there we saw quite a few hand signals going on, these drivers really getting a bit frustrated with each other, really.
Yeah, at times, but they kept it clean, they kept it good all the way to the end. I think the officials have a fairly quiet one in that class. Still more racing to come here at Shenington. We've got the first appearance of the Iami Water Swift category and KZ2 coming on up. Let's have a read of some of your comments as well. Nicholas asks, isn't Shenington Oxfordshire? No, isn't Shenington Oxfordshire? Yes, it is. We're just the other side of the boundary. I come from 10 minutes away in Warwickshire.
Don't ask me about geography, Andrew.
You're just stepping across the boundary in that one. Hello to Izzy cheering on William Bennett. Alfie Mayer. Hello, Alfie. Cheering on Mason Hibbert in that one. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Michael Burke. Hello, Michael, watching all the way in Australia in Bathurst. It's 8:50 p.m. Right now, though, let's get ready for the next race. Iami Water Swift, Heat 1, coming up. First heat for Iami Water Swift. Here is their grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Jarlath Sayer on pole position alongside the winner from last weekend in this category. Finley Lyons P2 on the grid for this one. Will Green and Austin Gibson go from the second row of the head. They're ahead of Austin Newstead and Teddy Porter. They're on row 3. Harry Williams and Sukhmani Kira, they're on row 4.
Row number 5 is George House and Colby Patterson. 6 is Max Mason and Harley Musk. Row number 7 we have Blair Smith with Charlie Clough. Row number 8 is Ireland's Christian Kobe and Freddie Wood.
On the 9th row of the grid, Luca Holmes-Ballack stepping into Iami action this weekend is joined by Mason Brooks. Andy Stewart and Henry Clark start on row number 10. Arian Nair and Callum Graham go from row 11. Then it's Johnson Stewart and Grayson Wortley on row 12.
Row 13 is George Clark and
Ahmed Al Khalifa, Joseph Davies and Ian Carey on row 14. Baron Altinsoy and Luca Narroway start on row 15. Sophie Campbell and Orion Mehta completing the 32 runners in this one. Big grid. All of them guaranteed a spot through into the final, but lots of work to do here in this first heat, and then of course the second heat later on this afternoon. 32 drivers into the tram lines. Are we good for the start of 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Yes, we are. Lights out and racing once again at Shenington. Good start for Jarlath Sayer from pole position. Leads this one early stages. Will Green has hopped through into second place from the inside of row number 2. But we've seen already in the races we've had here today that a lot can change by the time we get down to the Stratford hairpin. Through there we go. And looking pretty clean. Good start here, Nicole, from the Iami Water Swifts.
that's a really big grid for a heat as well, and I'm really impressed that they all stuck to the track. We didn't really see any incidents going on. Nice clean racing for the start of their heats today.
Good change for the lead at the very front of the field. Will Green has found a way past Jarlath Sayer in the middle part of this first lap. He's already defending. He's going to keep this one tight. He's going to keep this one close. Austin Newstead's had a good start as well. Is up to third place. Austin Gibson, always a bit of a moment for Blair Smith and another driver involved. It's the number 71 of Max Mason. So Max Mason has had a problem. Will Green. Interesting tactics this from Will Green, Nicole. You know, he's not working with the others around him. He's trying to almost, I think, have that defence by numbers approach that we've seen a lot so far in 2024 by keeping it a bit fractious behind him with so many karts involved.
We kind of see Will Green in this championship kind of go and walks to the beat of his own drum, does his own thing. He has been racing out in Europe in the past couple of weeks as well, in a very, very competitive grid. So we'll see if that adds anything to what he does this weekend, see how he develops over these heats.
Of course, he is your championship leader at the halfway stage of the season. Has an advantage of around 20 points ahead of the driver immediately behind him in this race, Jarlath Sayer. Sayer may have an opportunity here, though, down the inside. Takes it. Newstead goes through as well as out of the race. That might have been Orion Mehta in the number 57, because unfortunately Orion has not come through to complete the second lap of this one. But Sayer goes through then into the lead of this race. Austin Newstead looking to kind of reignite this 2024 season. He's always been there or thereabouts. He was a little bit further down in the championship standings than I think he would have hoped for at the start of the season at this stage. 4 rounds still to go in this year's championship. This is a positive start from there in second place. Fastest driver out on circuit at the moment is Fusion Motorsports' Harley Musk. Harley currently in 12th place.
Will Green there getting the move done on Austin Newstead in through the Stratford hairpin back into second. Sayer still leading the way, nice and comfortable lead. Doesn't look like he's under too much pressure, really hitting those apexes well, kind of leading this one very nicely. But Austin Newstead, obviously, in the restricted class last year, he had a win at the British Championship at this circuit. So I'd say this is a strong one for him as Finley Lyons gets the move done on Newstead through the final corner.
Does indeed. So Lyons up to third place. Bit of a gap between the top 2. Point there from Will Green forward to Jarlath Sayer to say keep going, don't defend. We've got a bit of a gap over the chasing pack behind, and we want to use this to our advantage. 4.5 minutes remaining. Green electing to just stay there right now. Down the inside, Harry Williams on the attack of Austin Newstead there for 4th place, and Sukumari Kira, she's also is off there. That is the number 77 of George House and the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballack. Well, Luca Holmes-Ballack not looking too pleased with that, but either way, both of them tumble outside or out of the top 10. They were running in 8th and 9th places, and that is the risk going into the Bruno chicane. You go from a relatively wide part of this circuit out of the Stratford hairpin and running towards the Bruno chicane, but as you can speak from experience, I'm sure, Nicole, it gets very, very close, very compact, very quickly when you head into that part of the circuit.
It's one of those corners where it's so tight, you can't necessarily even blame it on either driver. You've not got much space, and it's just one of those places where things typically tend to go wrong. Going back to Sukhmani Kira, she looks like she's lightened things up a little bit in these later stages of this race. She's really caught onto the back of that front pack. She's following Austin Newstead there. Keep an eye out for Sukhmani, see what she gets done in this later stages. But she is being led this weekend again by Alice Powell. Alice Powell here giving her some coaching.
Indeed, I say third place in the final last weekend at the Super Prix for Sukhmani Kira, a driver who's also scored points on a European stage in the Iami Euro Series, has been one of my, well, in my opinion, most improved drivers of 2024 so far, and looking to make an impact here in this heat. It's still Saya and Green out front, and Kira down the inside, double overtake, brilliant stuff. Oh, unfortunately loses out to Austin Gibson on the exit, but that was a bold attempt from Sukhmani Kira. Gains one out of it all, well read by Austin Gibson. Austin Gibson is up to 4th place with that one now. But that's what I love about this place, that you can see it rewards that kind of driving. Being bold, being brave on the brakes is the way to be fast round here.
I think Colby would have been kind of saying, thanks, Sukhmani. Just done 3, thanks.
2.25 minutes of this heat to go. Finlay, that was a big lap from Finlay Lines. Has got across that gap pretty much from where he was to, and now Green's identified the threat and has gone down the inside of Jarlath Sayre to say, no, I'm taking the lead of this one, because Finlay Lines there in that number 81 kart is the owner of the E-plate. Oh, down the inside goes Lines at the Bruno chicane. What a move that is from Finlay Lines in a heat. In a heat. That's how much confidence this young man has. He won here last weekend into the Wilkins complex. Out of it now. I've watched a lot of racing around this circuit, Nicole. I do not think I've seen a move like that before in a heat. Down the inside, here comes Will Green. Responds once again. And immediately back again, here comes Lines, side by side. Here come the fusions. Here comes Austin Gibson. Gibson who's had a really difficult season so far, but it looking to shine here at Shenington. Kira's on the outside as they go into the Stratford hairpin. Finlay Lines emerges as the leader here on lap number 9. Williams trying to get through as well, with Patterson involved also. This is a classic. This is what it's going to be like throughout the whole weekend, ladies and gentlemen, in Iami Water Swift. Lines continues to lead into Wilkins once again, controlling the pace, controlling the gap well once more. 45 seconds to go. We're going to have 2 more laps of sort of race that almost feels a bit more like a pre-final, Nicole.
I don't think it feels like a final almost. You get this kind of racing really on the late stages of the weekend, not typically in a heat, but I'm not complaining. I think these drivers, yeah, they're small, but they are pretty mighty.
They are fierce, fierce competitors in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Will Green trying to get a bit of an overlap, trying to return the favour into the Bruno chicane. They're side by side once again, and Green's got through. Brilliant move. Once again, we've seen 2 titanic moves in the Bruno chicane. Kira's on the attack now into Wilkins once again. 3 of the fusions involved. Lines has got back down the inside and retaking the lead. Will Green's out on the grass. He's going to lose out big time here. The championship leader in a bit of bother in this one. Final lap. Lines ahead of Sukhmani Kira. Austin Newstead has battled his way back up to 3rd place here. Out of Cafe through Pitts Bend. Surely Lines has got to defend. Hard to drive as right down into Stratford. There's a bit of a gap there, but once again, he's controlled it nicely. Through Colby Patterson's coming through in this one. The number 24 is up into the top 6. Into the Bruno chicane once again. Lines still has it. Is there going to be an opportunity for Sukhmani Kira to get a heat win on the board in Iami Water Swift? This is the final opportunity Finley Lyons is going to take victory. You'd think Newstead has got through for second place, and Newstead's having a really strong run to the line. It's Lyons by half a tenth from Newstead. Kira third. That was a heat, ladies and gentlemen, not a pre-final, not a final, the first heat of a double-header weekend. And we might have already had Alpha Live Race of the Week.
Oh, I'm a bit out of breath, like, watching that. I think I forgot to breathe. Oh, my word. Sukhmani, Kira. I called it. I said, watch her, watch her. That incident we had on the second-to-last lap as well, Will Green, I think he dropped back to about
13th.
12th.
Yeah.
From so was our race leader, but did drop all the way down to 13th. There you have on your screen your race winner, Finley Lyons. Finley, a win last weekend. I think he's on good form.
Well, he's already the E-plate holder in Iami Water Swift. The only reason he's not got it on his kart this weekend is that they couldn't get the decals ready in time. But showing once again why he's on top form here at Shenington. Wins by 0.05 ahead of Austin Newstead, who got to give it to Austin Newstead. That was a battling performance right to the very end. And if, there was another 100 metres down the straight to the checkered flag, he could have had that one. Third for Kira, fourth for Sayer, Austin Gibson fifth. That's a positive step forward for Austin Gibson. Colby Patterson, Harry Williams, Harley Musk, Henry Clark, Teddy Porter all inside the top 10. Mason Brooks P11 up 7. Charlie Clough P12, Will Green 13th in that one. Not the result he would have wanted, but not a complete disaster. Callum Graham 14th, Freddie Wood completes the top 15. Grayson Wortley, Aryan Nair, Luca Narroway, Andy Stewart and Baron Altonsoy all in the top 20. Max Mason, Joseph Davies, Ian Carey, Sophie Campbell and George Clark. Credit to George Clark. George had a bit of a bump yesterday, so good to see that George is back out on circuit and racing well. Ahmed Al Khalifa 26th. Luca Holmes, Balak P27, Christian Kobe P28, Johnston Stewart P29, 3 retirements in that race. Blair Smith, George House and Orion Meta. Wow, wow, wow. Henry Beaudette, you've just rejoined me in the commentary box.
Well, I'm glad I didn't miss anything exciting. Wow.
That was... I still keep saying, I know it's one of the lines trip out with regularly, that was a heat. That was absolutely sensational from the Iami Water Swift. Shall we have something calm, like some KZ2
Oh,
next?
yeah, let's get the fastest short-circuit karts in Britain out next, just to calm us down a little bit. And I tell you what, look at Miles Murphy there. That's Tom Moore. Miles Murphy there with that lovely Demon Tweaks race suit. Do you know what? Demon Tweaks, they've been a loyal sponsor of this championship since the modern era began in 2019. Why don't we have a word with them?
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suit, boot, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashes, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Well, again, we are very grateful to Demon Tweaks for their support. Here's Miles Murphy. For those of you that aren't aware, Miles' handiwork will be seen on a number of Formula One drivers' crash helmets at Spa this weekend.
I think he's got about a quarter of the grid now, hasn't he?
He does indeed. Is any wonder he has time to race his go-kart. Now, I hear you asking, Henry, where were you? Well, Andrew, I shall tell you where I was. I went to film a fantastic feature that we've got coming up for you on Alpha Live with the Racing Pride team, who are here in the paddock. But also, I was helping to prepare for the Olympic special paddock show later on. We'll be doing the paddock show at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock this evening. We will need some drivers, so we need some drivers outside the Motorsport UK awning at 6 p.m. for a special Olympic edition of the Paddock Show. But before we get to that, let's have a look at the starting lineup for this KZ2 Heat number 1.
Let's take you through the grid then for the start of round 2 of this year's KZ2 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Ella Stevens won here last weekend, starts on pole position for this one alongside the driver who's won here the last 2 years, James Glenister, returning to the championship here this weekend. Josh Price and Lee Ward starts on row number 2. Charlie Turner, winner at Warden Law, starts on row 3 alongside Derek Morgan. On row 4, it's Ashley Lewis and Jake Weston.
Row number 5 is Miles Murphy, along with Nat Thomas, with privateer George Barker and Ryan Green rounding out the field. No, Bryn Kinch is there as well in kart number 42. We're missing Oliver Stewart, as we said earlier. We wish Oliver a very speedy recovery and also wish his mum well after they were involved in a road traffic accident last night. So this is now the longer version, the 1211 metre version of Shenington. You can see as they come out, oh dear me, there's a bird, there's a bird on the track, yes, there's a bird on the track, and luckily the bird escapes to fly another day. But now we go the long run right down to the end. Do you know who really, really loves having 2 different circuit layouts here at Shenington?
Graham Smith.
Our producer, James Fitzhugh,
Oh,
and the
yeah, he
Alpha
loves
Live
that.
crew loves having to rush cameras around. Absolutely loves it, does James. And I've got to say, speaking of James Fitzhugh, can we say a big happy birthday to Chloe for
Yes,
yesterday?
we can.
Happy
Absolutely.
birthday,
Happy birthday,
Chloe, yesterday. The youngest member of the Alpha team. Not the stupidest, I'm the stupidest, but she's the youngest member of the Alpha team, and it was her 9th birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Chloe. Apparently, at the Argenti Motorsport, I've got a big buffet for her in the Argenti
Excellent.
tent. No, they haven't. She's banned. Okay, standing start. This will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The reigning E-plate holder and Shenington Super Prix winner, Ella Stevens, will start from pole position. Remember what I said about those red and white Birrell ARTs run by the Jade Racing team? They are Le Rapide. Because we're French Olympics. Yeah.
James Glenister alongside on the front row as well. He knows how to win a race round here. Won here in 2022 and 2021. Apologies, it wasn't the last 2 years because, of course, Morgan Porter won here last year. But, you know, he's got no difficulties in terms of championship because he wasn't at Warden Law. So, you know, he's on 0 points now. He's going to be going for the win in this one. 13 drivers on the grid here in KZ2. Ready for lights out for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's going to get loud. It's going to get ferocious into Park Bend. Ella Stevens did not have the point scoring she would have wanted. She had the speed at Warden Law, but none of the luck. Can she follow up a fantastic performance here last weekend and get her British Championship off to a good start?
Oh, that's a very good start. Yes.
Another formation lap.
That was by far a too good start, because but it was a false start, and they will go through the cut through. Panoramic view. Look, ladies and gentlemen. Art. You're looking at art. Wagons, sun, foliage, and Dan Ashton in the middle of the track. Art. There we go. The Shenington Glider Club is just beyond that hedgerow, the bank. It's always good when you see a glider come up and down. Still, you could not get me in a glider if you paid me. Why would I get into an airplane with no engine and no ability to go anywhere other than down? It's not for me.
Another one of the unique things with this circuit that I've experienced myself, that, you know, you have your driver awareness, like, oh, someone's behind me, someone's to the left, someone's to the right, and then you suddenly feel something's above, something's above. This is not cool, but it is actually very cool. When you've got one of the gliders coming in, but depending on which way the wind's blowing.
I think we should get Lucy Derrick, who does all the social media for this championship, up in a glider to get some excellent photographs.
Yeah.
Dan Ashton has failed in his shoe test. They are a bland colour. Anyway, here we go.
8 minutes plus 1 lap, ready for the first heat of the weekend in KZ2. Away we go. Good start for Glenister, not a good start for Stevens. And she's fallen down to around 6th place. But that's a good start from the winner here in 22 and 21 in KZ2, looking to get back into the groove here this weekend. They do not take the first right into the Stratford hairpin. They go long on the 1.2 as well. Miles Murphy loses a couple of positions there. They go on the longer gearbox format here at Shenington into the Bruno chicane, and immediately back on the attack is Ella Stevens, but just didn't get the start. I wonder, was that a clutch temp issue, maybe a tyre issue, whatever it was. I mean, it did not give Ella Stevens the performance you would have wanted off the start.
Well, from our camera angle, it certainly looked like she didn't miss the start. Nope. There was forward momentum as soon as the lights changed, but just not enough. Bit of wheel spin as they head out of Park Bend through Pitts Bend now, and down towards Stratford Corner. And looking at that there now, speeds up towards triple figures down towards Stratford Corner, and just look at this long run as Glenister starts to open up a lead over Price. Turner and Ward give chase. Derek Morgan has made a good start up into 5th, but he is soon going to come under pressure from Ella Stevens, who is right there. We can look Ella. No, she doesn't make a move into Wilkins. Behind Ella now is Jake Weston, Miles Murphy, Nat Thomas, Ashley Lewis, Ryan Green, Bryn Kinch, and privateer George Barker. Missing a couple of drivers that we saw at Warden Law. Obviously Oliver Stewart we mentioned. No Daniel Sabula, no Timo Youngling. So we're 1 or 2 names down. But Josh Price, well, he was 6 tenths down. He's now closed in by a couple of tenths. The former British touring car ace, Price, with the Moore Racing team. Moore Racing, who were the winners of the Vera Tools Endeavour Awards from Warden Law last round of the championship for an overall fantastic performance. And while we're on the subject, we mentioned Chloe Pitchew's birthday. It's going to be Luke Moore's birthday on, he's going to be 14, I think, 13 or 14 on Tuesday. And apparently there is cake in the Moore Racing awning. Moore Racing will be one of the teams in our Olympic version of the Paddock show later on. Meanwhile, back on track, and Glenister for the first time there taking a somewhat defensive line into Stratford Corner. Tells me that he is aware of Josh Price's presence just beyond his rear bumper. And you can see that already Ella Stevens has passed Derek Morgan, and she is moving onto the rear bumper of Lee Ward. And Charlie Turner not too far in front either.
Yeah, there's some real pace in the Jade Racing entry for Ella Stevens, because she's got across that gap from Weston to Ward very quickly indeed. Josh Price, second in this race, championship leader from Warden Law though. Very consistent with his scoring. It's an up and down weekend for a number of drivers, with the weather playing havoc with the tyre strategy in particular. None of that this weekend. Here goes Price down the inside into the Bruno chicane. Glenister complies with that one, and a good move there from the championship leader to first position.
Yes, and just underneath our commentary position, Ashley Lewis has retired the number 24 Rush Performance Maranello kart. Not sure what it was. The engine was under power when it came in beneath us, but not at the rate of knots that Ashley would have liked. So the next question is, how long, or can Ella Stevens, with 4 minutes and a lap to go, can she now make a move on Lee Ward, the stalwart of the championship? As well, Josh Price having to defend a little bit there from Glenister. Looks over his shoulder. Will Glenister return the favour? He gets very, very close. I was going to say, James Glenister, who do you think you are? Finley Lines trying to make a move into Bruno's. But now through Hanger Corner, I have to confess that in 1999... Oh,
Miles Murphy off.
Miles Murphy, that's a big off. He's up and out of the kart, and he is... Well, obviously the kart has gone in backwards through the tyres, and nothing appears to be awry. So he's going to say, OK, I'm going to get back going again. He's asking, can he? And now the Battenberg flags are out. I would imagine that is because obviously the karts are approaching that area at a ferocious speed. Even if Miles were to get going again, and of course this is always got to get going before the rest of the field come round. He doesn't want to go a lap down. He's gone a lap down. I was thinking, even if Miles was to get going again, having tyres not there where they should be in a KZ2 race is a safety issue. So they would the marshalling team here at Shenington, the Orange Army, would have to replace that tyre barrier. Wouldn't necessarily be as much of a problem in, say, a water swift race where the speeds are, because there still is one protective layer of tyres. But as you have seen in KZ2, one protective layer of tyres doth not an accident prevent.
And particularly, like, we didn't see what the cause of Miles's off was there. You know, if there's a bit of fluid down on the track or something like that, you know, something that's it had to be very rare for Miles to make a driver error. He's a very experienced
I was going to say it was either a talent failure, or but that's very unlikely, or an assist. But
either way, good call there.
Either way, yeah. Miles comes into the pits. Obviously, things were on a lap down. If he'd have got going again just before the field come around, he could have caught up and be right back on the tail end of the pack. So, as a result of that, George Barker moves up to 11th, Bryn Kinch is 10th, Ryan Green 9th, Nat Thomas 8th, Derek Morgan 7th, Jake Weston 6th, Lee Ward 5th, Ella Stevens is now 4th. We're going to have, I would imagine we would go back to green at the end of this lap. Looking out there, the tyre barriers have been replaced. There they are, just to the left of us there. So, can Ella Stevens pick up any more places? She is undoubtedly the fastest kart in the race, because she's got the fastest lap of the race so far. Time is not on her side, but she is not too far back. She's right with the top three. It's all going to come down to how well she anticipates the start.
This is very well brought together by Josh Price, because if we do go back to green, it's only 2 laps that he's going to have to deal with, and he's got that restart absolutely spot on. He caught James Glenister napping there, maybe a little bit of race rust there for Glenister. The gap is already 0.4 of a second. Keep an eye on Ella Stevens there, 4th in line. Is there going to be a move here from Stevens on Turner? Turner defends into Stratford, so no opportunity to get through there for Ella Stevens. Jake Weston now back up to 6th place, and it looks like Lee Ward's having a think of a move down the inside, but no, returns into line in 5th place. But that was pretty spot on from Josh Price, but that's a mega middle part of the lap from James Glenister. So James Glenister's got his performance back up into that performance window off the restart. There's going to be one more lap of this one, Henry. It's still not decided.
Into Cafe Corner. Drivers take a different line going in and coming out of Cafe Corner than they do in the direct drive classes. Now the long run towards Stratford. I'm not sure Glenister's close enough. He might have a look to try the crossover coming out, but no. Price cuts the inside line off just to stop Glenister getting the run completely as he would like. Now into Bruno's the final time. All Price has to do now is keep it to the inside going through Hanger, and he should be home and dry. Oh, Glenister getting it all crossed up. Glenister will try and have a bit of a drag race to the line, but I think Josh Price is going to hold on. Yes, he does, as does Charlie Turner in 3rd position. So Ella Stevens wasn't able to pick up any more places. Obviously, the closer you get to the front, the tougher people are to pass.
Oh, indeed, but I think there's a lot of positives there for Ella Stevens in that one in terms of the race pace. Just want to look at how to get those starts absolutely spot on. But for Josh Price, well, he started well at Warden Law for round 1, and he's done it again here at Shenington for round number 2. A win by a 10.5 ahead of returning James Glenister. Charlie Turner will be happy with that as well. More good points for him. In 3rd place, Ella Stevens and Lee Ward completing the top 5 rather. Also in the top 10, Jake Weston, Derek Morgan, Nat Thomas, Ryan Green and George Barker. Bryn Kinch, Miles Murphy and Ashley Lewis, the rest of your running order. We're going to take a short break here at Shenington. We're back with more racing soon here at Shenington for Event 6, the Rear Tools. Heat 2 for X30 Junior. Let's go through the field. Aston Sharp and Zach Green on row 1. Morgan Moore and Thomas Minspearing on row number 2. On row 3, we find Harrison Whitcomb and Harrison Mackey. Row 4, Harry Walsh and Leith Khan. On row 5, Monty Brathwaite and Hamish Forrest. Row 6, Riley Cranham and Kenzo Craigie. Sky Parker and Cameron Edmonds on row 7. Archie Owen and Zeph Nervenberger on row number 8. In the midfield there, row 9, Jacob Backler and Xiaoxi Ji. Max Yule and the rest of them forming up this 20-odd kart field. And we are away and running for this one. Remember, this is no, we're going to go around again. We'll go through the rest of that order if we can.
I can exclusively reveal what happened there, Andrew.
Go for it.
Is that Charles, basically, Max Ewell, Jacob Batchelor, Charles Kitely, Dylan Patel, Jake Brook, Josh Parker and Nat Johnston weren't happy they didn't have their names mentioned, so they got the front. Yes, they listen. They do listen sometimes, these drivers.
Just a quick run through the last few rows verbally. So Ewell and Purcell, Kitely and Patel, that's row 11. Hilal and Lestrange, row 12. Brook and Parker, row 13. It's 27 karts in this one.
Well, now we've mentioned the back markers twice, only the front runners once. So that, I mean, Aston Sharp, the son of former Formula 3 driver Ryan Sharp, the Mick Barrett Racing team will bring the field to the line. The second time of asking. Now we're off and racing. Into turn number 1, there's Harrison Whitcomb trying to make a move. Oh, and Whitcomb does pick up a place there. That moves the Welshman up into P3. And on the outside, was that Kieran Garrity? Is he in this race? No, it's a kart that looks very familiar to Kieran Garrity's kart. And Whitcomb, oh-ho, 3 wheels, cocked in the air, and Whitcomb up into P2. Now, what the chasing pack don't want to do is they don't want to make the same mistake that the 3 Fusion drivers made in heat number 1, which is battling amongst themselves as the leader, or leaders in this case, cleared off into the distance.
At the moment, it's close out there. Remember, this is a race where half the field, anyone who started on the inside, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc., they're all in Group A. This is their first race. They will have a little bit of a tyre advantage over the rest of the field, those in Group C. For them, this is their second heat. If they've had a bad score in the first heat, this is a really, really important race for their round here today. Sharp, Whitcomb, Moore, Morgan Moore has been mighty here at Shenington the last couple of weekends, and it's been one of those drivers for me, Henry, who's been knocking on the door of a really big performance, and I just get the feeling that it could be this weekend where he could really shine through that premium karting 16.
Morgan Moore needs to put in a performance as big as his smile, because he's a very chirpy little character, the premium karting entry. He's been progressing slowly. You know, it's taken him a little bit of time, but now he is there running at the sharp end. We know he's quick. Can he now match the racecraft of Harrison Whitcomb, who has already won 2 rounds of the British Rotax Championship this year? And Aston Sharp and the Mick Barrett Racing team. Again, Aston has had that extra year of experience running at the front of this field. But Moore is there and he's doing a very good job of sitting, just off the rear bumper, giving himself enough room to react if anything were to happen. You mentioned the tyre advantage. Here's a question, and I wonder if some of our listeners on the live chats could answer this. The new tarmac, does that make, is it a bigger or smaller tyre advantage than if it was on the older tarmac? And there's Morgan Moore. Up the inside of Whitcomb, runs a little bit wide. Whitcomb does the crossover, and Harrison Whitcomb retains second place, but Moore has signalled his intentions.
Has definitely signalled his intentions with that one. Harrison Mackey is out. That looks like Leith Khan, who was off the road possibly in the number 78 move for second place. Moore that time has made it work. That was into Wilkins. It was Leith Khan who was in 10th place. It's been a bit of a difficult day so far for Leith Khan. That's the second time we've seen the number 78 at the side of the road. 5 minutes to go. New fastest lap of the race from Harrison Mackey. How many times have we said that so far in 2024? He's got Zach Green for company in the JGR machine. Riley Cranham not too far behind as well. Mackey and Cranham very good friends off circuit, but
Uh-oh,
big rivals
Marshall
on
running.
it. Marshall running normally indicates that something needs
Yellow
attending
flag
to.
waving. There is a red and white wagon in the tyres, and there is Morgan Moore now in the race lead. Moore, and it is the number
late gone, yep.
78 car. So he had one crash
Yep.
and then drove a couple more corners, and obviously something wasn't right. Oh, Harrison Whitcomb. There we go. We're getting involved early today, ladies and gentlemen. I'll go back to those. Good point there, Ruthie. Bigger tyre deck because we're using more grip. That would be a correct assumption. And I apologise if I haven't replied to everybody on the live chat, but I was otherwise engaged watching some very, very good go-karting. But I have noticed, hello to all of you. And now this great battle for the top three is bringing Zach Green, Harrison Mackie, Thomas Min-Spearing, Cameron Edmonds, Riley Cranham, Kenzo Craigie and Harry Walsh right into play. We've still got, just under half of this race to go. There's Whitcomb. Sharp didn't defend then.
No, he didn't.
And that's smart.
Yep.
Because that one move, look at the, Harrison Whitcomb, he's lost a couple of kart lengths to Morgan Moore, but not as many as they would have done if Sharp had tried to defend.
It's one of those into Park Bend. You get that run, you get a bit of that slipstream out of the final corner and get down the inside. When you're on the outside, you've got to engage your brain at that point and think, hang on a minute, if I turn here, I'm going to be going up with the gliders.
Yes,
and
indeed.
Keep yourself in the race. Still 3 minutes of this one to go into Wilkins. I tell you what, that second group's closing in, Henry. Green,
yes.
Mackie, Spearing, Edmonds and the rest of them. This could be another grandstand finish for a heat. We've already had a couple of them so far today. If you've missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back free at your leisure here on the Karting UK YouTube channel and on the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well. 2.5 minutes remaining this one. What's the pace like at the moment? I think your fastest driver out there on circuit is actually down in 8th place. It's Riley Cranham.
Which tells you the pace at the front isn't strong because Moore is more concerned with driving a little bit defensively than he is of just attacking. And that is one of the reasons why Green, Mackie, Spearing, Edmonds, Cranham et al. Are closing in. Morgan Moore, he takes a big long look over his shoulder. There's a premium karting entry. Another new fastest lap for driver number 18, the Fusion Motorsport kart of Riley Cranham.
Couple of messages from race control, couple of warning flags for the number 44 as Mackie down the inside of Green. That was for 4th place. The number 44 of Kenzo Craigie has had the warning flag. The number 76 of Zeph Nurnberger as well, also under investigation. Archie Owen in the number 14. Not a good start to Archie Owen's day. He's down in 25th position. And the 69 of Jacob Backler has also attracted the attention of the officials. 90 seconds to go. Moore still leads as Sharp now having to defend. 3rd place from Harrison Mackie. Two drivers very experienced at this level, know their teams very well. Race both at a UK and European level in X30 racing. Whitcomb wrestles his way down the inside and takes the lead. Through goes Sharp as well. Now, what's something a little bit
I just noticed on the back of Green's car, that exhaust is flapping about. Now, Morgan Moore didn't leave the door open.
Nope.
Harrison Whitcomb sort of forced his way into a gap that Morgan Moore didn't think existed. But Harrison Whitcomb thought, I could just about squeeze the front nose of the cart through there, and Morgan Moore realised that he lives to fight another lap. Does Morgan Moore down to 3rd. Now, Aston Sharp, the Scotsman, so it's a Welshman leading a Scotsman leading an Irishman. There's a joke in there somewhere, and oh no, that wasn't the punchline that Morgan Moore was looking for, as that was Harrison Mackie making his presence felt, and that exhaust, it's
not factory spec.
It's not factory spec. It's a rather jaunty angle.
Well, hopefully it stays. Well.
Right.
No worse than that. That's what we're trying to say on that one. 5 seconds to go. They're going to get across the line just before time runs out here. They are, so there's going to be 2 more laps of this one. This is going to be hard work for Harrison Whitcomb, but his racecraft has been absolutely on point, sometimes in adverse situations as well. Down into Stratford Hairpin for the penultimate time in this one. Sharp still there. Out on the curb there. I think that might have been Harry Walsh going for a bit of a rough ride out of the Bruno chicane. Harrison Mackie trying to find a way through past Aston Sharp. That gives a bit of breathing space for Harrison Whitcomb into Wilkins. Wide line there from Zach Green, trying to get the punch off the corner, trying to get alongside as they go across the start-finish. Final lap board is shown, Henry, and it's good news for Harrison Whitcomb. He's got a 0.3 second lead.
Yes, I think Whitcomb checking over his shoulder. Now he realises there'll be no defending into Stratford Corner from Whitcomb, unlike Aston Sharp, who has got Green coming right through the middle. And Green then runs a bit wide. There's Morgan Moore down to 5th position now. Great scrap for second. Oh, Mackie almost thought about doing a Finley Lines going into that corner, but couldn't quite pull it off. Harrison Whitcomb, it's amazing what a couple of wins in big events can do to a driver's confidence. We saw him at Warden Law taking the final victory, but not that was because of a penalty to somebody else. Of course, he took the final win at PFI, but that was for other reasons. We didn't actually get to run the final. He really wants to just to win, like he's shown there. He's proving to himself and the rest of the paddock that he can win against any competition from the front. He doesn't need force majeure, or he doesn't need a penalty for another driver. He can do it all on his own, and he takes that one by 9/10 of a second of Aston Sharp. Harrison Mackie third, Morgan Moore, great drive again, racecraft, little bit of just that little tiny bit. The pace is now there, and there's just one of those final couple of little moments of decision making that Morgan Moore will put into place, I am sure. Cranham 5th, Green, jaunty exhaust angled all 6th, followed by Cameron Edmonds, Kenzo Craigie, Thomas Min-Spearing, Harry Walsh, Sky Parker, the young Welsh lady, in 11th position. Monty Brathwaite, Hamish Forrest, Charles Kitely, Dylan Patel, Matt Johnson, Jacob Bachler, Max Ewell, Evan Purcell. Down the order there, Zef Nurnberger, Zhao Chan G, Archie Owen, Theo Lestrange, Josh Parker, Jake Brook, Rashid Hilal, the last finisher, Laith Khan, failing to finish. Somebody else, Jay Larking, asking when's the next Rotax race for the British Championships. That would be at Kimbolton.
2 weeks' time.
Is it 2 weeks' time?
2 weeks' time, yeah.
Oh, goodness me, yes it is. Yes, who's joining you for that? Because I'm away.
I don't know.
I'm away. And I shall now upset everybody by telling, ladies and gentlemen, you will not believe this. I'm going to be in the Bahamas coaching the national go-karting team, because I'm the head coach of a national sports team. Can you believe that? They've let an idiot like me coach a national sports team for now. That's for the FIA Motorsport Games. That's a long way away. But I bet you one thing the FIA Motorsport Games hasn't got: onboard cameras, ladies and gentlemen. But guess what we've got here at Alpha Live in the British Championship? An onboard camera. And it belongs to the number 41 kart, which would be...
I think that's
Mr.
David
Marshall.
Yeah, in that one.
So, this will be blinking good, this will. The track surface, the smoother track surface, has helped the Alpha Live onboard camera situation, and so it's going to be Dawid Marsal, privateer driver. But whilst we get really excited about that, let's hear from a sponsor very quickly.
Time for the last race of the morning and early afternoon session, and it's Senior X30, heat number 2. Alistair Cresswell on pole position, Aaron Brown alongside on the front row. Freddie Lloyd and Hayden Eldridge on row number 2 ahead of Lewis Bird and Fred Green. James Bashley and Oliver Stilp, they form up row 4.
Starting on row number 5, David McIntyre and Ty Stansfield. Just outside the top 10, Archie Tillett and Robbie Buckley. On row number 7, we have Henry Gregory and Harry Ewell. Our camera cart, David Marceau and Freddie Housley on row number 8.
Kasper Piecki and Oliver Harris go from row number 9 ahead of Riley Ekberg and William Smith on row number 10. It's a 22 kart field completed by Luca Mann, entering the championship for the first time in 2024 here this weekend for Geraghty Motorsport, the second runner for Geraghty Motorsport, and Juan Pablo Girard also on this one.
I knew there was 2 of them. Here we go. Oh, please, James Fitzgerald, Mr. Producer, can we stay on board for the start? Please, 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 please. Oh, I'm like a kid at Christmas. Here we go then. Oh, is it a false start?
It is.
Oh, it's ruined it. Absolutely ruined it. Whoever at the front of that grid needs to be, well, no, dealt with accordingly.
So we'll go around again for another formation lap. Who have we got in the comments, Henry?
We've got Jay Larkin saying fair play to Theo Lestrange on his first round of the British Championship. Correct. Joshua Crompton saying come on to Zach Green. Michael Burke, hello from Bathurst, Australia. Michael Burke, obviously supporting Ella Stevens. Austin Newstead getting plenty of support as well. Now, while I was away, did somebody incorrectly say that Shenington was not in Oxfordshire?
I don't think I did.
No, I don't know. Let's blame Nicole.
Okay.
No, well, I was...
it's close. It's close to say. We have this with Nicole. It's close to the border, but it is in Oxfordshire.
But of course, we're near to Shakespearean country.
We are.
We are indeed. I'm going to summon my inner William Shakespeare by saying, "Art thou kidding me?" Here we go. For the second time of asking... Now the lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row, but then the Aaron Brown losing momentum on the outside, and it's a huge lead for Alistair Cresswell. The Tim Wilson Motorsport team really coming on strong. Now let's have a look into Stratford Corner. Buckley is in front of us. There's Archie Tillett in the number 26 kart, and David Marçal. Okay, the camera's okay. The camera is okay through one corner of action, but that gives you an idea of just how close these things are when you're sat behind the wheel. Cresswell will now try and make hay while the sun shines.
Well, indeed, and that shows you just how physical it can get off of the Stratford hairpin, especially on lap number 1. End of it, Cresswell leads by 3/4 of a second. What a start that was indeed for Cresswell, ahead of Freddie Lloyd, Aaron Brown, James Pashley. James Pashley returning to Wera Tools British Kart Championships action for the first time this year. Seed number 9 from last year, but knows how to win a race or 2 round this place and others. 2-time TKM Extreme champion, of course.
Yes, indeed. His family are very much involved with the running of the Shenington Kart Club, helping out at all areas of the operation, part of the circuit, part of the committee and the club here. Of course, all these kart clubs in the UK that we visit rely on volunteer help a lot of the time, and the Pashley family certainly have given an awful lot of time to help their local club. There is Pashley chasing the number 33 kart of Hayden Eldridge. Now, the next time we talked about tyre deg.
Yes.
The next time we see David Marshall's kart, when we cut back to the onboard, he is in his first heat race of the day. So the tyres that he's using have done qualifying, but look at that left front. Already you can see on the corners of the tyres there, little bits of rubber, little bits of marbles coming off. You've still got the 2 holes in the tyre, the 2 inspection holes, but you can see the rubber on the exit tyres being split off in like little marbles, which says that obviously that's an awful lot of tyre degradation.
Oh, good move there from Aaron Brown down the inside of James Pashley. That was for third place. New fastest lap of the heat so far. Freddie Lloyd, championship leader, 42.18. Good afternoon to Rebecca, who's just got in touch on the Karting UK YouTube chat, cheering on Freddie Lloyd right now. It's a close one, this, in X30 Senior. The lead, only 6 championship points after 4 rounds of the 8 scheduled. Back on board once again with David Marshall, coming in 14th place. Ahead of us, there is the number 65 of Harry Ewell.
Oh, Pashley's gone off. Pashley's gone off coming out of Wilkins. He does not look happy. I was going to say Harry Ewell, owner of the most vicious sausage dog in British karting, Darcy Sausage. who I am told is in fine fettle. Well, Bex Lloyd's going to be happy because Fast Freddy has just set the new fastest lap of the race. And there goes the number 51 Kart making a move. That would be Fred Green, a little bit further up the order, passing Hayden Eldridge. I believe there's only one privateer who has won an X30 in the modern year of the British Championship, and it's Rylan Eshberg. He won at PFI 2 years ago, I believe, as a junior. But Cresswell. Okay, so Cresswell, former TKM driver. Freddie Lloyd racing at the very pinnacle of world karting.
Yep.
You'll be very familiar with his activities around the world, Andrew, along with your good friend and my not so good friend anymore. Now he's moved to Spain, Anthony Jordan. He's left me. There's the number 54 Kart of Henry Gregory, the privateer driver. I haven't seen Uncle Tyrone in the comments. That's because Uncle Tyrone's on a grid, driving his wagon. You know who Uncle Tyrone's alias is. Gregory is good to see Henry Gregory back in the kart. A very brightly liveried machine as well. You certainly not miss that one on a dark night. So, Fast Freddy is closing in on Alistair Cresswell. This is a real test for Alistair Cresswell.
It is.
Can you hold off the might of Fusion? Can you hold off the might of Freddie Lloyd? It's a real test for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team as well. We know how good they are in TKM. Now in X30, this is where they have to say, right, what have we learned as a team? You know, can we hang with the best?
Indeed. Well, it's Lewis Bird going through another mover, of course, from across to George Gibbons Motorsport this weekend.
Freddie Lloyd pointing forward, saying, come on, Cresswell, move. And then, Freddie Lloyd told the fib, didn't he? He told the fib. Cresswell went, OK, we're going to work together. And Freddie went, ha, got you. And he's in the race lead with 3 minutes to go.
He's indeed. We'll see how Cresswell responds. Cresswell strong last week, second in the Super Prix final. But now is the time for him to find the pace in that TWO machine.
Look at the tyre wear on the inside of that tyre. Incredible. I mean, that's great to see. I mean, when David turns right into Stratford here, you could just see, look at that ridge of that tyre. It's getting an absolute beating. It's getting whipped like an Olympic horse.
David McIntyre goes through. David McIntyre, into 15th place. That's why I saw a little bit of wrestling in the wheel there from David Marshall. He had an angry Scotsman down the inside of him for that position. Another lap ticks on by. Well, Cresswell's got the same pace, I'd say, as Freddie Lloyd. He's not been dropped. He's holding there at 0.2 of a second. James Pashley is now the fastest driver out on circuit at 41.79 into the Stratford hairpin once again. Pashley is up to 7th place, has got past Hayden Eldridge in the early parts of this lap. Who's been your biggest mover in this one? I mentioned him already. Henry Gregory. He's had a very good start to the season. 4th in the standings heading into this weekend. Spoke to him earlier on this season.
Yeah, sorry, you just saw Archie Tillett making the move as he recovers. Pashley recovering, passing Gregory. That would put Pashley back into 6th position. We don't know who Pat Pashley was upset with and who may have been the cause of Pashley's deviation from the prepared surface onto the greenery. But he certainly has the red mist down now. OK, Alistair Cresswell, back when he was a junior TKM driver, he would always have a really cool old school hip hop t-shirt on, and he would only show it if he won a race. Have to say, he hasn't, had to show that off recently, but this could be the day.
Could very much well be that. 60 seconds to go. Here they come to complete lap number 10. Lloyd from Cresswell. The news from Race Control. A couple of investigations. One of them is number 22 of Ty Stansfield, and another one of them is number 24 of Lewis Bird. And as the kart's currently in 3rd place, so we'll keep on top of that situation and let you know of any news that comes from it. We have got the lunch break up after this one. Don't worry though, plenty more to watch here on your Alpha Live broadcast of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Track talk?
Track talk,
or
an extra long track talk from yesterday. We get real nerdy.
Bonus track talk with Andrew Mather. That's going to be it. Robert Merkel, there's no such thing as a dumb question. The competitors are not allowed to change tyres.
Nope.
They have one set of bones that has to last them for the day. Tomorrow is a new round, so they're allowed a new set tomorrow. It's a completely different round. This is round 5 for the Water Swift and X30 classes, and round 2 for... Oh my goodness. Now, that if anyone wants to know how not to set up a go-kart, that's what a tyre should not look like after one heat race. You can see that Marshall, he's dropped to 18th. He started 15th, dropped to 18th, and he's looking like he's struggling.
Yep.
When he turns into Bruno's now, look at that.
Doesn't want to go.
No, the kart doesn't want to go. He's oversteering, and then he's trying to get the power down. The driver's hands, almost, if a good handling go-kart, as you say, forward, he wants to be pushed, Well, with 2 corners to go, David, I don't think you're going to be in luck there. I think it's every man, woman and child for themselves as we start the final lap. But a driver's hands, now you look at Freddie Lloyd's hands and you look at Alistair Cresswell's hands, hardly look like they're moving.
Yep.
There's no overcorrection, and you counteract that with what we just saw from David Marshall, where he's hacking away at the steering wheel, left, right, and centre. That's the difference between a well-set-up wagon and an uncooperative wagon.
Yeah, it isn't, unfortunately, for David Marshall. Very good news, though, for Freddie Lloyd and Alistair Cresswell. They're going to be pretty happy with their morning and early afternoon's work.
Yep.
Freddie Lloyd is going to take the checkered flag. Alistair Cresswell, P2, like he's looking like last weekend. 3rd place for Lewis Bird. 4th for Aaron Brown. Fred Green, good points there in 5th place. Hayden Eldridge, 6th. James Pashley, 7th. Good drive there from Ty Stansfield. Ty Stansfield needed that after a difficult first race. Good top 10.
Look there, we slapped the steering wheel. That says it all. A question, Nick Meister. What camera is David using? Well, it's very simple. He's using an onboard camera.
Top secret Alpha Live Technologies.
That's what it is. It's the on. You just you go to your local camera shop and say, "You can have an onboard camera, please." And there you go. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Here all week. The answer is, I don't know. I'm not technical. I just talk about wagons. Freddie Lloyd looking happy as ever with his performance. P1, Alistair Cresswell by 0.15 of a second in P2. Lewis Bird, Aaron Brown, Fred Green, your top 5. Then Hayden Eldridge, James Pashley, Ty Stansfield, Archie Tillett, and Oliver Stilp, your top 10. Henry Gregory, Robbie Buckley, Freddie Housley, and Rylan Eschberg, your top 14. Harry Ewell is 15th. Then Casper Piecki, David McIntyre, William Smith, David Marzal, Oliver Harris, Juan Pablo Girard Diaz, and Luca Mann.
So that is the end. We got a quick sight there down into Parc Ferme.
Now, where has David gone? I wonder if he can come back and give us a wave. He probably doesn't want. He probably doesn't want to give us a wave because he's just finished 19th or something like that with a car. Here he comes. He's coming back now with his mechanic, probably giving his mechanic a bit of an earache, saying wouldn't go, wouldn't turn, as drivers do. It's never their fault, as you know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning. But you have got a treat now. The world premiere of Track Talk with Andrew Mather will be back in about an hour's time. The next race is due to start at 2:15 p.m. local time. Don't go away.
Hello everyone, welcome to this edition of Track Talk here at Shenington for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Longer than normal Track Talk this week to try and, well, if you're watching this on Saturday lunchtime, give you something to watch over the course of lunchtime. We're here with Chris Derrick, who regular viewers will know from our earlier bits through the season. Chris, back again here in the scrutineering bay. We've talked before about the technical aspects of the karts, making sure that the drivers and the teams are complying with the regulations with their touching the surface machinery, but PPE is something that we've not talked so far this year. Is a huge part of what the team do here in scrutineering, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Safety is our prime concern. We start off with safety, and then as the role as chief scrutineer is to make sure you have a duty of care for all your drivers and entrants and anyone here really. You have a duty of care to keep them safe, especially the drivers on track. So we check their personal protective equipment, gloves, suits, boots, crash helmets to make sure that they comply with the regulations, and then most importantly there's no damage, and then the equipment is safe for them to use for competition.
So William Smith has kindly lent us his helmet. He's out in about 10 minutes for his practice session as we're here on Friday with a helmet. Looks lovely with its paint job and everything, but what are you looking for when you're examining it?
Just looking for, first off, to make sure that it does comply with the current regulations. Certain drivers under 15 have to wear a CMR helmet, which means it's a lightweight helmet, so that if there is an incident, a heavy senior helmet doesn't damage any neck muscles. And then we're making sure that it's the strap, there's no frays, the buckles, and it's all working correctly, all the foam padding's in place. And then to make sure, there's a big thing at the moment with drying helmets. You force drying helmets with a hairdryer or a non-genuine helmet dryer, it can melt the inside of the helmet. And then also we're looking for any damage to the outside if it's been dropped or anything's hit it really, just that can affect the integrity of the helmet, because you can replace a crash helmet. People only get one head, don't they? So it's really important that they look after their own kit themselves, and then we check in case people miss stuff that we're happy for them to use it for competition.
Got some gloves here as well, kind of a wider array as well of suits as well. Homologation also an important part of these, aren't there?
Yeah, we'll check their suits, boots and gloves to make sure there's no holes or wear that's just about to go through as a hole. Obviously, if they come out of the cart and slide down and there's a hole in it, it doesn't wear their glove, it wears through their skin. So it's most of it's just basic, really.
Absolutely. A good friend of mine, Sam Dimlow, I remember a few years having a crash here in Easy Cars as it was back then, and it's been the equipment that very much saved him from serious injury on that day.
It can certainly make the difference between injury and not having an injury.
As part of preparations, especially for people maybe getting into the sport, looking at it first time, have you got any tips of do's and don'ts in making sure that they have a trouble-free weekend regards the PPE?
It's really just getting up to spec on the regulations, make sure you've got the correct helmet for your age and where you're racing. There is a difference between motorcycle helmets and obviously competition helmets for motorsport. So they just need to make sure that they don't make an expensive mistake and buy the wrong helmet. But that's it's just reading the regulations, really, the paperwork, and making sure you buy the right helmet for what you're.
And the same for suits as well, of course. The big difference between karting and say road racing is the needs or not needs for fire protection.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of the internet auction sites seem to be flooded with copy suits that they're actually not abrasion resistant. They're cheap, but they're cheap for a reason, because they're not made to the proper specifications.
Good stuff. I won't take any more of your time, Chris, because I know Will's got to get his helmet back as well. He's just stood over there. But thank you for your time, and we'll catch up again soon.
Cool, thank you.
Fantastic. Really good insight there from Chris, Derek. But as you say, particularly with karting, it's in terms of the gear. I know they always say, the gear, no idea. But, knowing what gear that you need, particularly with the suits, goodness forbid that any of these drivers have a serious incident. But as I say, a good friend of mine had a bit of a bump just over there at Park Corner a few years ago, and having that abrasion resistance as opposed to, say, a race suit that Lando Norris or Lewis Hamilton would wear in Formula One, where the fire protection is more their priority, with the protection of a single seater. You're not going to be making contact with the tarmac, but very different thing here in karting. Practice underway. This is FP4 at the moment. Over the course of the next, I'll say half an hour or so, we will give you a bit of a guide as to how people are looking ahead of this weekend. If you're watching this during the Saturday lunchtime, you'll have already got a bit of an idea. We'll have had the first set of heats. We'll have had the first set of times qualifying for this, again, double header for the Iami classes. The first time that the KZ2s have had a double header this year as well. Obviously their season now, it's underway. Suddenly comes at them very, very fast after their first round at Warden Law a few weeks ago. They've got this weekend at Shenington, and then in a couple of weekends' time we're down at Kimbolton, so we'll have a little bit of a look into their world later on. Hopefully not catch them as they're about to go out on circuit like we did at Warden Law. Let's have a bit of a walk and talk with some of our juniors though, because they've just come off of circuit after, as I say, their FP4. I'm going to have a step into... Do you know what? I'm actually going to have a step in and talk to Evan Purcell here. Evan, if you got a quick word for us, practice 4 just completed. How did it go?
Good. P3.
And a move this weekend, with the GGM team. We'll just step over to one side to let the rest of them through. Talk me through it. What can we say? George Gibbons Motorsport awning that you're in now. What's the reasoning?
Well, just decided to move because obviously the person around me just wanted to take a move, and I love it. It's a great team. They just have a lot of time for you, so yeah, I'm really happy with the move. Yeah, hopefully we can get a good result.
And a team that's got a good amount of experience. I know I've watched a little bit of their work in Europe so far this season. We don't see them as much here in this British Kart Championships paddock, but you're really happy with it so far?
I'm really happy. Everything's really good. Kart setup, engine. Yeah, thanks.
Good stuff. I'll let you go because I know you'll be having a bit of a debrief after that one. Jacob Backler running for MDL again this weekend. It's looking pretty quick in FP3 when I was having a little look at the times. Let's have a chat with Aaron Richardson if that's okay. Aaron, I say another driver who's just completed their 4th practice. Your 3rd one looked pretty quick. Did it feel good then?
Yeah, it felt good, but the car didn't feel the best.
I say, what do you think's behind that? Is do you know straight away what the problem is, or is it something that you're going to need to work on a little bit to find out?
Probably just something I need to work on the car, but then I think when we change it'll be better.
And the power always very important round this circuit. It's long straights, it's big braking zones. What have you been working on ahead of this round?
Well, last week it was Super Pre, and we were really quick then, and we've been quick all day today, so hopefully we can try and win.
Good stuff. I'll let you go. Back to Fusion World. Who else have we got here at the moment? Aston Sharp. Actually, Aston Sharp's the driver I'd love to have a little chat with because he was another driver looking pretty quick earlier on in FP3. Aston, another ready to go, busy weekend in the British Champs, double header. FP3 looked pretty good earlier. Confident for you and the MBR guys?
Yeah, definitely. We're just testing different stuff, seeing if we can go faster, but we've been up there all day, so...
How much can you play around with things? Because, it's a very established circuit. This said in the intro that it's almost as old as the sport itself. Is it in some ways even more difficult to find an edge around a track like this?
Yeah, there's a lot of fast and slow stuff, technical and hairpins and stuff, so you've got to kind of balance the kart to suit everything.
And the conditions feeling good as well? No rain in the air at the moment. It can be a bit unpredictable around here.
Yeah, hopefully it stays sunny. We've been fast, but I don't mind a challenge.
Good stuff. I'll let you go and get back to the team. Say the juniors very keen to get as much, extract as much performance and learning from their time out on track. I think we've got a seniors group that's about to go out. We'll give you a little bit of an insight through the railings. We won't get right in because I don't want to disturb the guys and girls as they get ready for this session, but you can see what happens in a pre-grid ahead of one of these practice sessions. As we were just talking to Aston there, the teams will be trying out different settings. Not all of the sessions, for those of you who are new to this kind of thing, are timed. We are into that part of the day where the sessions are timed now. But yeah, this is really where the ante starts to build up across the course of the weekend. You can see Henry Gregory there. Henry Gregory, we've had another pop into the Vismo International tent earlier. So one of the interviews that you can see on the Karting UK YouTube channel. Noah Wolf, keen to see how Noah gets on this weekend. Noah was one of the drivers not here at Super Prix last week because he was competing at Kristianstad in preparations for next weekend when he's racing at the FIA European Championships in a different category. So it would be interesting to see how he can get himself up to speed. But in terms of the seniors so far, won't surprise many of you to know that Gus Lawrence was one of the fastest, or if not the fastest, driver earlier on for them. So yeah, it's looking competitive again. Eager to see how James Pashley gets on this weekend. James back in competitive action in this championship for the first time since last year. Finished in the top 10 in seniors last year, and a two-time TKM Extreme champion, of course. Let's head on into the top end of the paddock, because the paddock here at Shenington's almost in two parts. You've got the top end and the bottom end, because that's how a split paddock works. But we'll head on up to see who we can find. We have had some chats to a couple of people already today. Again, features and interviews that you can see on the Karting UK channel. So if we are skipping by, or seems like we're skipping by a couple of people, that's not because we don't like them, it's just because we've talked to them already, including Finley Lyons as an example. Fresh off a double win here last weekend at the Super Prix. Isn't wearing the E-plate this weekend for simple reasons. They weren't quite able to get some E-plates on the kart in time. So it's still number 81 for Finley Lyons, but very proud winner of the Iami Water Swift category here last weekend for that E-plate. Luca Holmes-Ballack here this weekend as well. So another one of the synergies they've grown, they've doubled in the Iami ranks for this weekend. So I'd be interested to see how Luca gets on indeed. Let's head on in to premium karting, because I get the feeling that we could be on for a really good weekend for this team. Couple of new drivers for them as well. Orion Mehta and Chadrin Yili in the corner here as well. But Morgan Moore is a driver I really want to keep an eye on this weekend. Morgan had a very good run in Super Prix last week and has been one of those drivers, I feel, who's been knocking on the door of a really big result in juniors so far this year. We'll have Morgan step on in. Morgan, practice day, it's warm, it's hard work out there, but the pace is looking good.
Yeah, looking good. Just hopefully we carry that on through the heats and then into the finals.
Premium karting this season in things X30, it's been a really good season for you so far.
Yeah, I mean, with the British Championship, we've had a small bit of bad luck, but look, I mean, we can drop around, so just crack on with it now. Have a few good results, consistent, and yeah, keep going.
And do you feel like this weekend could be the one where you make that breakthrough? You know, you had a cracking result last weekend in the Super Prix, and no reason to suspect this weekend won't be different.
Yeah, look, I think. Yeah, the Super Prix was good, but it's back to the start again, so just back to the same cycle. You've got to go through it again. So just keep it consistent. But yeah, hopefully this will be a good weekend. I like this track, so yeah.
How do you find working with this team as well? You know, whenever I come into the premium karting awning, whether it be here or in Euro Series, it always seems like a really professionally run outfit.
Yeah, of course, with Moose at the top, obviously with his experience, it's really well done. Yeah, it's really well done.
Hopes for the rest of the season? What are you kind of aiming for?
Look, I suppose, to be honest, I'm just aiming for just every race, just to keep it consistent. Like, I'm not really thinking about like championships or anything like that. I know there's a chance to get a good result there, but I think we just leave that out. Just treat every race as if it's just the same.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to it, Morgan. And thanks for talking to us. Joseph Davies here as well. Also looking for a good weekend. So yeah, good to hear from Premium Karting. They're, I say, not the biggest of the teams in terms of presence here this weekend, but a really tight, close operation there that's been doing some good things in 2024 so far this year, particularly next 30. You know, also we've got to give a shout out to Marcus Lutzio's efforts earlier in the season in seniors on a European stage. The other news from George Gibbons Motorsport, and I actually think this is one of the biggest pieces of news this weekend. The eagle-eyed amongst you will notice, yes, and we'll have talked about it already if you're watching this during the Saturday lunchtime show, that is the GP plate of Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge has switched teams to GGM, moving from Croc to GGM. Had a little bit of a chat with him earlier. He was being very coy. I asked him, like, what do we know? What's the story? What's the reason? He went, I just, felt like a change was right, did a bit of testing, was happy with the kart and how things were going. So, yeah, really intrigued to see how Taylor gets on this weekend. Another driver who had a very, very good run here last week. But again, that was a one-off event. It's sometimes when you get into the cut and thrust of a British Championships round, the racing is subtly different. There's maybe a bit more caution when drivers are thinking about championship points as opposed to an E-plate like on Oscar Kenny's kart there, and we'll have a chat hopefully with Oscar in a moment because he's been flying along here the last couple of weekends. But yeah, really, really intrigued to see how Taylor gets on, and of course a big race next weekend as well for a defending GP plate holder. Couple of drivers who are new to the championship here this weekend as well. Let's call Rashid Hilal and Ahmed Al Khalifa in. And gents, introduce yourselves for the track talk. What are your names and where are you from?
I'm Rashid Hilal and I'm from the Kingdom of Bahrain.
What brings you here to Shenington, Rashid? Looking quick so far?
I mean, not bad. The pace is there, but we can improve. We're here just to get some experience in other tracks and just to improve ourselves overall.
What would be the aim for this weekend? Maybe getting into the finals, because you've got two opportunities this weekend.
I mean, getting into the finals would be great, and maybe getting a good position in the final would be a good result for me. I mean, mid-pack or something like that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the chat. I think we've got Ahmed here as well. How are we finding things so far?
Yeah, good. Doing good. Better each session.
You driven this circuit before?
Yeah, last week.
So you got last week as experience and then straight into the British Kart Champs. That must be quite a feeling.
Yeah, it's really nice. Better than Bahrain. It's like a lot of competition here.
I was going to say, I suspect it's not as hot here as it is in Bahrain.
No, not even close.
Are there any similarities with the circuits that you've competed on before to this one? As I say, this is a very old circuit.
No, it doesn't compete with Bahrain circuit. In my opinion, this is one of the best circuits I've ever raced on.
Well, I'm normally biased in saying, because I think this is one of the best because I live 10 minutes down the road. But, if people from as far away as Bahrain say it's one of the best circuits in the world, then it must be true, right?
Yeah, it's really good.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, guys. We'll be keeping an eye on how you go for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, great to see new drivers here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and we wish them the best of luck. Quick note on Vismo. We've got a chat with Aaron Brown, whose kart is not here at the moment because it's out on track, particularly talking engines. The tuning of the engines in these categories, hugely important to try and get out. We're not even talking 1% here, we're talking 0.5% more of performance. So we've got a very interesting chat with Aaron about how he balances the mix of not only being a driver and a very accomplished driver, but also working on the tuning, working with his customers, such as Henry Gregory in the tent alongside him. So when that's out on the Karting UK platform, do go check that out. It was a really, really good piece of
knowledge, really, from Aaron. Hopefully we can have a little chat with Daniel Ferguson. If he's not too shy, I think he's getting ready for a session. Big question this weekend is, can anybody stop Alfie Davidson? I think this young man reckons he could stop Alfie Davidson. Daniel, how are we feeling ahead of this weekend?
I'm feeling good, and I feel like I can win this weekend and stop Alfie Davidson.
How did last weekend go? I believe you were here for Super Prix?
Yeah, I qualified second, and then I won both heats, and then I came third in the final. I didn't defend on the second lap, and I lost potentially a win.
But the positive is, you know where you could have raced differently and what you can build upon.
Yeah, I know what I could have fixed.
Tell us a little bit about your kart as well, because I can always spot it out on circuit with a very distinctive livery, and you know, the sponsors that you've got. You've got some fairly big sponsors on this kart, haven't you? He's counting them up.
6.
6 sponsors, and then the big Ram Racing logo on the side as well from your dad.
He made it. Ben made it.
Ben made the logos. But no, it's an absolutely beautiful looking machine. Who would you like to thank for getting you here today?
Ben, Danny, my parents, my brother, Beth, everyone who helps me.
Fantastic stuff. Well, best of luck for the weekend, Daniel. I know you'll give it your all, and really good to see. How much time have we got? We've got plenty of time, but I think now we'll head on down into the main part of the paddock. We've done the top half of things. If you've missed any of the action so far, not just this weekend for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but any of the race days from the 5 meetings that we've had already, and of course the O Plate, which kicked us off at the very start of the season. You can watch it back on the Karting UK YouTube channel. All of the features, all of the interviews from this weekend and others, and plenty more to come across the course of the season. Great to be bringing you it here with in conjunction with Motorsport UK and Alpha Live. We'll head back on. We might head back on into the paddock, because I want to have a chat with some more of our drivers in Iami Water Swift Restricted, because yes, the form book would suggest that it's Alfie Davidson's title to lose. He's had no scoring stage in the championship worse than second place. The vast majority of them have been first place. But what we saw here last weekend, and it's pretty similar conditions to last weekend, is that I do feel everybody has, a good number of drivers have raised their game over the last couple of weekends now, and it's going to take a really big effort to wrestle that first place in the championship standings away from Alfie Davidson. But the beauty of motorsport is that it's all there to play for. And a driver who's been going very well here at Shenington last weekend, so far this weekend, is Oscar Kenny. Oscar, really good pace. E-plate proudly on the karts. You must be pretty happy right now.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? How's your practice been so far today?
Practice has been good. It's been nice and consistent.
And the great result last weekend. You've got the E-plate on your kart now. Has there been anything that you've changed from last week, or is it just go out and do the same thing again, do you think?
It's just go out and do the same thing again.
Do you think the races will be different in a way? You know, sometimes for a plate race it can be quite how should I say, boisterous, a little bit physical out there. Do you think it might be a bit calmer this weekend?
Yeah, I think it'll be calmer, but still nice and hard, fair.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank for the victory from last weekend and everything that's happened so far in build up to this weekend?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, the whole of my sponsors, and Johnny from Velocity.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to your practice session. We'll have a chat with the driver who was second here last weekend, a driver who knows this circuit very well. Chester, very quick word. Good to see you. Feeling good this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully we can come out on top. So far this season we've just been third in every final, so hopefully we can win today.
So you've had a really battling season. I know that sometimes the start of races have been a bit difficult, but you've always got your overtaking shoes on and you're always able to pull your way back through.
Yeah, it's just about track position at the start. If you're not in a good place, you're just going to get overtaken by everyone. So it's just about you need to get your head down at the start and go.
And even though you're very young, you know this circuit very well. How are you so quick round here?
Well, I've been round this track like about 20 times and I've just figured out the lines, and it's quite a tough circuit, but once you master it, you're good at it.
Favourite corner?
Probably Cafe.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to your practice session. Best of luck for the weekend, Chester. I know I've been saying it since the very start of the season. I like this kid. I think he's got a really good attitude. He loves his racing. And it's great to see his confidence coming along as well. We will have a very quick chat, if we can, with Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson looking cool in the shades. Give us a fist bump, Alfie. Alfie, championship leader. All eyes on you ahead of this weekend. How are you feeling?
I think we had a little bit of a dip last week with what happened, but we have to keep our heads up within what's happening. It's our first loss last week, but we don't care. We just need to keep on going. Yeah, I'm feeling confident about this weekend. I think we have a good chance. We've got the speed to go to the front. Yeah, so I just need to keep calm and work my way through wherever I start.
Good stuff. I'll let you get into the pre-grid. Thank you for talking to us, Alfie. Yeah, again, I really like the attitude of these drivers in restricted this year. You know, considering how young they are, we've got drivers as young as 8 years old out there, and they're always so professional in the way that they talk, the way they approach their racing. They have the ups, they have the downs, but they take everything in their stride. Austin Gibson looking good. We had a chat to Austin earlier in another one of our interviews as part of the We Are the Champions series. I think by his own admission, it's not quite been his year so far, but it's a very competitive class in the intermediate category in Water Swift, and he's already looking towards next year to get better results. You know, you've got to remember, you've got your championship leader Will Green, who is pretty much winning everything in sight so far this season. You know, the experience that Will's got this year, I think, is really, really showing so far in Iami Water Swift, and may well that be the case for some of the others who took that step up from restricted over the off-season from 23 to 24. Let's head on out, because I want to try and get a little bit round more of the bottom end of the paddock as more of our drivers head on in for their Iami Water Swift practice. So Freddie Wood there, looking to have another good weekend. I think there's a real positive vibe this weekend with the drivers and those who, you know, may have got a decent result in the Shenington Super Prix meeting last weekend, and they're going, yeah, I can do it around this circuit. Let's just repeat again, or as we were talking to Daniel Ferguson earlier, know what didn't quite go right last weekend and just look to execute things a little bit better here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. As I say, we'll head on into the lower half of the paddock. Good field again here this weekend. She's in the focus zone, but Sukhmani Kira looking quick so far this weekend as well. Another driver who ran strongly last weekend, Luca Narroway as well, we spoke to earlier in the season. These are all drivers heading off for their fourth practice session. Walking past the race centre as well, where Nigel Edwards and everybody who've been doing their briefings of the drivers ahead of the weekend. We'll give the folks a little wave and see if we get anybody back. There's Nigel, gives us the thumbs up. We'll be a busy man next weekend, of course, as well. All of the details you can watch and follow on Alpha Live and of course DDMM for all the different races that are going on next weekend. Now we've filled and padded enough time to get over to the bottom end of the circuit for the bottom end of the paddock. Jade Racing Team, big weekend for Jade Racing Team. They know this circuit very, very well indeed, and based on previous results, you know, you would expect them to have a strong run here once again. We mentioned James Pashley. James Pashley is back. Good to see the number 9 in action once again in Senior X30. A while since we've seen James race at this level. He's not been to the first 2 rounds of the season, but
in a way, I think that makes it even more exciting for a neutral like me in the commentary box. I'm expecting to see a feisty, attacking James Pashley this weekend. He doesn't have to worry about championship permutations, championship points, anything of that. He's out to win here this weekend. And that could produce some pretty exciting racing. Going further in, we've got a few of the juniors, I think. No, the seniors are out at the moment, or some of the seniors are out, because Noah Wolf in here again this weekend, we mentioned. Ryan Patel looking for a good run this weekend. Laith Khan as well. But I want to try and get round the same. I think Dan will just hop back out of Jade and hop back in again, because we talked about KZ2 in the lead up to this. You know, we saw them at Warden Law for the first time this year. So far, based on what we saw last weekend and what we saw in FP3, this is the fastest KZ2 in this paddock at the moment, and it's the KZ2 of Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens, the 5 plate is gone, the E plate is in because of her victory last weekend, and I'm hoping that we're going to see a bit more performance and a bit more luck along the way for Ella that we saw at Warden Law. There were those flashes, a couple of issues in the first round meant that we didn't quite see the full talents of Ella Stevens last weekend, but everything so far is indicating that things are going to be going well. I thought I saw Ella around. It'd be good to get a bit of a talk through of one of the KZ2s and what they've been working on, but don't think she's quite here at the moment, which is not a problem. Maybe we'll have a further chat when we do Paddock show later on in the weekend. Right, let's head on through as I have another little cheeky look at my notes just to remind myself if there's any other notes. No, I don't think there are. Evolve here again. James Roots was looking good for them. FP3 was a P4 for James Roots. So expect to see some good things. Another one of our solid point scorers so far this season. Making our way down, more racing. News from them in FP3. Obviously, if you've been watching on the Saturday lunchtime show, you'll have even more news at this point. But in terms of their performance, Jake Weston was the fastest of their drivers earlier on in the practice session. Miles Murphy was P7. Josh Price, a little bit of work to do. But again, it was only free practice. Driver leading the championship after round 1. Looking pretty strong for another positive weekend with the 2 karts as well. Lots of different settings being played with there by the Moore Racing team. Fusion World. We've already had a chat with Alfie Davidson. We saw that he was 3rd earlier on in their free practice session. Half the awning is empty at the moment. That's because we've got all of our Water Swift runners out on circuit. There's Lewis Mackey. I've bothered him enough already today. Very big congratulations. And thanks to you who voted and nominated as well, Lewis, for winning the Wera Tools Excellence Award. So that's an award that can go to anybody in a paddock. It could be a driver, it could be a mechanic. But the efforts that the Mackeys have been putting together on that kart this year, not just at a British level, but a European as well, have been really impressive. And that man there has been a very, very big part of it. Let's have a little talk about how things have been going in juniors. Again, we talked to Aaron Richardson earlier, P4 in his group. Harrison Mackey was P4 as well. Riley Cranham looking quick again, was 2nd earlier on. And also, whilst we're giving shout outs to Fusion drivers with strong free practices, Freddie Lloyd was 2nd in his practice as well. Let's head on down. I say, don't worry, Lewis, we won't bother you again for at least this weekend. Because I do want to have a chat with someone about power settings, because this is very much the definition of a power circuit. In fact, yeah, that's a really good idea, Lewis. Let's talk to Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, come on in. Free practice look good? You happy?
It was all right.
It was all right. Setup, how do you get it right round here? Because it's a power circuit, but at the same time, you've got some big braking zones out there.
I don't know, I'm not a mechanic.
I mean, that's a fair enough answer. It's a truthful answer, and we'll move on. We'll move on from there and head on out. Rush Performance. You know what? I'm sorry, Dan. I'm hopping you around all over the place. let's go into rush performance. See if Charlie Turner is around or Ashley Lewis. We've got no drivers, to be honest. It's mechanics that I wanted to talk to anyway.
Mechanics? Well,
there's no mechanics in here apparently. KZ2s, how do you get them round this circuit quickly? Because it's a power track. As I say, we just had the same question to one of the Fusion drivers, and they gave me a non-plus answer for this.
Right, okay.
But for you guys, far more technical pieces of machinery.
Yeah.
Getting off the corners is so important, you know, down at Stratford and where those heavy braking zones. But you've got that balance with top speed as well. I imagine gearing can be a bit tricky around here.
Yeah, and grip as well, I would say. So as long as the driver is comfortable between front and rear, then yeah, I would probably say as long as the driver's happy and he's got plenty of grip front and rear, then it's all really up to the driver, if I'm honest. And then yeah, gearing really can just depend on how you're driving out of a corner, as an example, or you can use it wisely and go either shorter, longer, etc. But again, it's all mainly down to the driver, if I'm honest.
Something I know I've talked about to drivers and mechanics before with KZ2 is obviously you're running a very different rubber compound to the single gear guys, and then you've got the unique bit here of you've got your own Stratford corner hairpin. Where does that mean that the balance can change a little bit in that corner versus where there's been different rubber laid down elsewhere on track?
That's probably more of an answer, or a question I should say, to ask an actual driver, if I'm honest, because we just observe, and then depending on what driver feels, then we act on it accordingly.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the insight. Because yeah, it is a bit of a one of those classic karting nuance things of round here. You have two layouts. You have the just over 1 kilometre layout for those who are non-gearbox, and then the longer run down to Stratford Corner, to the other Stratford Corner, for the gearbox guys. So yeah, we'll see if we can get a driver's opinion on that. PF International Karting looking very clean, sharp, ready to go again. Gus Lawrence was fastest, as we mentioned in his practice session earlier. Archie Tillett looking for a good result as well. And yeah, we'll see if we can catch up with them later on in the weekend. MBR, we had a little chat to Aston Sharp earlier, so they're feeling good ahead of the weekend. Let's move on, because we've still got a good chunk of this part of the paddock to go around. OMS, how have OMS got on? They've had some decent results so far this season. I think they're still kind of finding their feet at this level, at this British Kart Championships level, showing again just how competitive it is. But you know, if they can string a weekend together, I think we could see one of these guys potentially cause a bit of an upset, get on the podium. You never know what could happen in one of these races. Harrison Mackie, Riley Cradham, having a bit of a relax ahead of their next practice session. Argenti looking strong in free practice again, as they have throughout the entire season. Kenzo Craigie was second in his group. Thomas Min-Spearing third. Harrison Whitcomb sixth. But I still think in terms of race trim, Harrison Whitcomb will be feeling very confident, albeit in the other formula, albeit in Rotax, a tremendous Warden Law. And in terms of racing drivers, it doesn't matter what you're racing. If you're in good form, your racecraft-wise, you know, you're in good form. And if you can continue that on, I think you could have another very, very strong weekend. Help as ever. You see Joe Turney there, who's on his duties of driver training here this weekend. And some nice trophies as well from competitions that Argenti have been competing in recently as well. I'm sure Henry will be keen to talk to us about. Let's have a little bit of a dive in, have a chat with Harrison if that's okay. Harrison, flipping back in, Iami mode once again.
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Feeling okay. I mean, we've been struggling with a bit of pace so far today, but we think it's more kart related. But just have to see. Hopefully, it'll be okay.
What have you been working on in terms of the setup? Is it a handling thing, or is it getting the power out of the unit?
It's just a bit of the power, to be honest. But we just slapped on a different engine, so hopefully that'll be a lot better.
How many practice sessions have you got remaining today?
Just one.
Just one, and then into the cut and thrust of time qualifying tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
So how's that as a driver? Do you feel the pressure a little bit as you can, especially now in the second half of the season?
I mean, obviously the pressure's a bit more on when it comes to the later part of the season because you can't afford to have more drop rounds. But honestly, hopping in between the Iami and the road tack's not much different for me anyways, so I think I should be all right.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it because I know you're hard at work. But yeah, really promising weekend, or starts the weekend again for Argenti, and I know that as they properly work as a team in there. So they'll be looking to get as many of their drivers towards the front of the order, and then they can start to try and control these races, because it's another thing we've talked about. It being a power circuit, we've talked about, needing to get your braking right. Another thing that you have to get right is the strategy and what's going on up here. If you lose the toe around this circuit, and I can say this from personal experience of being one of those people who's lost the toe, races get long here very, very quickly indeed. And it is one of those circuits where we tend to see races go all the way to the last lap. I've even seen championships decided on this last corner here before as we go through Wilkins. So if you have got teammates around you, that is a huge advantage, especially when we get to the finals. And if we've not mentioned already, 2 finals this weekend, with it being a double header. Croc, have we got anything on Croc and how they did? I think Archie Owen probably the highlight for them in free practice, or at least free practice 3. Some of this news will be superseded, of course, by FP4 and FP5, but Archie Owen was looking quick this weekend, at least in FP3. I can see Ashley Hauser as well in for Croc as well, taking big steps up in juniors. A bit of work to do. We saw some issues for Ashley earlier on in the sessions, but not to worry. That's, again, what free practice is all about. Let's carry on up. I think we've got about another maybe 5 to 10 minutes. New warning alert. Geraghty Motorsport. More teams. New teams. Growing teams. Cian, well, very, very experienced around this circuit. There's still a picture from him in his cadet days up in one of the buildings here at the circuit, but we've been seeing this 73 run pretty quickly so far this week, not just this weekend, but the whole season. And as I say, there's now a second Geraghty Motorsport prepared machine, the number 91 of Luca Mann in there as well. So we'll keep an eye on how things are going. Spoke to Cian earlier. I was like, "You feeling good?" He's like, "Yeah, very calm, ready for the weekend." And another driver knowing that a repeat of what he did less than 7 days ago will deliver a good number of points for his championship bid. Team BMR, obviously the team related with the British Touring Car team. What news do we have from them this weekend? Well, Austin Newstead will be looking for another good result. Austin's Kart in the corner there. Who else have we got? Hayden Eldridge was very quick in practice earlier. So keep an eye out for that number 33 Kart. That could be a bit of a surprise this weekend. George House as well. The moments looks like George House's Kart maybe having a little bit of work on the jig, but you'd rather be doing that now than later tonight, or even worse on Saturday night after a problem on race day, and then trying to get it ready for Sunday, so the second race day. So yeah, we'll see how they get on this weekend. Let's head. I still want to try and find a KZ2 driver and ask them my probably quite boring questions about tyres. And down at the Stratford corner, what we're meaning by that is sometimes, well, any race tyre prefers to run on, when it's racing on rubber that's been laid down on the same compound. They don't like it when there's another manufacturer out there in another series or another category. And you see this at the top of the sport, of course, as well, in Formula One, when a Porsche Cup support race goes out, and the track doesn't quite feel right, and you have to take that into account. The difference, as I say here, is that there's one whole corner on this circuit, but that completely goes away because the Iami drivers don't run on their version, on the further version of Stratford Corner. I'm going to do my Henry bit because I've spotted a pooch Paddock pooch. People are going to start running away from me as we poke ahead into Optima. It's not the drivers I'm interested in anyway, it's the pooch. Who have we got here?
Oh my God, this is Teddy.
And who does Teddy belong to?
Teddy is Charlie Myers.
Charlie
so
Myers.
He's Junior X30.
Junior X30, and is Teddy enjoying things here this weekend?
He loves coming. He always comes. He's our little mascot. And he's been a particularly good boy. He is my good child, actually. The others forget it.
In terms of this weekend, how's the family feeling for this weekend?
Yeah, we're good. We've got my other son coming over. He doesn't race, but he's going to cheer on Charlie, who's over there. Just you need to embarrass him.
I say, let's go get Charlie next. That's what mums do. They put drivers in it. Charlie, practice, how's it been going?
It's all right, I think, but I could probably do better, honestly.
Where are we looking to improve?
I need to press the brake harder into the last corner, apparently. But that's really it. The chicane, I'm not very good, but I've never been good at chicanes, honestly. So
I say that last part through Wilkins, it can be a bit. Have you raced much around here before?
I did E-pit last week, and then before that, I did last month, and I haven't been here for like 10 months because I had a big accident. I was out for 10 months and last 6 months, and haven't had enough time to come back here.
It's definitely good to have you back, but that Wilkins corner, it can be a bit daunting when you've got to. There's a line down the middle just past the marshal. That's the only bit of advice I'll give you because I got it from Nicky Richardson a few years ago. But it can be a bit daunting, that one.
Yeah, well, there's 2 lines. In racing, it's tight, and then in testing, you can go wide as long as there's not 3 carts behind you, or else they're coming straight through, basically.
What would you be hoping for in terms of result this weekend, do you think?
15th, probably, because I know I have the pace for 10, maybe, but 15's possible. I'm not very good at racing, either. I'm only really fast at testing. That's it, really. So
good stuff. Well, I know you'll give it your all, and we'll keep an eye out there. Always beautifully prepared machines in Optima as well. But yeah, for Charlie Myers, let's say good to have Charlie coming back. I say that is literally the only piece of driving advice I will ever dare give one of these drivers. In that, I've done some of my own racing and decidedly not as quick stuff around this circuit. That it is a corner where everything seems to tunnel into Wilkins, and it's like, surely I should be braking now, and you can lean really deep into that corner. As I say, Nicky gave me a tip that gave me about half a second to do that particular corner when I actually knew what I was at least trying to do. We're getting towards the end of this one. We will skip around because I want to have a little trip into TWM. TWM have, say, not quite been there so far this season at the other circuits that we've been to with the IAMEs, but this weekend they look absolutely on fire. Alistair Cresswell in particular has been looking pretty quick. So the man, he's had an upturn in form, much like he's looking like in Formula 1. So let's see if Alistair or anybody else is in the awning who's willing to have a little bit of a chat to. Let's see if Manty Brathwaite's happy for having a chat. How's things in the TWM camp at this stage of the weekend?
Good, quiet, but been quite a good day, I think, for everybody. But yeah, it's been going all right.
I'd say some of the results at Super Prix last week looked really positive.
Yeah, I mean, like Ali got second, he did, and we got 9th, and I think everybody in the team had a good weekend then.
What's key for a fast lap round this circuit, in your opinion?
I mean, like, of course, hitting every apex, but it's quite a grippy track today, so getting underneath the rubber and not letting it wash over the rubber and sliding out wide.
So for those probably a bit newer to the sport, what do we mean in terms of washing and getting under the rubber?
So getting under rubber is, so you're coming into a corner, you're braking, and then you want to turn in early because like it's a bit like reverse is like if you get on the rubber, it almost does the opposite and just slides out, and it's really not grippy. So you want to just stay under it, underneath it, where all the grip is.
And almost lean on it and then get that round the corner.
Yeah. So you also push back in the seat as well, and then you want to put all the weight on the tyres because you don't really want to be working the kart. You want the kart to work really for the whole lap. So yeah.
Anything that you're going to be working on in particular between now and the start of qualifying?
I mean, like tidying up a little bit around a couple of the corners and just finding the right setup fully. So yeah, but we have been quite quick all day, so I think it's going all right.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, mate, and generally best of luck for this weekend. I'm hoping that we can see TWM getting some of their best results of the year so far. I still haven't found my KZ2 driver for talking about tyres. I think, how much time have we got? We've got about 5 minutes left. We might try and get that one in. We might have a bit of a second pass round into more racing and see if they want to have a further chat with us. But yeah, and I do want to try and get a little bit more depth into a KZ2, because I say last time we did one of these for Ward and Law, they were all heading out for a practice session. I might jump on my old buddy from the BUKC days, Miles Murphy, and see if he wants to have a further little chat with us. Pierce Sexton guys there having a bit of late lunch before they go out for their next session. But yeah, I think we'll see if we can finish up on with more racing. And you know what? I bet they've all gone out again. Yes, they have all gone back out again. Sorry, Dan. We'll head back up to the paddock and see if we could just about catch them with enough time left. Plenty more to come here from Shenington this weekend. Again, if you're watching this during the Saturday lunchtime, you've got more heats and finals to come up later this weekend as well. Yes, all the KZs have all headed down. They're not out on track yet because, well, they can't hear anything out on track, which either means that they're not out on track or I've gone deaf. One of the two. But just a quick shot of this, Dan, is one of the things I always love about this circuit is they have one grandstand and it's always packed and it's proper. I know I keep using this phrase, but it's old school, isn't it? It's a proper old school circuit that traces its history, its racing history, all the way back to the late 50s. You know, there's racing going on here in karts pretty much at the same time as, you know, other places. Silverstone down the road, of course, when things came over from North America for the beginnings of this. But it really is a special place, I feel, here at Shenington. It's great to have another one of these rounds back. Remember as well, you've got all of the racing on Sunday as well. It is a double header if you've not got the message yet. But yes, we'll be doing all this same programme again tomorrow we'll be giving the reports from time qualifying. We'll be giving the heats, so the coverage as well, and then going into those finals on what is due to be a really, really strong, moving weekend, I feel, for the championship bids here this weekend. Unfortunately, despite our endeavours, we are not quite going to be able to talk to a driver today about how the track's feeling for the KZ2. This is something that I will say to Henry, we have to get tomorrow for the Paddock show, which we'll film on Saturday evening. The simple reason being the drivers are in their karts ready to go. Having said that, though, I do think there's a few karts out on track. No, I am going to try. I'm going to try with Josh Price, if that's okay. Josh, very quickly before you're getting in, I've got a burning question for the KZ2 fanatics out there, which is talking to some of the mechanics about setup around this place and how difficult it is, the mix of the long straights, the heavy braking, but also the change in kind of what's laid down in terms of rubber when you get down to Stratford Corner, and it's just your rubber as opposed to a mix. Am I thinking about this too much? Does it genuinely make a difference?
I think you're thinking about it more than we do, to be honest. I'm probably the wrong one to ask today because we're nowhere near, but yeah, I mean, it's very similar to some of the other tracks that we go to, sort of setup wise, and nothing really has changed much there. But yeah, you're right, there is quite a mix of slow corners and fast corners around here at the end of the straight. I think we probably hit 89, 90 mile an hour, so it's pretty quick when you're rubbing along the floor.
And at places, you know, It's close quarters racing. You've got some big curbs out there. Is this one of the more difficult races to race these KZ2s around?
Usually everyone's quite close around here. Sort of historically, everyone drives around at nearly the same time. So depending on how tomorrow goes, usually it's quite close. It's quite close racing, but we'll see. I mean, it's there's quite a few overtaking places here. So if it is close, it should make it good to watch and good to race and hopefully make it a good close battle.
How are you feeling very quickly? Championship leader after round one.
It's too early, isn't it? It's one round, it's not enough. But if you ask me on Sunday, I'll have a better answer for you.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to it. Right, we're going to wrap up there for this extended version of Track Talk. Thank you to everybody who's talked to us, and keep continuing the coverage here at Shenington. Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington. Getting ready for the afternoon session here for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. First day of this double header, round 5 for the Iami Water Swift and X30 classes. Round 2 for the KZ2 category. Hope you enjoyed Track Talk. That was filmed yesterday. We will be having the Paddock show recording as well later on this evening.
The
if
special,
you are here at the special Olympics edition.
Special Olympic edition, yes.
You'll be able to enjoy that if you're watching at home. Not here at the circuit, you'll be able to watch that on Sunday. But yes, the afternoon schedule, more heats. We've got more Junior X30 and Senior X30 coming up shortly. The second round of heats for the Water Swift categories and KZ2, and then another couple of heats for no, that's incorrect, because that's tomorrow's schedule that I'm looking at. But it's still pretty much the same. You've got juniors, seniors, and then some more Water Swift and KZ2. Then we get into the details of repecharges, the single repecharge today of the junior X30s, and then finals all the way to just before 6 o'clock. So there's plenty to get your teeth into this afternoon. Henry,
it is a very busy day. Yes,
it's got a little bit blustery here
now
in the last hour.
Do you know when we said earlier that the weather forecast that we saw up on the slate was lying? Well, it may not have been. There
I
are
didn't
some
say
rather
anything when you said
ominous-looking clouds coming in.
For anyone who is not a local to this circuit, let me tell you, it's been that's a pretty good weather forecast, because I was going to say that weather forecasting is almost a what's the word? It's not to say that there's no point in it, but it's a dark art. Because it can be very, very, very unpredictable in this part of the world.
Because we only had an hour for lunch, I'm going to eat a cheeseburger in 3 seconds flat.
Let's take you through the grid then for Junior X30. Their third heat of 3, Aston Sharp on pole position. Mayan Patel alongside on the front row. Morgan Moore and Taylor Orridge start on the second row of the grid. On row 3, it's Harrison Whitcomb and Aaron Richardson. Row 4, Harry Walsh and Arjen Kraling go for their second runs of the day. Monty Brathwaite and George Edgar on row 5. Riley Cranham and Montejunie Canini form up an all-fusion row 6. Sky Parker and Sam Branston start on row 7 ahead of Archie Owen and Joey Brown. They're on row number 8. Into the second half of the grid, Jacob Backler and Charlie Myers starts from row 9. Max Yule and the others rolling through there. 27 karts in the field for this third heat of 3 for Junior X30, and away we go. Good start for Aston Sharp. Mayan Patel a little bit cautious there. That's understandable as off the road. That's Jacob Backler in the number 69 of MDL Motorsport. Gets back on circuit, but falls to stone dead last in that one. But yes, Patel there in the number 20. First race of the day. Had an incident on lap 1 starting for pole position, so needs a good result here. A solid result will pull the number 20 back into the top 28 of the intermediate classification. Those top 28 will advance straight into today's final. The rest, the other 12, will scrap it out in the repechage for the 6 final spots. But it's the end of lap 1. Let's count them through. Sharp ahead of Moore, but not for long, because Whitacombe's down the inside. Takes second place away from the Irish driver. Taylor Orridge is 4th. 5th for Mayan Patel, Aaron Richardson, Arjen Kraling, Montejunie Canini, Harry Walsh and Riley Cranham. That is your top 10. Situation in the intermediate classification. As things stand, Harrison Whitacombe would have pole position for the final. He would also get another maximum haul of championship points. Taylor Orridge would be 2nd, Morgan Moore would be 3rd, Harrison Mackie, your championship leader, if things were to stay like this, would be in 4th place. Is there spots of rain on the camera there at Wilkins? It looks very, very light. If there are spots of rain out there, we'll keep an eye on the timing screens. The weather, and trust me, because this man only lives about 10 minutes down the road, is notorious around here. It changes quickly. You get sudden showers. The track also dries very quickly. It's not completely unheard of that a shower can come in the space of an 8-minute race and it be completely dry again by the end of it. That's just speculation on the weather front right now. The grip levels look good. Sharp from Whitacombe. Whitacombe all over the back of the Mick Barrett Racing pilot at the moment. They seem quite happy to just work together at this stage. There's Taylor Orridge in 3rd place, ahead of Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel, fastest driver on circuit, with that 43.13. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Out of the race is Sky Parker, just passing our commentary box window. And that's a real shame for the Welsh driver, for Argenti. She's out of this one on lap number 4. Looks like we've also lost Rashid Hilal from this race. The Bahraini driver for Victorious Motorsport. No longer circulating out on track there. There's an attack down the inside. Aaron Richardson, who's looked pretty quick since the first stages of free practice yesterday, tackling Morgan Moore for 5th place. Moore, who was 3rd in the final here last week for the Shenington Super Prix, for the E-Plate meeting for X30 Junior. Into the chicane, Bruno's chicane. We've seen some stunning overtaking through this part of the circuit already today. If you have missed any of the racing from earlier on this morning in the early afternoon, don't worry, you can watch it back on the Karting UK YouTube channel. This one's just simmering away right now. Sharp and Whitcomb first and second. Orridge and Patel third and fourth, holding those 2x2 formations right now. They know that it's a long way to go in this one. We're still not even into the second half on time. I'll tell you what, Orridge and Patel are closing. Last time around 42.98, 42.99 for those two. Whitcomb and Sharp are currently in the 43.0s. Sounds like, small bits of time, but when the gaps are this small, they matter. They really do matter. So to the likes of Richardson and Moore, rather. I think Richardson has got through. Yes, Aaron Richardson has got past Morgan Moore for 5th place now. So keep an eye on that group further behind. Could they close in? I would say this is now a 4-kart battle for the lead. Harrison Whitcomb would as well, and that's why he's gone down the inside of the leader to put himself at the front of the field. What has Aston Sharp got now in response? Aston Sharp's transponder, I think, has got a little bit of a problem, so don't worry, because the Scotsman is quite clearly back down the inside there, and Taylor Orridge has got through as well. So Sharp back into the lead. Orridge P2. Oh, Orridge has tried one down the inside. He's made it work. Well, Finley Lines did one like that earlier on today, and now everybody's at it.
Well, I've got to say, though, I think Finley Lines executed it just a little bit smoother, but Taylor Orridge was quite lucky there that people sort of gave way a little bit. Otherwise, there could have been a group tripping over of one another. It is going to give this group, we're looking at now, led by number 16 Morgan Moore, a chance to close in. What will Whitcomb do in response? But now Sharp trying to go high on the entrance to Stratford. Will he try and cut underneath? No. As they come into Bruno's once again, 2.5 minutes to go. Whitcomb was getting all over the curb there, and yes, we now have a group of, let's count them, well, Morgan Moore has just about bridged the gap. There goes Whitcomb, and I have to say, Orridge looked like the car understeered there. He turned in right, and the wagon wouldn't cooperate, and now back into play, Mayan Patel. Well, you said, Andrew, that he was cautious at the start, understandably so. He's certainly throwing caution to the wind now, and Whitcomb checks over his shoulder. 2 minutes to go.
Is indeed, and for Mayan Patel, we saw him move very, very quick in the second half of his first race when he was coming back through the field. Whitcomb defends on the entry to the Bruno chicane. Right now, the IC would look like this. Whitcomb on pole position, Orridge, Mackie, Spearing, Moore, Richardson. That would be your top 5 as Orridge down the inside into Hanger.
Wow.
That is a brave move. That is one of the fastest corners in British karting. There is not a lot of space out to drivers left if you get that one wrong, Henry. That was spot on from Taylor Orridge, and it's given him second place.
All it would have taken was for, Sharp to sort of cut back across and just clip the rear of Orridge's cart, and Orridge would have been up the bank in a hurry. That was, like you said, a very, very brave move, and now the cavalry have arrived, because it's not 4, it's not 5, it is now 9, 10. Mondi Junior Canini at the back of this group closing in. Oh, and is that a spot of rain on our camera? Yep. I see. And I said that because, Whitcomb runs a little bit wide, and Orridge is now in the lead.
So that changes things in the story of the IC as well. It puts Orridge back on top, the winner here last week. Riley Cranham's on the move as well, the number 18. We saw him do this in his first heat earlier on, just work his way up through the field. Could be a driver to watch on for later on in the final. Harrison Mackie will be looking on at this quite interestingly. He's not in this race. He's at the sidelines or in the Fusion Motorsport tent, just wondering where he's going to end up on the grid for the final, because all of these drivers are taking points and positions off one another. Whitcomb's defending hard here. He's seemingly happy for Taylor Orridge to disappear off the front and try and consolidate these points and these championship points as well. Morgan Moore, half in attack, half in defence. That is bold stuff from George Edgar around the outside of Aston Sharp there, holding on to 5th place. I think we got across the line with a couple of seconds again. So, yeah, this is going to be 2 more laps. Yeah, Whitcomb, I think, has conceded that he's not got the pace of Taylor Orridge at this stage, Henry, and he's got to fight here for second place.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, Andrew, as they go through Bruno's, the Bruno chicane and out onto Hanger Straight, into Hanger Corner. And this is where, if there's going to be an incident, it's going to be into here, the heavy braking on maybe a slightly damp track, although looking at the lap times, yes, they've dropped off a little bit, but not by too much. Oh, as we start the final lap, it's anyone's guess who's going to take second, and that is not a camera trickery. The skies are darkening quite considerably.
There's also a flurry of race control messages that we haven't quite got time to get through now, but this will be one of those results that's provisional with a capital P up and down the order. At Taylor Orridge, he's fine. He's had a good race, clear of any messages, so he's looking good for the victory. It'll be 2 from 2. It'll be pole position for the final. A big, big boost for his championship campaign. Taylor Orridge takes heat 3 ahead of Harrison Whitcomb. Morgan Moore in the top 3 again. Mayan Patel fourth. I reckon that should be enough, although he is one of the drivers under investigation. So that's going to be a bit of a waiting game for Patel to see whether it's straight into the final or repechage time. George Edgar 5th, Aston Sharp 6th. 2 solid results there. Sharp will be well up the order, I think, for the final. Ian Kraling, Riley Cranham, Montegiuni Canini, and Sam Branson. Good drive there from Samuel Branson, up 4 spots into the top 10.
Yes, Aaron Richardson, Harry Walsh, Monty Brathwaite, Joey Brown. As we crossed the line, I think it was the top 13 karts that were pretty much all in a line. Now let's just think about, okay, he hasn't won anything yet in terms of the finals, but how impressive is that for Taylor Orridge? Every driver will know that, you know, each chassis is subtly different. Yes. Okay, you've got the OTK family of karts, you know, which are, you know, basically the same, but the KR, the Kart Republic chassis, is a completely different chassis to the Croc. Yep. And Taylor's been on the Croc for a good couple of years now, but to change, you know, within the last week and to come out, you know, that's very impressive, because drivers do get used to a certain type of chassis, and even the minute adjustments can make a big impact.
And particularly with the KR chassis, yes, they're having a lot of success across the karting world this season, but you know, it's a difficult chassis to get on top of. You see some drivers not take to it at all. You know, it's irrespective of how many resources they've got behind them. If you've not got the skills to get on top of the chassis, you're not going to go quickly.
No, exactly. And of course, British circuits are by and large very different to a lot of the main European tracks. Like, you wouldn't exactly say that Shenington and Warden Law are the same as, say, Wera, or Franciacorta or Lenato to set up. They're very, very different. Different types of tarmac, different widths, different all these things.
A bit of news that we should also say from the Juniors. This is actually from the heats before, so just bear this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a couple of disqualifications, including Aston Sharp from heat number 2. So when I said 2 good results earlier, well, it was on track. It's not absolutely in the scoring at the moment. Mayan Patel also had a penalty from that first race. So yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of drivers who on the road were high up the order there, as some daredevils are going out for some guys. I could never do that.
Well, I did know there was a parachute we just saw off camera there. That'd be me bailing out the first opportunity. Now, a little birdie tells me that Steve Ogden, engine tuner extraordinaire, is also partial to a bit of gliding.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, yes, again, well done, Steve, you know, braver man than I.
But yes, so I say, just bear in mind, everybody, that there are going to be some bits to confirm. We'll be back shortly after this short ad break for more racing here at Shenington. Back again here at Shenington. X30 Senior out next. Alistair Cresswell on pole position. Noah Wolf alongside on the front row. Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence, they start on row number 2, ahead of Lewis Bird and Cian Geraghty on row 3. James Pashley and Harvey Roth on row 4.
David McIntyre and Oliver Rands round out the top 10, ahead of Archie Tillett and Joseph Smith. Then we have Henry Gregory and Ireland's Conor McPollin, Dawid Marshall and Dylan Brierley on row number 8.
Poland's Kasper Piecki goes alongside Tony Gabriel on row number 9. Ryan Ekberg and Nasser Al-Thani start on row number 10. Wrapping out the field of 22 drivers, it's Luca Ban and Sam Lewis.
Now, I'm looking out of the window and I do not see any umbrellas going up, which is a good thing. The sky... I wouldn't say that the clouds have been socked in, you know, they're still high enough that the gliders go out, but we'll come back to that later. It's dry, the race is on. No, it's, oh, there's somebody at the back. Oh, no, it's not on. It's not on. There was somebody at the back signalling. Now, the number 21 Kart going quite slowly. Sam Lewis, the Evolve Motorsport machine. Heading down towards Stratford Corner. I think that we've got a full complement. I did see somebody at the back sort of raise their arm in a way that said that something
Not
had
quite
got
ready.
Yes.
Well, we'll go around for another formation lap. A bit of news from earlier on today if you're just joining us. Results so far. Heat 1, Geraghty from Lawrence from Wolf. No DQs in that one. Happy to report. A couple of penalties as you'd expect for front fairings and the like, but nothing too major. Freddie Lloyd, Alistair Cresswell, Aaron Brown was your top 3 in heat number 2. Again, no major changes post-race for all the drivers, so this is set up nicely for this last heat in X30 Senior. Lloyd and Geraghty both on a perfect score so far, both in this race with plenty of other challenges as well. Eyes on the lights, go green, 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway, and Cresswell fights with Wolf into turn 1. They hold their positions first and second. Gus Lawrence has had a decent start as well into 3rd place. Geraghty having a little look round the outside of Freddie Lloyd for 4th place. They're heading down to the Stratford hairpin for the first time in this one. One of the Jades is on the outside. I think that's going to be James Pashley. And Pashley finds himself with a face full of tyre. That's one way to be welcomed back to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The number 9 seed from last year having a bit of a rough time out there.
Well, he was obviously using local knowledge to go around the outside, but of course the snake of karts to the inside then just moved wide coming out of Stratford, and Pashley ran out of room. He was very lucky not to get jackknifed up the banking as Noah Wolf takes the lead going into Park Bend, and Cresswell doesn't fight it. And I wonder now if Alistair Cresswell will not fight Gus Lawrence and would prefer to follow Gus Lawrence, because he knows, right, there's an experienced driver. We'll let him set about the race leader, and I might just pick up the pieces and, you know, if Gus opens the door, I'll go through. That would be not a bad tactic for Alistair Cresswell at this stage, although he does have now fast Freddie Lloyd looking around his rear bumper, and Lloyd moves up into 3rd, and Cresswell's got to be careful he doesn't get freight trained here. He's still in 4th, make that 3rd,
Good fight back.
Yeah, no shortage of guts and gumption from Alistair Cresswell at all. Good stuff.
Big lap this for Wolf and Lawrence. If they can work together, as back down the inside goes Lloyd. Wolf and Lawrence, well, they've swapped around now. Gus Lawrence has gone for the lead of the race. If they can keep working together, they could get a second and a half clear of the rest, and it'll be very difficult for the chasing peloton to pull the breakaway back in. 6 minutes of this race remaining into Wilkins. Archie Tillett's moving up the order. I think he's gained a position and is into the top 10. Henry Gregory is also on the move.
Oh,
Gain of 4.
Sorry, Pashley was looking really close to the inside there of Alistair Cresswell, who I think maybe been a little bit unsettled.
Yeah.
Now, you did see Freddie Lloyd gesticulating and sort of saying to Alistair, sort of, come on, because Freddie knows, as Cian Geraghty makes a move on Freddie Lloyd, I was going to say, and he's doing it again, he knows that Lawrence and Wolf can pull away. So Freddie Lloyd wanted to get on with it. That's not part of the plan, being passed there. I've got to say, that's an Archie Tillett kart. It does have, you know, an aura of a JPS Lotus about it. The black and yellow Tillett Racing livery. to it. Of course, it's the PF International Kart. Oh, and there's a move. Oh, that was Lewis Bird. Well, wings checked and Bird ready for takeoff.
Absolutely. Lewis Bird, another one of the drivers racing with George Gibbons Motorsport this weekend. Had a chat with him and said, I liked how the kart felt. It's felt really upbeat ahead of this weekend. As down the inside Harvey Roth, how the tides have turned. You know, a couple of laps ago, we were looking at Freddie Lloyd, your championship leader, you know, punching his way through, looking like he was going to be challenging Wolf and Lawrence. Right now, he's going backwards. This is not the kind of scene we've had for Freddie Lloyd so far in 2024. That is a move by Henry Gregory that you just saw there. I think on Oliver Rands for 9th place. Yes, it was.
Yeah, something is not right because Freddie Lloyd's defending down the start-finish straight from Alistair Cresswell. Don't forget, Cresswell is the kart that Freddie Lloyd passed early in this race and left for dead initially, and we thought that Lloyd would be only going one way, and that was towards the two leaders, or as I say, leader, because Gus Lawrence has now opened up a half-second lead over Noah Wolf, but Lloyd certainly looks to be in trouble, and he's a bit like the cork in the bottle at the moment, because as I say that, he's got a little bit of clean air between himself and the new 7th place driver, James Pashley, who moves past Alistair Cresswell, but Lloyd is certainly not lapping. Let's have a look at lap times there from Freddie Lloyd, 42.0. Well, okay. Henry, shut up, Henry. Freddie Lloyd has just done the fastest lap, his own personal fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it seems like his speed is coming back now. Maybe with the 3.5 minutes to go, we've not seen the end of Freddie Lloyd in the top 5 in this race. There's Harvey Roth in the number 36. TWM having a strong weekend here. Looking like they could be picking up some of their best results of the season so far here at Shenington. Gus Lawrence still turning the pace, though, at the front, as he likes to do. A third of a second clear of Noah Wolf. Cian Geraghty, so it's that same top 3 that we were talking about earlier on in the day. Remember, there's no nominal tyre advantage for anyone in this race. Everybody has completed 1 timed qualifying and 1 race heat so far on their tyres, and of course everything that they've done so far in this one. First, I think this is the first in-race time penalty of the day that we've seen. Plus 5 seconds for the number 54 of Henry Gregory, who's just appeared on our timing screens here in the box. That's not good news if you're Henry Gregory, because that's going to tumble you down all the way from 10th place down to, about, I think, just around outside the top 20.
But luckily for Henry is that there are only 33 drivers here, so there's no senior X30 repechage. We were saying how impressive Taylor Orridge was, swapping over from Croc to the George Gibbons Motorsport team, the Croc chassis to the Kart Republic chassis. The same can be said for the number 24 of Lewis Bird, who of course is exactly the same position as Orridge, but in the senior class. And again, I'm not privy to why the move across from one to another, because both Orridge and Bird have been on the Croc chassis for some time. However, the move certainly hasn't disrupted their mid-season momentum.
Hasn't indeed. 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. Cian Geraghty, you saw there, getting past Noah Wolf for 2nd place down at Stratford. This is looking like it's Gus Lawrence's race to lose, though. He's got 2/3 of a second in his back pocket at the moment as Bird goes on the attack down the inside of Wolf into Stratford, takes 3rd place. Freddie Lloyd is coming back here. Whatever was going on in the middle phase of the race, maybe just wasn't quite happy on the tyres or whatever. He's found his mojo again, has got past Harvey Roth for 5th place and is now into the high 41.9. So he's quicker than Bird, he's quicker than Wolf as well. So just keep an eye on him there in the number 71. How are things going in the intermediate classification? Well, right now we've got a tie on 2 points between Lawrence and Geraghty. That would then go to how the drivers did in time qualifying to decide that one. So it would be the advantage to Gus Lawrence. He would have pole position for the final here later today and also take the full haul of 65 championship points. Right now, though, 30 seconds to go in this one. And again, Freddie Lloyd is coming back here. He's less than half a second almost behind Wolf now.
And Lloyd would, as things stand, start 3rd on the grid for the final, alongside Noah Wolf, with Bird and Fred Green on row 3. Cresswell and Aaron Brown on row 4.
Change for 9th place. Oliver Rands has got past Henry Gregory, so that's a battle that continues to rage on out there. A little bit further down, 15th place has just changed hands as well. Sam Lewis has got past David Marshall, and Tony Gazagel as well past Kasper Piecki for 18th. Time is up. Drivers will be seeing the last lap board next time around. Into the pits comes Dylan Briley. The number 31 Croc Promotion is out of this race. We can tell you outside of our commentary box window. Henry, this has been another very accomplished, almost textbook Gus Lawrence performance.
Well, I mean, he's a double British champion for a reason. One of, if not the most experienced driver, I would say, in the entire championship now, and showing why. You know, this is obviously not his local track. His local track is PF International. He drives for Paul Fletcher's PF International team. Oh, there's 3 wide. Oh, Pashley in the middle. Freddie Lloyd getting squeezed outside. That's chasing down Harvey Roth, who in turn is chasing down Noah Wolf. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Creswell in the mix there as well. Now, I didn't see quite what happened to Noah Wolf. He dropped back quite suddenly as a side-by-side battle was second. Oh my goodness, Lewis Bird over the curb. That could have been catastrophic. But he managed to hold on to it because the kart got beached on that curb, and it almost turned sharp left into, well, it'd be into Ian Rogers and motorsport-timing.co.uk timing building.
Wow, a bit of drama at the end there, but Lawrence takes the win and takes pole position for the final later on today, and a full haul of 65 championship points to boot at this points awarding stage for the intermediate classification. There is your provisional results from the heat. Geraghty P2 will also be alongside Lawrence for the final, so battle will resume there. Lewis Bird with a little bit of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, that's what I was trying to get out of my brain, in 3rd place. Noah Wolf P4 holding on to that P4 there ahead of Harvey Roth, Freddie Lloyd, James Pashley, Ali Cresswell, Henry Gregory and Oliver Rands. Joseph Smith fighting through to 11th place ahead of Mick Barrett Racing teammate Conor McPollan. Archie Till at 13th, Brandon Ekberg in 14th. Sam Lewis, I think, was your biggest mover in that race, up 7 spots to 15th. David McIntyre 16th. Tony Kazagel, David Marshall, Kasper Piecki, Luca Mann, that's your top 20. Nasser Al-Thani, the last of the 21 finishers. One retirement in that race was Dylan Briley.
I have to say, considering that Sam Lewis was the kart that we thought had problems at the start, move up so many places, that's not a bad result at all.
So next up, out on circuit, more heat racing, more final heats for the categories here today. We've got Iami Water Swift Restricted coming up. As ever, the officials are hard at work. Here's a quick look into the world of Dave Cam. Once again, David Manchester there sat in the background, going over all of the bits reported in from the team out on track. And looking over all the CCTV footage.
And Alfie Garford there, he's the driving standards advisor. He's not a judge of fact, however, he is there to just give a driver's perspective because, you know, obviously Alfie, a champion in the series, raced in the championship last year. And he's on hand to just say, because obviously in karting there's 2 sides to every story, and Alfie can kind of put the driver's perspective onto things before any decisions go towards the stewards. But that's Dave Cam, everybody. And now we're going to go to commercial Cam.
Next race out on circuit then, the second heat for Iami Water Swift Restricted has Daniel Ferguson on pole position, Alfie Davidson alongside on the front row, Chester Fawkes and Oscar Kenny start on row number 2. On the third row of the grid for this one, we'll find James Roots and Mason Hibbert ahead of Alessandro Salas and Henry Algar on row 4.
Rounding out the field, Harry Chapman, Philip Paturo, William Bennett and Ethan Robinson. Now, as we were watching the karts leave the dummy grid, the E-plate holder, Oscar Kenny, was a little bit slow away. He has caught up to the rest of the 12 kart grid.
It's a little bit further back, though. He's on around the 4th or 5th row there.
No, where was he due to start?
Second row.
It was second row. So, again, these are the youngest members of the Iami side of the Wera Tools British Championship, but they're going to be coming to the line. Number 15 kart, Daniel Ferguson, at the head of the train.
Watching those lights, and they go to a flashing amber, which means we'll go round for another formation lap, which should give an opportunity, I think, for Oscar Kenny to get back into correct position. Bit of a review of earlier, if you missed Heat 1 for these young drivers. Daniel Ferguson took the race victory. Oscar Kenny was P2. Alfie Davidson, championship leader, 3rd. Chester Fawkes, 4th, ahead of James Roots. That was the top 5. Mason Hibbert, Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Philip Patero, Ethan Robinson. That was your top 10. William Bennett 11th and Alessandro Salas with a few problems out there, but still gets points for 12th place. Remember, it's 0 points for a race victory, 2 for second, 3 for third. You get the picture down. Aim to be as low on those points as possible after 2 heats.
And so many of these drivers were in Bambino last year. Chester Fawkes, Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman, Henry Algar. Off the top of my head now, Oscar Kenny has reclaimed his correct starting position, just behind the number 46 of Alfie Davidson. Skies are still grey, but thankfully dry. And Ferguson, this time, he doesn't get away as quickly as he did. They're looking a lot more even now as they head into the tram lines. Oh dear, Ferguson with a problem. I thought he was going slowly, and the pole sitter has not got up to speed. It's another false start. However, is that a terminal problem for the privateer Daniel Ferguson, and number 17, Philip Paterau, also looking down at the left-hand side of his kart, and oh dear, that says it all. Daniel Ferguson is escorted to the side of the circuit. One of our race directors, Nigel Edwards, there, and one of the members of the Shenington Orange Army removes the pole-sitting kart. Now, if you're new to karting, this does not mean that the driver due to start second moves across to start first. It simply means that the driver who's due to start third, who in this case is Chester Fawkes, in the number 38 kart, that very smart livery number 38 machine. It's a privateer entry. Chester simply moves up into what is a de facto pole position. He can't, I don't think though, he can't go across the start-finish line ahead of Alfie Davidson though. So it's sort of advantage Davidson, but certainly a big boost to Fawkes.
Eyes on those lights. They do now go green. We're racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid, and it's advantage Alfie Davidson straight away to the front. Oscar Kenny gets that good start as well, is up to second place. I think Mason Hibbert has also followed through the second of the ORMs there. Down the inside, Kenny on the attack. Well, there's the confidence that the E-plate gives you. Great result here last week for Oscar Kenny, and he's dived down the inside to boldly take the lead here on lap number 1 through the Bruno chicane. The drivers remaining in this one, knowing that this is their last opportunity to book their positions on the grid for the final later on today. Chester Fawkes has had a decent start. He's had some troubles at times on lap 1 across the season so far, but is there in third place. Big lap this, Henry, to see if these top 2 can start to fully break away.
Yes, here's the number 28 kart, just taking a wide line. Alessandro Salas, the Jade Racing driver. You would have to say that with an ORM kart and a Fusion kart up at the front, the drivers should know how to work together. Even though they are not part of the same team, they will know how to work as part of a team. in an attempt to pull away, and you can see Davidson rooted to Kenny's rear bumper. The Evolved Motorsport car of James Roots, the Roots is on fire, is in P3 for the Evolved Motorsport team, with Hibbert and Salas next. And of course, Hibbert just out of Bambino, Salas new to the championship. You'd think that maybe they haven't quite figured out how to work together as effectively as Kenny and Davidson, who are two of the more experienced drivers in this field. So it proves, well, 9/10 of a second, but Roots, who's been very impressive both in this class and in the Micro Swift class, is all in the Micro Max class, rather, is just setting the fastest lap of the race, and Chester Fawkes is right there behind him.
Is indeed into the Bruno chicane once again. A little bit of a different line there from Alfie Davidson. A tighter line to those red and white curbs. James Roots and Chester Fawkes, just looking at their sector times, they're a little bit quicker than the front two at the moment. So keeping that formation, there's a chance here that they could pull this gap down. That's around 0.6, 0.7 of a second. And in fact, yeah, new fastest lap of the race from James Roots, 49.74. Exactly the same lap time to the nearest 100th by Chester Fawkes. At the moment, they're about a tenth and a half quicker than Alfie Davidson ahead.
Yes, they head down towards Stratford Corner. Good work from Roots and Fawkes, I have to say. They're proving me wrong. They're closing the gap, and they're working very well together. They're pulling away from Hibbert, Algar, Salas, Chapman, Patero, Robinson and Bennett, even though it's pretty much single file all the way down the order. Now, on this lap, yes, a good second sector for Alfie Davidson, but it's been matched by Roots. I think this lap is pretty much even, but we've still got 4.5 minutes to go. Somebody is halfway up the bank, and that is Alessandro Salas. It has been an eye-opening introduction to the British Championship for that young man.
Yeah, it was 12th place in the first race. This will be an 11th place classification, you would think. So it's going to be a bit of work to do for Alessandro Salas in the final. But the final is a new race. Everything at this point is now history. As I think we've gone full. Yes, we've gone to effectively a full course yellow. Battenberg flags are out. Slow procedure underway, and this will be for the recovery of Alessandro Salas' kart, which is in a bit of a tricky position there. It's not on the racing line, but it is in a position, Henry, where if someone gets it a little bit wrong out of the Bruno chicane, that kart is kind of in the firing line.
Yeah, and I think he is still standing next to his kart. You can see Nigel Adams there with him. He's walking away. He's holding his arm. Now, obviously, at this age, upset, a little bit emotional.
Bit of shock.
But bit of shock. The kart is parked halfway up the bank. And again, just the officials taking extra care to make sure, because, of course, as you come out of the Bruno chicane, that kart is pretty much down here just off the racing line. And I can see Alessandro is sat down. He's speaking to one of our race officials. Helmet on, conversing though, but maybe in a little, obviously, something doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think he's just talking to, I think it might even be Nigel Edwards down there that he's just having a bit of a chat to. So one of the best in the business, taking care of our drivers. Still under the Battenberg flag, slow procedure conditions here. So Oscar Kenny doing exactly the right thing right now. Effectively is the pace kart at this stage. We did see some clever tactics used earlier for the race leader to not go too slowly. No, we're going to go back to green. Okay, 2.5 minutes to go then. Track is back to a green condition. And Oscar Kenny restarts this one. And Kenny and Davidson have got a really good start there, Henry. They've broken away straight away from Roots and Fawkes. So after everyone being bunched back up, we're pretty much back to where we were before the Battenberg.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Roots, Fawkes, Algar, Hibbert et al. Were slow away is that the last time they passed the incident, there was still a kart at the side of the circuit, and I think they obviously incorrectly assumed that they wouldn't be going green, the next time around. But the fast clean-up operation by the Shenington Marshals. Meant that we were able to get an extra lap of racing in, and it just caught them a little bit napping. But Kenny and Davidson, that extra bit of experience, Andrew, you know, they're ready for anything, any eventuality, whereas Roots and Forks might be thinking, oh, we got one more lap to sort ourselves out. They didn't. And now Davidson tries to go around the outside. What's the other cut? Oh, great crossover from Davidson. And that is going to give him the race lead. Is it? He's on the inside. He's going to have to be brave. So is Kenny. Oh, great move there from Davidson. And well done, Oscar Kenny, because he didn't back out. But then when he could see that Alfie was going to cut across, he just eased off enough, but not to lose ground. It does mean that Roots and Forks have been given a second opportunity to close back in.
Yeah, absolutely game on now for James Roots and Chester Forks coming across the line, 45 seconds to go. So this will be the penultimate lap. I'll see that last lap board next time around. Oscar Kenny has already done one move in this race down into the Stratford corner. Has he got another one in his locker here? Or is Alfie Davidson going to cover it off? The gap is there. Kenny elects to just hold for now. As things stand, as one kart comes into the pits.
Mason Hibbert out of what was fifth position.
Yeah, real shame there for Mason Hibbert. Davidson would have pole position for the final right now, but only by a single intermediate classification point ahead of Oscar Kenny. So this battle is not just for the race win, it's for a pole position start in the final, and it's for those 3 extra championship points as well, which is very key. If your name is Alfie Davidson and you're looking to continue this great run of form, there out of the race is Mason Hibbert. Bit of a fight starting to brew between Roots and Forks. They have been working together so far in this race. They're about 4/10 off the back of the top two, and it just doesn't quite seem at this stage, we are now on the final lap, that the second pair doesn't seem like they've got the full pace that they had earlier on in this race. As 2x2, 2 drivers doing switchbacks there. Forks has made his work for third place. Can Kenny make his work for the lead? No. Great stuff once again from Davidson and Kenny. It's not done though. Down the hanger straight, fast through the hanger corner towards Wilkins. Is there going to be a chance for Oscar Kenny? Can they get off the corner? We've seen overtakes happen in the cadet classes through here before, but not this time. Alfie Davidson is going to take a second heat win here today in Heat 2. But more importantly, Henry, it's another championship stage where Alfie Davidson is on top. He's going to further extend his championship lead with that one.
And in a class with not a full grid, every single point you gain is more critical because it's harder to lose points.
Indeed.
So, you know, the worst you're going to finish is 12th and get 12th place points. So, you know, there's not as much, like in the classes where you finish 30th, there's obviously a bigger disparity in points. So in this class, with the smaller grid numbers, every single position takes on that little bit of extra added importance.
Does indeed. So Davidson wins it in heat number 2. Kenny second. Those 2 drivers will be on the front row of the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Chester Forks third, James Roots fourth, Henry Algar makes it 2 Evolve Motorsport entries in the top 5. Philip Pratto, good result there for Philip in 6th place. Ethan Robertson as well up to 7th place. William Bennett, Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert complete the top 10. 2 retirements in that race being Hibbert, as mentioned, and Alessandro Salas, the trigger of the Battenberg. That is the 4th time this season that Alfie Davidson has finished on top at the intermediate classification stage of a round of the Rear Tools British Kart Championships. His record now reads thus: first, second, first. It's not championship winning position yet, but it's starting to look very, very good for Alfie Davidson, and he'll look to get the final victory later on this afternoon. You'll be able to see that race from around, let me just check our schedules for today, at 3:45. It will be the first final here this afternoon at Shenington. More heats to go though, 2 of them. The first of them will be in the IAME Water Swift category. We'll then have the second and final heat for KZ2 before we begin with the repechage for X30 Junior. That takes us through from 3 o'clock all the way to 3:45 to the start of those finals. And there's just a reminder of the finals order here this afternoon for round 5 for the Iami Water Swift and X30 classes, round 2 for KZ2. Iami Water Swift Restricted will be first, as mentioned, at 3:45. Iami Water Swift, the inter category, will be at 4:10. KZ2 will go from 4:35. X30 Senior at 5 o'clock, and then finishing the day X30 Junior at 5:25. Not long to go, though, before we get to Iami Water Swift. Heat 2 for them is up next. Time for one of the busiest races of the day to take to the circuit. Out onto the track go the Water Swifts. Jarlath Sayer on pole position, Finley Lines alongside on the front row. Will Green and Austin Gibson start on row number 2. On row 3, it's Austin Newstead and Teddy Porter. Row 4, Harry Williams and Sukumani Kira. Row 5, George House and Colby Patterson. Row 6, Max Mason and Harley Musk. On row 7, it's Blair Smith and Charlie Clough. They're ahead of Christian Kobe and Freddie Wood. They're on row 8. Row 9, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Mason Brooks. Andy Stewart does not take part on row 10. We'll mention that in a moment. Henry Clark is there completing that top 20. Iron Nair and Callum Graham start on row 11. Johnson Stewart and Grayson Wortley start on row number 12. George Clark and Ahmed Al Khalifa start on row 13. Joseph Davies and Ian Carey start on row 14. Baron Alton Soy and Luca Narroway on row 15. Sophie Campbell and Orion Mesa start on row 16. Apologies, I was a bit mistaken though, saying that Andy Stewart isn't out on circuit. She is out on circuit, but we have some positive news to mention as this race goes on. This one to decide who starts on pole position for the final. Away we go then. Good start for the whole field. They had a very, very clean start in heat number 1. It's looking good so far. It is the number 8 of Jarlath Sayer who leads this one in the very, very early stages. Bit of hopping across the curb. I think that was Andy Stewart in the number 39. But out on circuit. But Henry's got some very good news regarding Andy Stewart. Oh dear! Is that Harley Musk out on sector 1? I think it is. It was a Fusion Motorsport with a green and white helmet. We've immediately gone to Battenberg flag. Musk has not come through sector number 1. Yes, it was 21. Harley Musk in the number 21.
Well, I mean, rear end of the kart is bent. The rear bumper is off. But the main news is that Harley Musk is back in, sitting in the kart, trying to get it restarted. Well done, that man. I think the marshal might be saying, I'm not quite sure that's going to go. But yes, as we were saying, Andy Stewart, she's not racing tomorrow.
Sorry, that's where I was mistaken.
She's racing there, but she's not racing tomorrow because she has just been shortlisted to go out to the Iron Dames Young Talent Programme selection. Iron Dames, the sports car team, the WEC, the World Endurance Championship team of female racers. Attica Mia is another young driver, Indian driver involved in that. So Andy Stewart, she's going out to Francia-Corta, a place that you know well, Andrew. So she's racing today. Her brother is still racing tomorrow, but but sister is off. It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all, and that's a really high quality program to be on as well.
Absolutely.
Dorian Pan has come through that program fantastically. Yep. First all-female winning effort in the European Le Mans Series. There were many things that program has already achieved in world motorsport. So we wish Andy Stewart all the best with that one. Another talent here from the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're under Battenberg.
Harley Musk has brought his somewhat bent go-kart back into the pit lane to retire. Now, Nicole joined you on the commentary for the first race. Oh, there it is. That is Harley Musk really not in the mood to talk to that official who's doing a very good job. Again, a sympathetic ear. Are you okay? You know, when these young drivers come in, they're angry, they're upset, they're emotional, they sit down, look, are you okay? And then sometimes you get, actually, my back hurts.
Yeah.
Anyway, but hopefully he is absolutely fine. The Battenberg flag is still out, and I think a few drivers were anticipating a green flag, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So Will Green still leads Jarlath Sayer, Harry Williams, Austin Newstead, George House, Max Mason, Finley Lines, Austin Gibson, Blair Smith and Shukmani Kira.
There was a little bit of a kerfuffle in the early stages of that one. I was
Right.
just looking at who's up, who's down. Henry Clark had a good start on that first lap, was up 7. Well, it wasn't even a first lap, was it? It was the first couple of corners before the Battenberg came out. George Clark, we mentioned it earlier. George had a bit of a big one yesterday.
Yes.
He's fine. The safety equipment that we talked a bit with Chris Derrick earlier during track talk. That did its job yesterday. A little chat with George. It's like, "Are you okay?" And it's like, "Yeah, my leg's hurting a little bit." You know, he had a bit of a graze on his leg. Great to see that he's not only back out, but he also gained 7 places on that first lap. He's up into the top 20. So full credit there in that trio of OMS racing machines.
Well, we had a similar incident at Le Mans in the Rotax International Trophy last weekend, where basically the safety equipment saved the driver's life.
Yeah.
So every time you hear, and Facebook's a horrible place, they say, "Why are helmets so expensive? Oh, it's a rip-off a helmet." No, it's absolutely not. The safety equipment quite literally saves these young drivers when they need it most. The green flag is out, and the green crash helmet, the Finley line, straight on the offensive, trying to pass the aforementioned George House as they all settle down single file. At the back of the pack, some of the tail enders were left straggling a little bit, and I'm looking down to see the number 78 card of Joseph Davis coming in. The premium karting driver is also out of the race, and we're 2 wide, 2 by 2, going into Bruno's, and they just sort themselves out.
Out of the race is Joseph Davies, unfortunately, in the number 78 premium karting machine. Will make the final, but that's a long, long way back from there. So 3 minutes of this one to go, and a bit of a truncated race with the Battenberg laps, but still plenty to be decided. Sayer still leads from green, Newstead, Mason, Williams and Lines. As things stand, Sayer would have pole position for the final and the 65 championship points. Lines would be second, Harry Williams would be third, Sukmani Kira would be fourth. But as has been the story throughout the season in Iami Water Swift, there's, when you get to that second row, you're already into the drivers with a double-digit score. There's a lot moving up and down.
Yes.
Very, very difficult to get a double set of top 5s in this category.
But of course, and even more impressive when you think about it, the drivers start from the same position in both races. It's not as though like we're going back old school where you get one front grid and one back grid. It just shows the depth of quality, which is what makes Sayers in performance so much more impressive as Colby Patterson in his Oliver Roller Motorsport kart sets a new fastest lap of the race. Luca Narroway is a bit down the order, and I spoke to his dad earlier. He said that Luca qualified badly. It was a dad problem. Yes, Dad forgot to put something wrong on. He put the wrong barrel on, the wrong disc on, or the wrong drum. It was the wrong drum. I knew it was something musical, but it was the wrong one, whatever it was, which is why Luca is down towards the back of the field. Austin Newstead, we call him the babyface assassin. If you look at his picture, and it looks like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, but he is like a great white shark when he chases him, and the eyes just darken over, and it's the sole singular focus. And of course, he drives for the BMR Restart team, and this is not being unkind to them, but they don't have the numbers at the front of the field.
No.
That say that Fusion do, that even Jamie Green do, that Oliver Roller Motorsport do. In fact, George House is the second of the BMR Restart karts, down in 8th position. Last year, Newstead having to do this mostly all on his own again. So he's used to being without any friends.
Yeah.
I think Finley Lines is going to have the same sort of issue. I know that Luca Holmes Paddock has moved over to add Iami, the Water Swift class, to his Rotax racing, but Finley Lines, most all season so far in this division, has been the sole Synergy Factory kart up at the front, whereas the ORM drivers, the Fusion drivers, more often than not, they have got a friendly face to work with. But Newstead does not have that advantage, or he does not have that pleasure, but it doesn't seem to bother him one iota.
No, it doesn't, whether it's at this level or he has the same challenge when he races in Europe in the IAME Euro Series against a lot of these drivers as well. He's a little bit further down the intermediate classification. The eagle-eyed amongst you will be looking at the live time and wondering hang on a minute, didn't Austin Newstead finish the first heat in second place? Yes, he did on the road, but he did have a 5-second penalty. So it's key this, that he just holds this nice position. Of course, he'd like to win this race as they go on to the final lap, but getting a good score, getting himself back up the order in that intermediate classification and converting that into a strong grid position for the final. I think that's a bit more important right now than necessarily winning this race. He's going to give it a go, though. He's going to try and do this switchback out of Stratford. That is spot on. Brilliant stuff from Austin Newstead. Didn't put Jarlath Sayer under too much wheel-to-wheel pressure there until they were on the exit of the corner, but he positioned that absolutely fantastically. The work's not done yet, though, because they've still got to go into Wilkins, and Will Green's there. Will Green's looking around the outside of Jarlath Sayer. We are on the final lap. Austin Newstead is going to take victory here in heat number 2. That is a very, very nice win. That's a nice way to win a motor race. Takes it from Jarlath Sayer. It means, because Finlay Lyons has wrestled his way up to 4th, I think Lyons will start on pole position for the final. Now, yes, we've got to go through scrutineering and check for those front fairings and the like. But Newstead, Sayer, Green, Lyons, Mason, your top 5 in Heat 2 means the IC reads thus. Lyons on 4, Sayer 5, Gibson 10, Kira 11, Newstead hops up onto the 3rd row of the grid on 12, Williams 13, Will Green 14, Colby Patterson 16. Not as dramatic a race as the first one, Henry, in that heat, but no less important. That was a brilliant win for Austin Newstead.
Yeah, and sort of judging by the fact that we haven't mentioned Harry Williams' name hardly at all in that race, and he's going to be starting on the 3rd row of the grid for the final provisionally, that says a lot. Now, before we go to the next race, talking about some of the corner names here, of course, the last corner name here is Wilkins. That is named after the late Tony Wilkins, who was one of the founder members of this kart club, and a very, very leading figure in the rise of historic karting in the UK. A fantastic gentleman, a great raconteur. You could sit and talk for hours with Tony about karting and the stories, and he would tell it in such a loquacious way. We also lost another fantastic raconteur from the world of karting, somebody whose impact in karting cannot be stated highly enough in the passing of Martin Howell. Martin Howell and Bob Pope, many moons ago, they thought, let's put a go-kart track in an indoor hangar, and like a shed, and thus indoor karting was born. And Martin Howell, who Playscape Pro Karting, so everybody who started karting at an indoor track, and nearly everybody does, has Martin Howell a lot to thank of that. His son Gareth raced the British Touring Car Championship. Martin passed away last week. His funeral was, I believe, yesterday or on Thursday, and the world of karting owes a huge debt of gratitude to Martin Howell, and I know that Bob Pope, who is still a key figure in our sport, would very much like that to happen. And oh my goodness me, I've seen a Basset Hound. I have seen a Basset Hound in the paddock. Stop press. Oh my word. Right, excuse me. A quick advert. We'll have a quick advert, probably for Demon Tweaks, considering we're looking at Miles Murphy. If not, enjoy the advert. I'm going to go and find a Basset Hound.
Welcome back to Shenington Kart Racing Club, just outside of Banbury in Oxfordshire, getting ready for heat number 2 for KZ2. The gearbox shifters are going to be heading out on circuit in a few moments' time to decide the grid for their final later on today, their second round of their championship. And that's up next. KZ2 Heat 2 out on track soon. Take you through the order then for the second heat in KZ2. Ella Stevens starts on pole position. James Glenister alongside on the front row. Josh Price and Lee Ward, they will go from the second row of the grid, looking to hold off the likes of Charlie Turner and Derek Morgan, who start on row 3. Ashley Lewis, looking for a better result this time round, will start on row 4 alongside Jake Weston. Miles Murphy and Nat Thomas start on row 5. Then it's George Barker and Ryan Green on row 6 in a 13-kart field that will be completed by Bryn Kinch.
Apparently, walking off a live broadcast to go and find a dog in the paddock isn't the done thing. So, I can't see the problem myself, especially when it's a Basset Hound. My favourites. More
for the Paddock Show later.
Paddock Show Pooch contest has just been won by the Basset Hound. Don't forget, 6 o'clock this evening, for those of you in the paddock, we're having a special Olympic edition of the Paddock Show. It will have its world premiere on the live stream tomorrow during the lunch break. We have got much fun and games. Drivers are involved as well. I know Mason Brooks, Shmani Kira, and a few others are also.
And we can assure you there will be no strange, I don't even know what word to use that doesn't sound disgusting. There'll be no Marie Antoinette-ness.
No.
In the Paddock Show in our opening ceremony.
It shall not be anything like the mess the French made of it last night. Did I get away with that one? No.
It's all right. It's all right. So this one, say the second heat 4Ks of 2. The race results earlier, if you weren't with us. Josh Price took the race win. James Glenister on his return to the championship P2. Charlie Turner and Lee Ward third and fourth. Jake Weston P5. There was a penalty for Ella Stevens, so that despite having a bit of a drive back through the field, Ella Stevens in the end was classified in 8th place in the first race. Nat Thomas also had a penalty in that one, and we're hearing in our ears that James Glenister has a problem. James, there's no 37 there. There's no kart number 37 on the grid. We can see where James Glenister is because he's in the pit lane. He's in Parc Ferme. There he is. So James Glenister, who is due to start this race on the second on the grid, will not take the start, Henry.
No, he won't, but he will take the start in the final with a lot fresher tyres.
That's a very, very good point. So,
I mean, he doesn't look too distressed about that. I mean, again, we'll worry about that later. Can Ella Stevens make it a good start in heat number 2? No, again, she doesn't. And Lee Ward, what a start from number 10, Lee Ward, the Irishman, the privateer entry on the KR kart. And he takes the lead through the first couple of corners. And Ella Stevens, once again, just the start's not her strong point. And she's not able to show the true speed that she's got because she spends her entire race now fighting her way back up the order. All the hard work she did in qualifying gets undone before it gets to the first corner.
The positive, though, she hasn't fallen as far back as she did in Heat 1. It's down to 4th place as opposed to 7th. I don't know if we can get a replay of that start. I just wonder if it was the gear selection trouble. The rear of the kart just seems to judder. That's when we've got things going. If we can get a replay just a little bit earlier to see that initial bite off the line, that would be fantastic. Because it just looks to me like there's a couple of issues just on maybe not even first gear, maybe getting up into second gear for Ella Stevens. But if the race pace is strong as we've seen it be so far today, and we saw last weekend, if you were watching on Alpha Live coverage of the Shenington Super Prix, you know that this young lady can charge back through the field. Right now, though, let's have a look at the start. So just look at how the kart gets going. Is there going to be a little bit of a judder on the rear axle, whereas everybody else shoots off? It just doesn't seem to bite off of the clutch.
It took her she went for the second gear like a second later than everybody else. And that fraction of a second. And while we look now at Lee Ward begin what could be a race-long defence, I'm still looking down there now. James Glenister and his mechanically...
down the inside. Sorry, Henry. Josh Price pulled one from a couple of postcodes away down the inside of Lee Ward. That's given him the lead of this race.
Started that move at Rissington. He was so far back. I was looking at James Glenister, him and his mechanic, they are looking down at the right rear corner of the kart. So as something mechanical had gone wrong, but Price, well, and of course I think Lee Ward had to take a sharp intake of breath and might have to pit at the end of this lap to change his underwear after such a deep dive from Price and Turner. Now Ella Stevens has got to try and make that move quickly on Lee Ward. This is not being unkind to the Irishman, but in terms of outright pace, he is not a lap-by-lap match for Stevens, Turner or Price. Now, Ella Stevens has got a little bit of clear track in front of her, but she's got over 5 minutes to try and close what is only a 2 or 3 tenths of a second gap, 4 tenths of a second to Charlie Turner, but I think we'll see that. So it's more racing, leading Rush Performance, leading the Jade Racing team, the 3 big hitters in this championship, all up at the front with a plucky privateer, Lee Ward, giving chase in that orange and black race suit.
Is indeed. So at the moment, this would put this result, if it was to stand and nothing changed between now and the end of the race, would give Price and Turner row 1 for the final. Ward and Stevens would be on row 2, but in the flipped order, it would be Ward on the inside, Stevens on the outside. Morgan and Weston, row 3. Glenister would drop to the 4th row of the grid alongside Green.
Yes, but it's a long final. And if of course, we talked about the higher tyre degradation, that the new track surface of all the classes, the KZ2, obviously more power, more torque, they are using their rubber a lot more than anything else. I think that I'm sure James Glenister and the Rush Performance team will get that kart fixed before the final, and I'm sure that we will see James Glenister moving forward at a rate of knots like he did here in 2022. When he had a mechanical problem in the second heat and came through from 12th on the grid to win the final on that occasion.
Miles Murphy's out.
Now there's this, that is not a tactical retirement, judging by the way the gloves were thrown into the seats. It's not been a good day for Miles Murphy. A lot of work has gone into getting that kart fixed after his crash in heat number 1, and she done did broke again, and Ella Stevens had a little nibble at the inside of Charlie Turner going into Park Bend there, but Turner fends off the threat. Ward and Lewis still keeping touch in 4th and 5th. Charlie Turner says, come on Ella, follow me, there's the target. Whether Ella listens or not, who knows?
This is quite some turnaround from Josh Price as well. He had a difficult start to the weekend, and when we spoke to him during track talk yesterday, asked him a bit about the tyres, and he's quite jovial about it. He was in good spirits, saying, I've not really got the pace so far. I was only... Oh, my goodness me! Well, that's the one way to interrupt a story about free practice. Ella Stevens down the inside takes second place away from Charlie Turner. I think this is a young woman in a state of mind right now, Henry. She's like, I've had enough of this. We're going through. We've got the pace to win this race. Charlie Turner, whether you like it or not, I'm going down the inside.
When we spoke about Taylor Orridge making a move at the exact same corner and how risky it was and how the potential consequences could be massive in an X30 kart, you times that by another 20 miles an hour, and that is how brave Ella Stevens is. Well, Alice Powell, who has been coaching Ella Stevens, has certainly been showing it. Look, you've got to be gutsy in these karts. Alice knows how to drive these, and they're brutish, brutal, physical machines, and things happen in an instant. You've got to be so quick. Your reactions have to be inch perfect, and they were then. The question is, can Ella do it again? Price looks over his shoulder. Here she goes. No. This is ex-British Touring Car ace versus future. I don't know what Formula Ella will get to. It will certainly involve wagons bigger than this. Her trajectory in the world of motorsport is going one way and one way only. And another retiree under our window here, and that is number 42.
Bryn Kinch.
Yes. Now, right. Josh Price, well, he won't know where Ella passed Charlie Turner because obviously he's in front. But Josh, be afraid. Be very afraid. The attack could come from all corners. Is it time we start doing the Jaws music now? No, not quite there. But Josh is defending. He knows he is under threat with under a minute to go.
Now the key thing here, Ella Stevens is having a look into the Bruno chicane, and she's got it done. Josh Price doesn't fight that one too hard, and possibly with good reason, because he doesn't need to win this race to be on pole position for the final. Doesn't need to win this race to take the 65 championship points, does the standings leader after Warden Law. But now we will see what the rest of the field have in response to Ella Stevens. This is the first time that we've seen the E-Plate, the winner from last week, in clear air in race trim here this weekend. 13 seconds on the clock to go, so it'll be this lap plus one more. Price defends from Turner into Stratford. Out of Stratford, Lee Ward's still having a great race here at Henry. They're in fourth place, and it's going to be good value for being on that second row of the grid if he can stay there.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Josh Price would still start the final from pole position, but I mean, you talk about... I was about to agree with you, saying now Ella's been attacking all race so far and in the last race because of the poor start. Now she has to try and defend, but there's no defending at all. It is good night, Irene. She is gone. Half a second at the road. New fastest lap. Her first full lap in clean air. 44.19 seconds. That is 4/10 quicker than anybody else. And that's not. It's not like her tyres aren't any better. You know, all these the front four. Ashley Lewis retired for the first race, but those front four, all those cars with exactly the same amount of laps on their tyres, and yet Ella Stevens has picked them up, put them down, and now she is driving away.
And these are the glimpses. We saw glimpses of it at Warden Law. It just didn't quite come together, whether it be in TQ or in race trim, but you saw, whether it be in a free practice session or just a single racing lap here and there as conditions that were changing, that there's pace this weekend for Jade Racing Team and Ella Stevens. That is another race victory here in the month of July at Shenington. It puts Stevens onto the second row of the grid. The final will be a very intriguing one from the cockpits of many of these drivers. But Stevens takes the win. Price second, Turner third, Ward fourth, and Ashley Lewis bounces back after disappointment in Heat 1 with a strong P5 there. Jake Weston, Derek Morgan, Nat Thomas, Ryan Green, and George Barker, the last of the 10 finishers in that one. Retirements, Bryn Kinch, Miles Murphy, and James Glenister. But as you're quite right to point out, Henry, tyres are going to be interesting in that one. But there you see it, Ella Stevens, P1 winner here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
That kart and that driver have pace in abundance.
And he's going to pop out of, we're going to have a bit of actually, no, I'm not sure we're going to have a couple on taste change, but we'll carry on. We'll see KZ2 out for their final, remember, at 4:35 for their 12 minutes plus one lap. And I think that's, even though we've seen some very good pace there from Ella Stevens, the tyre situation, a couple of drivers haven't done many laps on their tyres, so you could see a little bit of a jumbled up order potentially. But then again, if rain comes, that is going to really, again, throw the cat among the pigeons. That's all for later, though. Let's get ready then. That is all the heats completed. It's time for an ad break, and we'll be back shortly with the reportage in X30 Junior. Welcome back to Shenington, getting ready for the next race out on circuit. It's the reportage for X30 Junior. 28 drivers have already qualified through to the final. 6 places remain for the following pilots. Evan Purcell starts the repercharge from pole position. Leif Khan alongside on the front row. Sky Parker and Jacob Backler, they start on row 2. The last of those on the inside at the moment. Charlie Myers and Jake Brook start on row 3, looking to defend those spots. On the outside, looking in right now, on row 4, Zef Nurnberger and Alexander de Benedictis will need to move forward if their day is to continue. Josh Parker and Nat Johnston start on row number 5, ahead of Ashley Haza of Jamaica and Rashid Hilal of Bahrain. So, it's not the end of the weekend for those who don't make it through the repercharge, because we do all of this tomorrow for round number 6. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The repercharge is underway at a great start for Leif Khan. Round the outside, takes the lead of the race. Has had 2 spins so far today. Was looking to continue on into the final, but there's been a change straight back. Evan Purcell in the blue and white with the green details. That's the George Gibbons Motorsport livery. Not often seen in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but a very strong team out in Europe. Now running a couple of drivers here this weekend. That's a good response from Purcell back to the front of the order.
And of course, originally, George Gibbons Motorsport formed out in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. But we see XL Motorsport, we see a lot of the teams that have come from the UAE now opening up an arm of operations in the UK and in Europe, and showing again, and the amount of drivers swapping over and going out to race events at the Dubai O-Plate and the Dubai IAME series and coming back and forth. It's only good for the sport in that region. It gives those drivers a chance to sample the best national karting championship in the world, the best domestic national karting championship in the world, in my humble opinion, although international results across the board suggest that I am correct in that assertion. Anyway, Leif Khan chasing Evan Purcell up at the front. And it's, of course, the drive. No matter how good the wagon is, you still need a good driver to pedal it. Bashler, Nurnberger, Myers and Sky Parker. The fastest man in the race so far is the first driver on the outside looking in, and that is Nat Johnson. As he is followed by Josh Parker, Alessandro De Benedettis, Ashley Haza, Rashid Hilal and Jake Brook.
Good move there by Sky Parker. Just moving up the order. This race will race differently to what we've seen in the heat so far. Oh, now Zef Nurnberger. That's the second time I've seen Zef Nurnberger have a little bit of a nibble at the rear bumper of Jacob Backler.
It's the second time I've seen him bounce up over, and if you have a little look, there is a Kart with the damaged rear bumper. So I think
69. Yes,
I think Zef Nurnberger has taken a chunk out of that rear bumper, and you can see the damage on that very attractive livery purple Kart. But Nurnberger, he's got a damaged nose cone, and the rear bumper on this kart we're looking at here, that MDL Motorsport kart, it's not hitting the tyre, which is key, but it is bowed upwards a little bit.
And Backler's definitely aware of it, because he just checked over his left shoulder to go, something doesn't feel right here. I agree, I don't think he's in contact with the tyre at least all the time. There might just be certain corners where it just clips and nips a little bit there. It's down the inside. That's a nice move from Evan Purcell to retake the lead of this race.
I don't know why they choose the battle. All it takes is one tiny misjudgment. You get a nose cone penalty, or worse, you clatter into each other and you both end up in the grass and you don't qualify for the final. You know, the winner of this race starts 29th for the final, second starts 30th. It's not exactly a massive difference.
Not at all. So, we're approaching the mid-stage of this race. Who's got good pace a little bit further down the order and could find a way in? Alexander Benedictis has just done a personal best, a 43.80. Can keep that progress going. He could find himself moving up from 9th place. Drivers who finish outside the top 6 do get championship points for their efforts in this race. Just not as many as they probably would have hoped for at the start of the day, and they'll look to build and improve tomorrow when we go for round 6. The X30 categories. 4 minutes remaining in this one. It's the only category, remember, that has got a repercharge here this weekend, so we're straight into finals after this one. But right now, Purcell, Khan, Parker, Nürnberger, Johnston and Myers looking at being the 6 to go through. I'd just be concerned as well, Henry. Seth Nürnberger, well, we can see there's clearly a big
Yes.
tyre mark in the centre of his front fairing. The bigger question, has the clip been activated?
Well, time shall tell. All we do know is that a 5-second penalty, that's good to see, Mr. Salas, who retired from his previous race. He's ready to go out for his final because you're a bit concerned about his hand. Seth Nürnberger needs to be 5 seconds in front of Jacob Ashler, and he is 9/10 of a second in front. So if there were to be a front fairing penalty, that would almost certainly eliminate Seth Nürnberger. Speaking of elimination, the number 23, Jake Brook, has just entered pit lane to retire. That looked like a flat right rear bone.
Out of the race, out of the round goes Jake Brook. We'll hope for better things tomorrow. Jacob Backler fighting back here really, really nicely. He's giving Charlie Myers a lot to think about. Charlie Myers, there's what's gone wrong on Jake Brook's number 23.
That is metal to metal contact. That rim has been in contact with another rim of another kart, as you can see by the silver scuff marks, and it has broken the bead and the air has escaped.
Whichever way you look at it, that's not what you want. Backler and Myers, this is the key battle. This is for the 34th and last place on the grid for the final in X30 Junior. I think Backler's just playing this sensibly. He knows he doesn't need to make the move right now. Just needs to make sure that it's done within the next 2 minutes. He's getting that gap out to Rashid Hilal as well. It's about 3.4 seconds at the moment, so just in case there's any kind of 5-second penalties or anything of that nature, he's giving himself that buffer. Also, back at the front of the order, it can be a bit of a strange position for a driver of the quality of Leif Khan, Henry, because I can see from the body language, he wants to overtake, he wants to go, he wants to push through, but he knows that right now he doesn't need to do that. He just needs to make sure that he's in this next race in the final.
Exactly. It is the hardest thing in the world for any racing driver to not go for a race win. However, in this instance, Leif Khan is completely correct to not go for it. That the risk far outweighs the reward. Now, let's have a look. A minute to go. Parker is 0.8 of a second behind Leif Khan, and Nat Johnston, who still has the fastest lap of the race, is in P4. Seth Nürnberger on the road in 5th, with Charlie Myers in 6th. And I think, if, and it's a big if, there were to be a penalty for Seth Nürnberger for a nose cone, then I think it would be poetic justice maybe that the driver that would be then elevated into the final would be the driver that Seth Nürnberger had that issue with, Jacob Bashler, who would inherit the last place. Rashid Hilal, driver number 48, he's 5 seconds off the thing. Now, if there is another problem for, say, Charlie Myers or Jacob Ashler, Seth Nürnberger is more than 5 seconds in front of Rashid Hilal. So it's not quite game over for Nürnberger, even if he does get a front fairing penalty. Di Benedictis, Parker and Haase are at the back of the field, and their chances of making the main event are gone. And of course, Jake Brook sadly out of the race.
The other news for the drivers out there is they are once again, just with how how things are structured and how long the lap for the juniors are, that they are continually crossing the line with about 2-3 seconds remaining on the clock. So they are going to do this lap plus one more. The final lap board has not been shown. Into Wilkins once again. Sky Parker has had a good run here, had a mechanical issue earlier on in one of her heats, has fought back nicely, has done the job professionally to be there in 3rd, and has just set the fastest lap of the race as well, 42.81 seconds. Right, if you're Jacob Backler, I think you've got to make the move now. I think get the move done down into Stratford. No, it's not alongside. It just doesn't seem to have the waft down the straights to be able to get into a position to get on the brakes, dive down the inside of Charlie Myers.
Yes, and of course, Bachelor, he's not guaranteed anything. We're only speculating about, a potential nose cone penalty for Nürnberger. So Bachelor, Leith Khan is going to be absolutely spitting feathers at the moment because everyone was closing up behind. The checkered flag comes out, and on the last corner, Jacob Bachelor, well, he's in, provided he passes post-race scrutineering, of course. He is in, and now it's Charlie Myers, who is very nervously looking at a potential issue for any of the top 6. Myers was there until the last corner, and Bachelor snatched it away. But there is your winner, Evan Purcell, Leith Khan, Sky Parker, Nat Johnston. On the road, Zef Nürnberger and finally Jacob Bachelor are your provisional qualifiers for the final. Charlie Myers for Optimum Performance, Rashid Hilal for Victorious Motorsport, the Simon Wright Racing Development entry of Alexander D. Benedictis, and then the 3 privateers, Josh Parker, Ashley Haza and Jake Brook. Sadly, their day is done, but it's okay because they get to do it all again tomorrow, which is a completely fresh sheet of papyrus.
It is indeed, and they'll kick off again with another timed qualifying before we go live for the 2 heats. The repechage in the final for X30 Junior tomorrow. The X30 Junior final, with it we'll confirm who of those drivers goes through once everyone's gone through scrutineering. It's the last race of the day, so 5:25 p.m. local time here in the UK. If you're one of our international viewers, that's when you can expect to see X30 Junior. Well, that is the repechage done. It's on to the big business of the finals here at Shenington for round 5, the championships in the Iami Water Swift and X30 categories, round 2 in KZ2. 5 of them coming up here this afternoon. Keep your comments coming in as well. It's been a busy day. We'll try and read those out in due course, so let us know who you're supporting and let us know where you're watching from, whether it be in your garden, whether it be in the office, whether you be at work on a Saturday and just cheekily keeping up with us. Do let us know. Hello to Derek Clemens, who is cheering on Austin Newstead. Georgia, apologies, cheering on Max Mason. Hello to Summer as well, and Jay Larkin again also, and of course Motorsport Magpie. Hello, David. Good to hear from you. Of course, all the finals will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Remember, so it's a different proposition, these finals. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Down on the grid then with championship leader Alfie Davidson. Alfie, how's your day been going today after a third and a first?
It's been going well. We've made some adjustments to the kart, and we've been learning about this track because this is a track we've not really been around that much, but we've been around it enough to know it, and we've just been doing stuff which we need to know where to do in defending and stuff. So we've had a good day so far from now on.
So at the other rounds then, we've seen you be maybe a little bit more dominant than you have been today. Do you think that's then down to not being at this track very much?
No, we just have to do what we can with the kart and me and see how we get on around the track.
Great to hear from you then, Alfie. Starting off pole, we'll see how he gets on. I do want to talk to the other man on our front row, which is Oscar Kenny. Oscar won the E-Plate here last weekend. Oscar, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
I'm feeling confident.
And is there anything that you're looking to do in this race tactic-wise, or are you just going in with an open mind?
The tactic is to hopefully push Alfie away, and then we can have a battle to the end.
We'll see if we get a battle to the end then. Henry and Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work down there in the pre-grid with drivers ahead of this first final of the day, first final of the weekend, and an opportunity for Alfie Davidson to get a 5th finals victory of the year so far. For all the other drivers on the grid, they're on 0 still. Can they break that winning streak of Alfie Davidson? We'll find out next in the final in Iami Water Swift Restricted. Here we go then for the round 5 final in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Your grid for the Iami Water Swift restricted final is thus. Alfie Davidson starts on pole position, looking to continue his streak of victories. Alongside him on the front row is Oscar Kenny. Chester Fawkes and James Root start on row number 2 ahead of Daniel Ferguson, heat winner earlier on today, alongside Henry Algar on row 3. Philip Prato and Mason Hibbert, they start on row 4 ahead of Harry Chapman and Wales's William Bennett on row 5. Ethan Robertson and Alessandro Salas start on row 6. So, the job at hand for Alfie Davidson, something that he's done 4 times so far this season, is be first after 12 minutes plus 1 lap to take another step to what potentially could be Iami Water Swift Restricted Championship glory in 2024 for Fusion Motorsport. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, the new E-plate holder Oscar Kenny, won here on Sunday last week at Shenington Super Prix. Eyes on those lights. They go green and we're racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Into the lead goes Davidson. Second place straight away for Fawkes, and a good start as well for Daniel Ferguson, who, remember, had a retirement in the second heat, so may have a little bit of fresher rubber out there for this final. Into Stratford Corner for the first time. Bit of a squabble going on in the second half of the field involving the likes of Harry Chapman. I think Henry Algar in there as well. Through is coming the number 33 of Mason Hibbert. He's got the pace to potentially come back through this order. But another solid start for Alfie Davidson. And really solid start. Not always been seen so far this year for Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes knows this circuit very well. There's a lot of his club racing here at Shenington. He's already got a numerous years of campaigns under his belt round this just over 1 kilometre circuit. He hasn't had a finals win so far this season.
I love the way you say numerous campaigns for a 9-year-old.
Oh, no.
But it is remarkable that some of these drivers are 8 and 9 years old, and yet they have been racing for 4 years. They would have done, 20, 30, 40 races around this circuit in that time. And yet they'll go back to school in September, and the teacher will go, "What are you doing this summer?" "Oh, by the way, today's lesson is colouring." It's absolutely remarkable that this sport, which is to all intents and purposes an adult sport, it's just the predominant number of participants are children. It's incredible that they're making split-second decisions at 50 miles an hour, and yet I can't talk because I can't do joined-up writing, but they can't either. It absolutely astounds me. And there's a move, and that was about as tight as it gets as Kenny passes Ferguson for third. Now he has to set off after the 2 leaders, because if there's one thing that we know about Alfie Davidson today is that he works very well with others, and he is patient, and he will not start defending early. Chester Fawkes, if Chester makes a move, I don't think we'll see Alfie defend. I think if Chester makes a move, Alfie will slot in behind him and push him for a couple of laps. And if Alfie thinks, okay, this pace with me in second, that'll still work for the next 7 minutes, and he'll sit there and pull away and pull away and pull away. If Chester does make a move and Alfie then follows him for a lap and realises, I don't think we got the pace with me pushing Chester, I think the others are going to catch us, then he'll go back in. But at the moment, the gap continues to grow. Last time around, a 49.82 for Fawkes, a 49.83 for Davidson, and a 50.2 for Kenny.
Indeed. I say this, if there's 2 drivers with the best reliability in terms of their performances and regularity at the front, it is these 2. Davidson, has mentioned, unbeaten in finals so far this year. Chester Fawkes has also been an ever-present so far this season on the podium in these finals. A quartet of thirds for his season. But again, that's often, he's had troubles in the early stages of races and then has come back strong in the second half of the races. He does like the longer format. This is a proposition, this is a challenge that Alfie Davidson hasn't had to deal with so far this season. As I say, mentioned Chester Fawkes, 3 or 4 years racing experience already, and I've said this for a good couple of years about Chester's racing. He races with a wisdom miles beyond his years. He's a quiet young man. He's ever growing in confidence, though, in front of the camera. But he's had for a good couple of years now. I've seen a lot of his racing through the Bambino ranks. A very, very shrewd customer at the wheel of a go-kart, and he'll be playing this through his mind right now, knowing, yep, this is fun, extending that lead over Oscar Kenny to 1.5 seconds after 5 laps.
So what you're trying to say is that Chester Forks is a shrewd operator.
Oh, absolutely.
Shrewd operator. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, see, you queued me up there, Andrew. I couldn't help myself.
Another one to the Spotify playlist.
Yes.
James Root's holding on there. 5th place at the moment for the driver of the number 21. 2 seconds off the race lead, but how he would love a podium here. Today's a kick-off the weekend and build a bit of confidence going into round 6 tomorrow. Changes further down the order. Ethan Robinson has got past Alessandro Salas and Philip Patero for 9th place. So 2 positions gained. Plus 5-second penalty, unfortunately, just popped up on our screens as well for Alessandro Salas. It has been a tough day for Alessandro Salas, but sometimes that's what you need as a young driver. You learn a lot from days like this.
Oh, yes.
That'll feed you for future races.
Yeah, and of course, the good thing is he's out there, because
Yes.
he did take that knock in heat number 2. So whatever, issue that he had, he's fine. He's been obviously cleared to race. He didn't need any medical attention. And of course, competitor safety is front and foremost in the minds of everyone at Motorsport UK. If a driver finishes a race and is complaining about any form of ache or pain, the medical staff here, they go to the medical staff, they get overlooked by the paramedics. The paramedics go, yes, okay, they're fine, sign them off, or the paramedic goes, no. And if the paramedic goes, no, that driver does not race. Correct. Despite the protestations of driver, teams, parents, obviously the parents going, thank God. The mums are going, thank God, I want to take my baby home. Competitor safety is paramount, so you're not watching a driver who is driving injured, is what I'm trying to say. That would not happen under Motorsport UK rules whatsoever. As still Davidson. And again, there's the signal he gives, and a little wave to say thank you, because look at that. Forks' nose cone was resting on Davidson's rear bumper, literally bump drafting him up the straight. Not bumping, but bump drafting. 8 wheels working together as one. And Alfie David saying, thank you, this is good, thank you, let's go. It is working, however, they're not dropping Kenny and Ferguson as much as I would have thought. No. Kenny and Ferguson are still within 2 seconds. In fact, on this last lap, Kenny and Ferguson were a little bit quicker.
All 4 of them setting a 49.6 of some description last time around.
Yes.
This one is still in the balance. 5 minutes to go. And what this would be doing is Alfie Davidson would be extending his championship lead. His closest competitor, to remind you, is Daniel Ferguson. Right now, if this result was to be what we see at the end of the race, it would be a 44 championship point lead for Davidson with 3 rounds of the championship to go. It wouldn't be a mathematical securing yet.
It's what you said at the very start of the day, Andrew. Today is not a day that will decide the champions, but today could be a day that really goes a long way towards thinning the herd,
yes,
so to speak. One driver playing their way into title contention is Chester Forks in second place. He would move on to 594 points, so just 9 markers behind Ferguson. But with another round to go at this very circuit tomorrow, you would fancy, if things stay as they are, if the conditions are the same, Forks showing more speed than Ferguson. He could be Alfie Davidson's nearest and potentially only realistic title threat before we head to the next event.
Absolutely. That next event, Three Sisters.
Yes, that would be the next event, also the last event.
Indeed. The fastest lap of the race, 49.4. Now they've started to push. That was a big lap from Davidson and Forks, because they were a tenth at least quicker than Oscar Kenny last time around. So Oscar Kenny, I think, is going to be getting to that phase where he's going to be looking over his shoulders at Daniel Ferguson and trying to hold on for what I reckon would be a first podium of the season for Oscar Kenny. Yes, indeed, it would be, to follow up his Super Prix victory from last week.
But Ferguson, at some point, to almost like damage, damage limitation exercise, Ferguson is going to have to try and make a move on Kenny for third position, especially with Fawkes and Davidson now over 2 seconds up the road. Now, I noticed something there. Fawkes has dropped off the back of Davidson just a little bit, coming out of Wilkins on that last lap. Okay, he's right back onto Davidson's rear bumper now. Is this a sign that Fawkes isn't pushing anymore? He's now waiting back and he's starting to plot and plan where he is going to make his move. Oh, the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 32 of Harry Chapman has retired directly below us, and that is our first retirement of the race. As we can see, Kenny starting to take a defensive line into Wilkins as well.
2 minutes to go then, end of lap number 12. Still Davidson and Fawkes first and second, as they have been since the very start of this race. Oscar Kenny in third, holding on, it feels a little bit at the moment. There's Henry Algar. This is the battle for sixth place on your screens. Just coming through Pitts Bend now between Henry Algar and Mason Hibbert. Hibbert up 1 place from where the 33 started. Biggest mover in this race at the moment is Alessandro Salas, but do remember the number 28 has a 5-second penalty, which would drop Salas back behind Robinson and Patero. This is a good scrap between Algar and Hibbert. Mason Hibbert had some really good results early on in the season. Found things a little bit difficult here today. I know we'll keep pushing on. Back with the battle for third. Still Oscar Kenny holding on ahead of Daniel Ferguson. Which the body language from Oscar Kenny at the moment indicates to me that, yeah, they're set to battle over third place. They've pretty much all but given up the hopes of closing up to Davidson and Fawkes. And for Oscar Kenny, I mean, yes, he got a huge win last weekend, Henry, but this is different. This is the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Yes.
You know, this is as high as it gets at the domestic level. And right now, Oscar Kenny doesn't have, as Palmeiras, if we're in Europe, he hasn't got a podium on his record yet this season.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that the grid might be smaller than last weekend. The competition is just that it's the highest level of the high in the UK. And, you just got to, every position in this championship you have to work that little bit harder for than any other series or event in the UK. Speaking of which, hard events, Kart Masters is up next. The Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix next weekend at PF International. Alpha Live will bring you all the coverage there. And okay, game on. The clock strikes 0. Time to go. Still Chester Fawkes saying push, push. I gotta say, Chester, time is running out. You have to try and make your move and make your move quickly. Davidson is looking over his shoulder more and more. He knows it's now time to turn, fast lappery into defensive lappery.
So we're going to see the last lap board in a short moment's time. Alfie Davidson has led this race from the very beginning. Can he make it 5 from 5 and put himself in an even more commanding position at the top of the standings in this championship? Or can Chester Fawkes take a first win at this level, continue his streak of being on the podium in every single final so far in 2024? But he's done with finishing in third places. He'd love a second place, of course. That would be his best result of the season, but he really, really wants that first victory. No opportunity down into Stratford. This is going to be it. It's going to be one of those classic ones into Wilkins. What has Alfie Davidson got? Fawkes has a little look down there. Davidson holds it well. It's going to be another victory, you would think, for Alfie Davidson. He's going to make it 5 from 5. Chester Fawkes following home in second place. It's Davidson again in Iami Water Swift Restricted. And it really is starting to look now like it's going to be Alfie Davidson's year in Iami Water Swift Restricted. He took 2 wins at PF. He took 2 wins at Wilton Mill. And he could be on for another 2 victories here at Shenington. That we'll see tomorrow. But right now, end of round 5, it's Alfie Davidson on top again.
Look at that, 5 out of 5. The knives were out, but forks fell just that little bit short. And Davidson wins again. A very sporting handshake between the 2 leading combatants. And you can see Alfie Davidson. That's his Las Vegas Supernats crash helmet he's got on with the roulette wheel. Alfie going out to Las Vegas last year to compete in that event, which comes up in November. And I think there'll be a lot of British participants in that event this year. So here's a look at your provisional Water Swift restricted results. Alfie Davidson wins by 900ths of a second over Chester Fawkes, with Daniel Ferguson completing the podium. The long wait for podium number 1 in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for Oscar Kenny goes on for at least 1 more day. James Roots finishes 5th ahead of Henry Algar, then Mason Hibbert, Ethan Robinson, Alessandro Salas, Philip Pattereau, William Bennett, and sadly Henry Chapman. No, that'll be me. Harry Chapman. No, I'm not Henry Chapman. What am I talking about?
I don't know.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. Harry Chapman is your only retiree.
Is unfortunately, but for Davidson, that is now a lead of 43 points. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
In Parc Fermé then, after our first final of the day, we can see all of the karts coming through the weighing scales, making sure they're on weight. Do really want to catch up with Alfie Davidson, race winner. Like we've said in other events, it is the Alfie Davidson show at the minute in this championship. Alfie, happy with that one?
Yeah, really happy.
And we could see Chester was kind of hot on your heels towards the later bits of that race. Did you feel any pressure from him at all?
Well, I knew he was going to push me because we needed to get away because it was just going to be a big battle. We got away and I felt if we keep on pushing we can just get away, so we did.
So do you think more than anything then, Chester kind of worked with you rather than against you?
Yeah, he worked with me till the end and then we had a fight at the end because we knew we were already away from the other packs, so...
We've got another heat then tomorrow. I think from what we've seen from you in previous rounds, you almost get stronger on a Sunday, even though you've been pretty dominant today. How are you feeling going into tomorrow?
Just do the same as what we did today. The heats doesn't matter to us, just the final really does give us the power which we need to win, because I think if we win tomorrow, we've won the whole championship, so I'm really happy with that.
Good night's sleep and some food then to make sure you're on top form?
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow then, Alfie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll go up to an ad break then from Wera Tools, and then we'll be back on the grid for our mini final. Turns out I've lied on the live stream and I've got a little bit more time to catch up with some of our drivers before our next final. I'm here with Chester Fawkes. Chester, you were second then to Alfie Davidson. How are you feeling about this weekend and that second place?
I'm really happy. It's good championship points and I feel like if I keep doing that through this season, I think I'll just try and get first, but second's all right in the championship.
And you're a privateer driver as well. You're up against some big teams, you know, Fusion and ORM, but how are you managing that, being a privateer driver?
Well, it's really hard because, like, Fusion have, like, more drivers and they can test things, and then when you're a privateer, you can only test one thing a session, so it's a lot harder, but I think we're doing well to be a privateer.
I agree with you. I think you're doing a mega job. And then in the final as well, you know, you're only about a tenth from Alfie in first. How come you decided maybe to work with him a little bit rather than try and battle too much?
I'd rather just get championship points than, like, if we battled too much, Ferguson would have caught up, so I just wanted to push and break away.
Tomorrow then as well, what are you thinking? Are you going to go back, get some good night's sleep and some good food to be on top form?
Yeah, I think hopefully tomorrow we can do better and get first.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank then, Chester?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my grandpa for coming to support me, my two sisters for always supporting me, and also my family and friends.
Well done, Chester. We'll speak to you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Great to catch up with our young drivers then. I said a comment on the live stream earlier, you know, they're small, but they're definitely mighty, and they race that way. We'll go back up into the comms box quickly, and then I'll meet you guys on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to hear from our drivers there in the top reaches of the Iami Water Swift Restricted final. And it always amazes me, Henry.
Yes.
Again, so young, but just how well our drivers speak.
Can I just echo the thoughts that I'm sure everyone on the live stream is doing right now? They're going, oh, what great insight.
Yeah.
You know, to talk about, you know, the differences between part of a team and being a privateer.
Yeah.
These drivers, they know what they're up against.
Mm.
You know, and again, I keep hammering home the point. They're making these split-second decisions. You know, Alfie Davidson saying that we worked really well together. They made a little battle on the last lap. Chester Fawkes, he was, you know, had the wherewithal to think, okay, I'm going to have one go. No, it's not happening. Championship points. Oh, yeah, I know a win is a win, but I'm thinking big picture. Absolutely outstanding. And of course, it all helps when they're just, you know, they're used to being on the microphone, you know. The Paddock show and all that, it really, really does help these young drivers get used to the media. Speaking of young drivers, I can't call Nicole a young driver anymore, can't you? Oh, you can't make fun of a lady's age, can you? No, no, no. Nicole is back down on the grid with some more young drivers. Take it away, Nicole.
Back on the grid then with Mini Driver 52 Fusion Motorsport, Austin Gibson. Austin, for this race, we're going to see you live. We've got an onboard camera on you. What do you think about that opportunity?
It's really good, you know. See all my good moves and just hope we get to the front to hopefully take home the victory.
Do you think you're going to be doing a few more moves because the pressure's on and everybody's watching?
Yeah, I mean, pressure is on. It's always on, so yeah, just excited, yeah.
You can't miss any apexes. You've got to make sure that you hit every one. Do you think then kind of that opportunity for maybe younger drivers watching at home to look at somebody who's running at the front of this championship, do you think that's a really good thing for the sport, for people to be watching that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help them if they're new to the sport, and it's going to help me some more. It's going to, I can watch back to my mistakes and hopefully there's none, but yeah.
Best of luck then to you, Austin, and I'm going to be watching your onboard footage. Make sure you're hitting those apexes.
Yeah, thank you.
They're about to go underway then for this final. Head up into the comms box. Oh, actually, I think I've got a little bit more time. I'm telling some fibs on this live stream today. We'll head over to Jarlath Sayer, who's starting second on the front row. Jarlath, you're really successful at this track. You had a win last week and a win here last year. What sets you apart from some of your competitors? Why are you so fast here?
I mean, I've done a few laps around here, and I think I've got a little bit of an advantage.
And then, you know, poleman Finn, he's been really strong in this championship. So what are you thinking about going head-to-head with him in this race?
Not much, really. Just trying to get ahead race by race.
Is there anything that Fusion have said to you before this race to make sure that you get that win in the bag?
Not anything that isn't normally said, no.
Best of luck then to you. We'll catch you after the race.
Thank you.
Clearing the grid now. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you, Nicole. We talk about how remarkable these young drivers are. Jarlath Sayer, a couple of years ago, he organised his own charity karting event at Wilton Mill to raise money for some of the displaced children in Ukraine. You just, what other 9, 10-year-olds do that? That was 2 years ago, so, absolutely, these are remarkable young athletes. And we are about to see a remarkable go-kart race. Here is your starting lineup.
Time for the 5th final of the year in Iami Water Swift. Here's your grid. Finley Line starts on pole. Alongside him on the front row is Jarlath Sayer. Austin Gibson and Sukhmani Kira go from an all-fusion row 2. Austin Newstead and Harry Williams start on row 3. Championship leader Will Green goes from row 4 alongside Colby Patterson.
Rounding out your top 10, we have Henry Clark and Max Mason, with Charlie Clubb and Freddie Wood going from row 6. Callum Graham and Teddy J. Porter are on row 7. Grayson Wortley and Luca Holmes-Ballock start from row number 8.
Arian Nair and Luca Narroway start on an all-evolve row 9. George Clark and George House on row number 10. Musk and Stewart on row 11. Smith and Brooks on row number 12. Campbell and Carey on row 13. Stewart and Kobe on row 14. Davies and Altonsoy in row 15, and then the last 2 drivers forming up the grid.
Al Khalifa and Orton Mehta.
And we're going to go around again.
Well, I just give
another formation.
To give him his full name, it's Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, a member of the Bahraini royal family. Nonetheless, I thought the only karting royalty that was here today was you, Andrew, but it appears not. Right, so here we go. So Austin Gibson, this is what a driver goes through on the rolling lap. Now, it's going to be, let's have a look, where is Gibson? So, he's going to be at full speed now. Now, we're not seeing the vigorous steering checking or tyre warming, but of course, clear track in front of him. It's Austin's job, it's his role to control the speed of all the drivers behind him. Now, he's got Finley Lines across. Now, Finley moves in front of him, so he's going to be starting on the second row. This is Finley Lines checks over his shoulder. This is to see, now Finley wants to press the loud pedal just when Austin Gibson is off the gas. They'll be looking, it will be cat and mouse. All these drivers, I love this onboard camera. I hope they don't break it, but it is complete and utter cat and mouse. They're all just looking at each other, toying with each other. The anticipation is rising, and we come into the tram lines. Lights go out, we're off and racing. Lines gets a good start. It's a Fusion 2, 3, 4. Gibson tucked in behind Lines through Cafe Corner. As we come out, it's Finley Lines, and already Finley giving a little signal. And I can't wait to see some of the onboard shots. Now we'll see how the drivers communicate with each other. Here's our first onboard pass for the race lead. Austin Gibson up the inside, P1 at Stratford Corner.
Brilliantly on the brakes there. It was a bit of an off-the-road moment there for one of the synergies. That's going to be Luca Holmes-Ballock in the number 28. Bit of a wide moment for one of the BMRs. Also, that might have been George House. But brilliantly on the brakes there. You could just see he got the rotation right, did Gibson. He's had a tough season so far. But sometimes when a driver steps up, it takes them a couple of months to get into the groove. But now, this is the kind of form that we saw last year in Iami Water Swift Restricted from Austin Gibson. But look at the rubber being kicked up there. This is when the tyres really start to be punished. You start finding those bits of rubber out on the racing line. Is he going to be a little bit vulnerable down into Stratford? No, he's got help. He's got help in the shape of Jarlath Sayer. It's a Fusion 1-2. Finley Lines in third. Max Mason's had a good start as well. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen Max Mason come flying through one of these orders. Up 5 positions at the moment and is up into 5th place.
Now, I'm sure maybe the next lap by we can go back on board with Austin Gibson as he comes into Stratford Corner, because we'll just see. So again, look at him on the brake. He's hunkering down just to try and get a bit of extra aerodynamic efficiency. Watch a very slight tap on the brake there, and off. One input of the brake, and now it's flat out. He knows he's got a whole heap of drivers behind him. You can see him. He'll look over his shoulder. Now he tucks his head back down, adjusts his body position once more on the brake, off again, looking for that exit corner, the exit, sort of the exit apex rather. That's fantastic just to see the precision, tiny little steering inputs. He's not, sliding it around like Fast and the Furious like some of the kids do, because that just slows you down. You have got to be, tiny inputs. on the brake. He knows he's got his teammate behind him, so he's not defending. So there's a bit of a security buffer with 9.5 minutes to go. But as he crossed the start-finish line, here we go, a 5-kart train for the lead. Sayer, Gibson, well, that says Jarlath Sayer in the lead. That's not right.
Nope.
Nope, that is
incorrect. Our eyes are not deceiving us.
No. So it's Gibson from Sayer, from Lines, Sukmani Kira, and now there's the move. And watch now as Finley Lines, smart driving. Finley Lines now says, right, forward, James. And Austin Gibson goes, okay, he hasn't got much of a choice. We'll see now. He'll rest his nose cone on Lines' rear bumper. And look at that, inches apart. This is nearly 60 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen, inches from the ground, and there are 5 of them nose to tail.
Further down the order, George House is coming through the field. George House up 9 places to 11th. Christian Kobe as well. The Irish driver for Ollie Rowland Motorsport is also improving. He's up 11 spots to 17th. Those are your big movers out there in the field. Back on board with Gibson into the Stratford hairpin. And we're into that sometimes a bit timid phase of the race. Everyone's just not wanting to make too rash of a mistake. Finley Lines happy to hold there in second place. We've already seen some brilliant overtaking from the winner of last week's E-Plate here at Shenington through that part of the circuit. I think I'll save those kind of moves for later in this first final of 2 here this weekend. That'll be another part that the drivers may well be thinking about, that yes, this is a final, it's a key race, but they don't want to give the mechanics and the teams too much work to do overnight. Tomorrow is a brand new round and still as important a round in this Wera Tools British Kart Championships. As things would stand in Championship as well, where is Will Green in this race? He's in 8th place, so he's scoring okay. His teammate Max Mason is down the inside of Sukmani Kira for 4th place.
Yeah, he's in 8th place, but he's 1 second behind the race leader, so he is not exactly out of it yet.
He's not at all. Green's lead, it would still be a lead, but it'll only be 4 points if things stay. So I've just got this feeling, as I say, it's not going to be the deciding round of the championship. We all know that. That'll be 3 sisters. And down the inside goes Gibson for 2nd place. Lovely move by Austin Gibson. Gets past Finley Lines and restores the Fusion 1-2.
And you saw there on the onboard that Finley Lines, halfway round the corner, Finley stopped turning in. He realised, okay, I've lost this corner, so he just eased out and allowed Gibson to take the line and just slot in behind him. That could have been nasty if Finley had just carried on turning in, because Austin wasn't all the way alongside, but that's smart driving. Goes back to what we were saying, split-second decisions, because the lead pack is going. Harry Williams is 11th and is 2.4 seconds behind the race leader. Incredible.
Is indeed. To go back to the thing about Sayer, I say this isn't a title deciding race. That'll come in September when we're up in Lancashire for the final weekend at 3 Sisters. But right now, the championship picture, Sayer, 2nd in the points, leading this race. A teammate on his rear bumper who, as good as Austin Gibson is not going to be part of the championship picture. That might be a bit of a discussion more for 2025. That was the indication that Austin Gibson gave to us earlier in the weekend, that this is his building year. This is his finding the ways of Water Swift out year. He could be a huge help to Jarlath Sayer's championship bid in this race if he just sits there in 2nd place, especially with the title rival of Jarlath Sayer, Will Green, down in 7th place. He's in damage limitation mode right now. This would be a huge point swing into the advantage of Jarlath Sayer. If they can hold this, which is easier said than done because Finley Lines, at the moment 3rd in the championship, he wants another race victory.
Well, this order here, this might not please Austin Gibson fans. However, Sayer leading Gibson, that is the best order in terms of the race for these 2 drivers. Because if you look, the lead group, it was 11 drivers all bunched up together. There are now gaps appearing. Now, there are gaps appearing because Sayer has the kart, the handling and the speed to lead, and Gibson has the kart handling to push. If they swap positions, then, as we saw before, when Gibson was leading, the pack was much bigger. So this is the correct order in terms of their overall chances, because one by one, the lead group is now being thinned out. We've still got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers, but now Freddie Wood in 10th position, Harry Williams 11th, George House in 12th, Teddy J. Porter, who is all the way down in 13th, even though he's 4th in the championship standings, they are beginning to fall away. So yeah, only a league group of 9 now, Andrew.
Yeah, still very, very tight out there. 4.5 minutes to go. Sayer, Gibson and Lines, their pace last time around, 47.8s, 47.7s. And keep that pace up. They are going to start continuing to thin this group out, and there's a move further back. It's a key one. Will Green has got up to 5th place. When he sees Jarlath Sayer at the front of the field, he knows that every position is important. He's now fighting with another one of the fusions in the shape of Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani Kira trying to get her best result of the season so far, was 3rd in the final at the Super Prix here at Shenington last week, so we know she's got good pace. Will Green back down the inside into Cafe Corner. Key move as well, because he can just stretch his legs now. There was a bit of disruption behind. He's got some help in the form of Austin Newstead, but it's not helped for long, because Austin's back down the inside. Change for 2nd place, Henry. Lines has broken the Fusion 1-2 and has got ahead of Gibson once more.
And let's not forget an excellent drive by 4th placed Max Mason, who is actually leading the Jamie Green Racing Chargers. Finley Lines up the inside, straight out of the Gabriel Still playbook of how to overtake at Wilkins. Great move. The Synergy Kart goes to P1. Now, will Finley start to defend early? He has been finding in a lot of the racing he's been doing that when he is behind somebody, not just in the Iami classes, but the Rotax class as well, that instantly when someone passes him, they start defending. And Finley, he hasn't learned how to do that yet. He hasn't learned how to do it effectively yet, because there's a fine line between defending before the last couple of laps and over-defending to the point that it draws the attention of the officials. But he didn't have a chance to defend, because Sayer was straight back up the inside. Now we got a lead group of 4, but now, significantly, Will Green has dropped back to 7th. And as they cross the line, Will Green in 7th, there would be 11 points separating Green, Sayer and Lines in the championship. As things stand, with Sayer leading, Lines 2nd and Green 7th. So, here we go. Oh, Lines trying to go around the outside, and perfect move there. That is how you do it, Austin Gibson. You fill the gap, but Lines has got momentum, and he looks to the inside. No, and he's having to defend from Max Mason. What price Max Mason for a podium, I wonder?
And Max Mason's doing a good job at being a bit of a nuisance at the moment. Oh, it's Lines down the inside. Lines down the inside of Sayer retakes the lead with 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. And crucially, that's brought everybody else back into play. Newstead, Green, Kira, Patterson. The top 8 are covered by 1 second now in this round 5 final. Once again down towards the Stratford hairpin. Lines defends. He's not going to leave the door open for Jarlath Sayer now. He's going to have to lead this out a long, long way. Back on board with Gibson. Newstead's got through. Side by side with, is that Green? He's going side by side with, yes it is, Will Green's nearly squeezed onto the curb and he's going to lose out there. Kira's got back through. Patterson's going to be having a go now. Harry Williams is going to be liking the look of this, because he could come back into this. We've still got a good number of overtaking opportunities to go here. There's still going to be 46 seconds to go on the clock. I reckon it'll be this lap plus one more. And this is where Finley Lines, who's dominated some of these one-off races, such as the Rotax O plate, such as the E plate for the Super Prix here last weekend. He has had a final win so far this season. He won back at Wilton Mill. But this is arguably, in round 5, going to be his hardest hardest fight of all if he's going to fend off this queue of Water Swifts with 15 seconds to go.
I was just about to say watch out for Austin Newstead, and then Austin Newstead got 2 wheels on the dirt going into Bruno's and lost a heap of positions. Well, what can you do about Finley Lines? If he leads into the final corner, he's won the race. He's proved 3 times in this race alone that if he's second going into the final corner, he can find a gap, make the move, and he wins the race. The rest of the field is stuck between a rock and a hard place because now is the final lap. And I got to say, if they're going to do something about Finley Lines, they've got to do it now. They can't wait.
Into Stratford once again. That's one of the opportunities for the rest of the pack to get through that's not been able to be capitalised on. There's a fight going on between Kira and Patterson behind for a spot in the top 5 through the Bruno chicane. Finley Lines looking for his second final victory of the season in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. It's all going to be decided at Wilkins Corner. Can he get the braking right? Can he get the power application right? Yes, he can. Finley Lines is going to put himself in the title picture with a win here at Shenington, his second of the season. He wins it by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Jarlath Sayer. It's a good day in championship for Jarlath Sayer as well. Third to Max Mason for Jamie Green Racing as well. That is going to be one of the best, in fact, yes, the best result of the season so far for Max Mason. A first podium for the driver of the number 71. Austin Gibson as well. Big arrival, it feels, in Iami Water Swift.
Yes.
That's his first time in the top 5 in a final this season for last year's restricted class champion. Sugmani Kira scores well again in 5th. Will Green maybe a bit disappointed with 6th, but it's still good championship points, and he still has the lead in the standings before we go again tomorrow.
So, I mean, I'll let the viewers into a little secret. At the end of each day, the selection panel nominates 1 driver per class to go forward to a public vote for the Vera Tools Driver of the Day. The selection panel being me and Andrew. We normally have a little discussion about this, but there'll be no discussion about this last Finley Lines. What a performance today. He has been a human highlight reel here at Shenington, and he wins by 800ths of a second. Max Mason, P3. Great result for Max Mason. Sukmani Kira 5th, Austin Gibson 4th. Do you know what? It's the camera carts. That's what done it. Alpha Live are going to have people queuing up to be the camera car in the rounds that come, I think, for the onboard. Austin Gibson, welcome to the top the top tier of the Water Swift intermediate class. Looking further down the order, a lot of big names that we didn't really talk about. In Smith down in 22nd. Now, Andy Stewart, good luck to Andy Stewart tomorrow.
Absolutely.
With the Iron Dames selection process out in Francia-Quarter. Harley Musk overcame an accident in the second heat, finishing 25th. Mason Brooks down in 24th. Well. I mean, Nicole Sutherland, I think, is going to be speaking to Finley Lines right about now.
We're seeing some Finley Lines dominance again in this championship and at this round. We'll catch up with him as he's congratulated by some of his competitors there behind me. We'll go over then. Finn, can we get a chat with you? Pretty impressive performance then, especially after last weekend. You know, you had a clean sweep. How are you feeling?
Really good, to be honest. When I came around the final corner, I actually thought there was one more lap. We went across the line with like 1 or 0 seconds to go, and I didn't actually know if it was the final lap or not. So when I came across the floor, I was expecting another lap, but when I saw it, I was just, I'll take it.
You're so concentrated. You were kind of like no backing off, head down, and didn't realise. Good job you didn't think it was one less lap instead of one extra.
Yeah, definitely.
And then what are your thoughts about tomorrow then? How are you going to make sure that you can perform the way you have today in 24 hours' time?
Well, today we got maximum points. We did the job, trying to close the gap to the championship leader. I think it should be a bit closer now than starting today, but we can just hope that we can just get as many points on people like Sayer, Green, and all the people ahead of me in the championship.
And then as for the championship, do you think it's going to be a tough thing to get that win for the rest of the rounds? How are you feeling about? Do you think it's achievable?
I think I'll have a good chance of getting it. Shenny is one of my stronger tracks because this is one of the tracks as well as Wilton, which I grew up here. But Three Sisters, I think I've only been there like once, so I don't know how much experience everyone else has had there, but I think it'll be a tough one.
Great to speak to you then, Finn, and I think if you perform the way you have today, we'll probably be talking to you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll head up to the comms box then, and then I'll meet you on the grid for the next race of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Water Swift final. Back to the very start of the race. Great start for Finley Lyons and for Austin Gibson as well, Henry. But as I said, the first half of the race was really categorised by the strong early pace of the Fusions.
Yes, but that's the move. Finley Lyons has got 2 trademark moves now here at Shenington. The one into Bruno's and that move into Wilkins. The 2 Fusion drivers drove really well. I don't think you can fault what they did. There certainly was no miscommunication on the day, and you could see Finley just saying, push, go. He's being very demonstrative in the kart. And there's that move again. This time the gap was even narrower. And if you have a look there, he didn't even give the kart he was passing a kiss. It was, clean air. Not much clean air, very little clean air, but there was clean air between him and the keep saying to his dad Stuart. His dad Stuart was like, I don't know where he got so quick from. He's quicker than me, than he was. And Stuart raced the British Touring Car Championship, and of course TCR UK, the #1 touring car championship in the UK that I present occasionally.
Virtual championship scores anymore. Championship scores off the back of that result, of course. We'll have round 6 tomorrow. Will Green leads 5.97, tied on 5.88 apiece between Lyons and Sayer. Let's head down, I think, once again to Nicole.
Before we head down then to the next race after those highlights, we've got Jarlath Sayer with me. He just wants to say a quick word over the stream. Jarlath, what have you got to say?
I want to say get well soon to Johnny Shocks.
And Johnny Shocks, who is that to you? Is it, I think, engine builder?
Yeah, he's my engine builder. He does a great job, and I just hope he gets out of hospital soon.
And tomorrow as well, are you looking for a good result for Johnny?
Yeah.
Great to speak to you, Jarlath, and good. Get well soon too, Johnny.
Thank you.
We'll head over then through the grid. We've got a bit of a gap to get through, squeeze through so we can get to our KZ drivers. We've got Charlie Turner on the front row. Charlie, we'll catch up with you ahead of this race. How are you feeling about this weekend?
A bit challenging in practice, but made a few changes for the kart, so you'll see what it's like in the final.
And at Warden Law then, after some results there, how have you kind of thought about your performance after that going into this weekend?
Well, it gave me obviously a lot of confidence, but obviously it's a new weekend, and obviously we've got tomorrow as well, so today we just need to have a good finish and see what happens.
Great to speak to you, Charlie. We'll head then over to Josh Price, who's also on the front row. Josh, if we can catch up with you really quickly. How are you feeling about this weekend? Just spoke to Charlie. He was saying he's really confident after Warden Law. Same for you?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So, I mean, we've had quite a good day today. So hopefully just get some points in this last one. I mean, hopefully it's good for us, but so far it's been quite good. So max points today. Hopefully carry it on for the next one.
And would I be right in saying you've got a bit of a car background as well? Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that helps you in the KZ class?
Yeah, I mean, I ventured off the cars probably 7 or 8 years ago now and then come back to karting. I don't think it helps as such cars to karts. I think it's the other way around. I think the karts thing helps the cars. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely different. It's a lot harder, a lot more physical. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
And then what do you think of the British Kart Championship? You know, you've raced at a high level of cars and this is a high level of karting. What do you think of Wera Tools Kart Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's very close. I mean, this particular class, I mean, there's probably 5 or 6 guys out here who can, win at the end of the day, which makes the racing good. It makes us more competitive. Yeah, I mean, so far it's been a good.
Great to speak to you, Josh. Good luck. We'll head down then and quickly catch up with Ella Stevens, E-Plate, if we can. Ella behind me talking to Alice Powell, driver coach, who is affiliated with the Alpine Academy. Ella, just having a chat with Alice.
She has stalked me so the camera doesn't come over. Now they've got to speak to you.
Alice, then, how are you helping Ella this weekend?
just here for support, really. She does it all herself. Had a good heat last time out, which was good. Made some moves. It's not easy to overtake in KZ, but yeah, hopefully a good final. It's a long one, so hopefully she'll do a good job.
I've seen some videos of you going around in a KZ kart as well. I think of fullback. You going to jump back in one anytime soon?
Maybe. As long if I can get the Moors to go out as well, you know, we'll have a reunion. So if they go out, I'll go out.
Great to speak to you then, Alice. We'll let the KZs head off and we'll quickly have an advert before this race.
Back here at Shenington, getting ready for the KZ2 final. KZ2 final is next. Let's go through the grid then for the second final of the year in KZ2. Josh Price on pole position is joined by the round one winner, Charlie Turner. Ella Stevens looking to repeat victory here after taking the E-plates here last week, and is joined by Lee Ward on row number 2. Jake Weston and Derek Morgan on row number 3. James Glenister potentially on fresher tyres in the number 37 is on row 4 alongside Ryan Green.
Then it's Nat Thomas and Ashley Lewis. Oh, it's getting started at the back of the field. That's Bryn Kinch, George Barker at the back of the field. Yes, now we will have Miles Murphy 13th on the grid. He will have much fresher tyres. James Glenister also on fresher tyres. However, before we get started on that, Andrew, can I just echo Jarlath Sayers' comments? Johnny Shocks, that is Johnny McDonald, who runs the Shocks Performance Engine Tuning engine building company, who provides the waft for many of the Water Swifts. He's the father of ex-British champion and current sports car racer Dean McDonald, who's still a fixture in and around this paddock. So obviously I wasn't aware. I mean, whatever is ailing you, Johnny. So to get well soon, and to Dean and to Darcy and to the rest of the family, we do send our best wishes. But again, you know, a 10-year-old beats us to it in terms of thinking about that. So well said, Jarlath, and I'm sure that is echoed by many people.
It shows the closeness of the karting community.
Absolutely.
So we wish Johnny and the whole family the best. Right, to the
wagons
business of the KZ2 final. Drivers getting their tyres up to temperature as much as they can. So we've already seen so far today the pole sitter, in the case of Ella Stevens in the heats, the start be a very defining part of these races. Now it's the turn of Josh Price to be the pole sitter. Charlie Turner on the front row, took the win at Warden Law.
I'm just thinking, James Glenister right behind Ella Stevens. Now, what's going through James's mind? Ella has had 2 poor starts. Is he gonna be jinking left onto the grass potentially, or right into traffic?
Here we go then. Lights are coming on for the start of the KZ2 final here at Shenington. Away we go. Very even start for those on the front row, but it's going to be Josh Price who leads into the first couple of corners. Charlie Turner right on his rear bumper. Good start for Lee Ward as well. Has got up into third. It's a better start for Ella Stevens this time. Has been able to hold on to 4th place as they rocket down and very close immediately between the 2 championship leaders, but Price has been able to hold on. Here comes Ward. Ward to the right, trying to find a way through. Very racy in the early stages is Lee Ward. Through the Bruno chicane for the first time. I do believe we've got everybody running, apart from maybe George Barker. George Barker a bit delayed through the second sector, but all drivers now accounted for. End of the first lap. Henry, Little bit close out there, particularly down into Stratford between Price and Turner.
Well, I've got to say, Charlie Turner, you couldn't fit a cigarette paper between him and Price, but again, top drivers here, you know, professional in every sense of the word, maybe the fact they're not getting paid. Oh, Miles Murphy getting 2 wheels on the dirt there, that unsettled the kart, that could have been big, but luckily it wasn't. Now, here we go. There's Derek Morgan on the right chassis behind Ella Stevens. It wasn't a bad start this time for Ella. She is still, though, down in 4th position. Lee Ward has put on a starring performance so far. Now, let's not forget, we talked about tyre degradation. The top 7 drivers the top 5 drivers have done more laps on their tyres than James Glenister, who's just at the fastest lap of the race, in 6th. 10 minutes to go, and now will we see Glenister try to move up onto the back of the privateer number 7. There he goes to the inside at Stratford, but no, Del Boy holds him up. Not on your Nelly, Rodney Meow-san.
Good stuff there from Derek Morgan. Should remember as well that James Glenister did not compete at Warden Law, so in terms of the championship picture, he's already missed 3-point scoring stages for this weekend, 2 each day. So we've already seen 65 championship points go in the direction of Josh Price for his performances through the heats and finishing first in the intermediate classification. And and that's more like it from Miles Murphy. He's been out of sorts so far today, but another driver who's possibly got some fresher rubber underneath him, because Miles has had 2 retirements, is now really on the move as Glenister's down the inside of Morgan for 5th place. But that was more like it. More like what we expect to see from Miles Murphy. Hard, fast overtaking, brilliant stuff to watch.
A demon moves from the Demon Tweaks backed driver. We still have everyone running behind the main group, back to Nat Thomas in 11th. There's Nat going through. There's a bit of a gap back to our 2 newcomers, Bryn Kinch and privateer George Barker, who are having a nice little battle amongst themselves. So that is that's good. You know, even if they're at the back, they've got someone to race against. Now, this is Ella Stevens' first real opportunity at Lee Ward. She's in the slipstream. Can she make a move under braking? No, because Ward covers the inside line into Stratford. We've seen Ella Stevens make a move going into the Bruno chicane. I think it's a little bit too early in the race to try that sort of level of risk of manoeuvre, but Ward is not hanging about. Lee Ward, he's got his sights set on a podium, but Stevens is going to start feeling the pressure of James Glenister arriving behind her, and Glenister has eaten up that gap between himself and the E-plate holder, the Super Prix champion this year. And Morgan in 7th, Weston in 8th, Murphy 9th, Morgan in 6th, Weston in 7th, Murphy in 8th, Lewis in 9th, and Green in 10th, with Nat Thomas 11th, all still in with a fighting chance here. And Josh Price, meanwhile, is starting to inch away. The gap may only be... Oh, there's Ella Stevens. She's going to keep it out of the barriers just. Oh, I think she may have gone for a move there, and it went a bit awry. Fortunately, the camera angle we were showing, I wasn't sure if there was any issue with another driver or whether she just overshot it. She's lost 1 position, so that is a big boost to James Glenister. 1 major obstacle out of James's way as he marches towards the front. And look at the drive he gets out of the corner. That's the fresher tyre. On the power, just, you know, the grip, the dig, the bite, and it goes. And there is Glenister passing Lee Ward now into 3rd position. And well, Lee Ward trying to fight back. Now, of course, I'm being a very cynical old man here. It's experience. Experience tells me that when James Glenister wasn't looking totally disheartened about his failure to start race number 2, whatever technical problem that him and his mechanic were looking at may not have been as major. You know, certainly they were able to fix it.
Indeed.
Can't see the inverted commas. Hey, do you know what? It's a tactic. We'll say it's tactics. Yep. There's not many karts on the grid, and you know.
And James is here to win.
And James is here to win. He's not a championship. He's not a championship elect. He's only missed 1 round, but every point matters for James. You know what? We saw it at Gladys Gorse last year when the tyres were wearing out, and You know, Ryan Green ended up coming through to take a dramatic win. Same case, you know, you race the surface you're given, you race the track you're given, you race the competition you're given. How you race them is, you know, as long as you're within the rule books, is completely up to you. Do the purists love it? No. Is it smart? Heck yes.
So into the second half of the race on time. I will just, you know, say that thing that people in the paddock will absolutely hate me for. I've got half an eye on the clouds, Henry. Off to the west. Down the inside. That's a beautiful move from Glenister on Turner.
Don't worry,
I don't think it's going to affect this race, but I'll just say there's some dark clouds forming towards the west.
Viewers, I will make sure that Andrew Mather stays completely focused on the television. Absolutely nothing to worry about, viewers, at all. Nothing to worry about until you start getting damp.
5 minutes and 15 to go. Josh Price is ticking the laps off nicely here, but now is going to have to deal with the full force of a full-blooded James Glenister. He wants to add his name to the roster of winners. Once again, he won here in 2022. He won here in 2021. He's got 2 opportunities to do so here this weekend in 2024. And he's closed in now. He's going to have a look down into the Bruno chicane. It's got the power, it's got the run, it's got the lead. Great stuff from James Glenister. Josh Price doesn't fight that one too hard. It's felt inevitable in a way. He's better on the brakes. He's better out of the corners. This is very much looking like the kind of performance where the tyres are talking. Look how much he just... I'd say it's not a lot. It's maybe half a kart length on each traction zone. He's just pulling out here, but it's those half tenths that over a course of a whole lap become 2, 3, 4 tenths.
Josh Price, if Josh Price is going to carry on the battle for the lead, he's got to make the move now. If he doesn't make the move now, it's game over. Glenister has got this one sewn up, and he's fighting really, really hard. Look how aggressive Price is being. The back end of the kart almost steps out. He knows if he gives Glenister another lap, then Glenister is gone. So Price is, and I can't see Josh Price making a move without running the risk of taking both he and James out. Now, in the modern era, and Ashley Lewis's day of misery just is... Bryn Kinch's day of misery. Well, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. 2442, 42. That's the answer to life, the universe, and everything, apparently. But no, there is a reason why James Glenister has won more finals, the modern era of the British Championship, in this class than anybody else. Number one, he's very fast. Number two, as we're seeing today, he's very, very smart.
He is indeed. 3 minutes of this one to go. Further down the order, Miles Murphy trying to fight back, has gained 6 positions out there for more racing. It's up to P7 now. Ashley Lewis as well has gained a spot along with James Glenister. That's only 3 drivers who've moved forward in this final. Ella Stevens has just set or holds the fastest lap of the race so far. Is trying to find a way past Lee Ward. I can suspect in some ways this will be quite frustrating for Ella. You know.
Oh yes.
And
absolutely.
now down the inside goes for 4th place and gets 4th place. But you know, the great result last week, brilliant pace yesterday in free practice, had pole position. It was all crescendoing in the right direction. It's just not quite happened in the races here today.
I mean, the pace is still there. You know, she hasn't lost any pace. It's just the starts. And one little mistake coming into Bruno's in this race. Because, I mean, Ella must be, you know, kicking herself. She's qualified on pole position, and yet she's passed Lee Ward in 3 races. She's passed Lee Ward 5 times in 3 races. Now, here is the battle, the second group of drivers, led now by Jake Weston in another of the Moore racing karts. He's followed by his teammate Miles Murphy. Then it's Derek Morgan in 8th. Andrew, look away, look away, look away. Don't look at that, don't look at that. Look, read the names. It's still dry. It might not be dry.
It's not dry 20 minutes down the road.
No,
I can tell you that down in Warwickshire. But 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining this one. This group are going to be fine. They're going to get in nice and dry. It's the X30s that are going to be looking at the clouds in a bit of a worried fashion, but never mind that right now. We've got a race still going on here, and we've got a battle for 3rd place. Charlie Turner and Ella Stevens.
Yes, and again, looking at Ella Stevens. So James Glenister in clean air, on fresher tyres, 44.43. Ella Stevens on older tyres in traffic, 44.36. Yes, she will be kicking herself, and now she's attacking Charlie Turner, and oh, here we go. Now, watch for the crossover. This is going to be a crossover KZ2 style. It's like an X30, only a lot more buttock-clenchingly nerve-wracking. Has she done it? No.
Nope, not quite this time. Change for 6th place. Miles Murphy has got through past Jake Weston, and I think this final can give cause to for a bit of a happier Miles Murphy in the More Racing awning tonight. And continue this form from this final into tomorrow's round. I think we're going to see better results from that number 4 machine. 25 seconds to go. Looking like James Glenister's race to lose. 1 second clear of Josh Price. Lee Ward's coming back again.
Oh.
This has been a fantastic run for Lee Ward today. Charlie Turner's now going to have to deal with both Stevens and Ward if he wants a place on the podium here tonight. Here is your race leader. Not final lap yet, and Turner has received a warning flag now. You can just see from race control. Last lap board is now out. That was timed perfectly by James Glenister. Here's still the fight for 3rd place. Ella Stevens not able to find a way through. That's getting a little bit tight and toasty through past Cafe. Down towards Stratford once again. Surely Turner's just going to hold it. Brake nice and early, nice and calm. No need to get the back end of the car twitching around. So it's the old Senna versus Mansell at Monaco style of driving. Ward's not able to get through. Turner's parking it on every single apex, saying to Stevens, no, you're not going to get past today. And nobody's going to beat this man either. James Glenister is going to win the first final of the weekend in KZ2 and wins it with relative ease. Takes another finals victory here in the KZ2 category for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Josh Price will extend his championship lead with 2nd. He beats out all of the drivers who were present at Warden Law. 3rd for Charlie Turner. 4th for Ella Stevens. Misses out on the podium by 0.08. Lee Ward will be very happy to be 3rd in the championship points tonight with a fantastic finish there in the top 5.
Well, it wasn't meant to be on the podium for Lee Ward, but if ever there was a driver that deserved the podium today, it is the Irishman, the leading privateer in the field. That was a spot-on job from Lee Ward all day. Well done, and I'm sure a podium is not far away. Well, there we go. And it is still dry, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your result, provisional result. Lee Ward finishing 5th there, Miles Murphy 6th, Jake Weston 7th, Derek Morgan 8th, Nat Thomas 9th, Ashley Lewis 10th, and Ryan Green, George Barker, and Bryn Kinch. I've got to say again, well done to George Barker. I mean, he's only 15. He stepped up. I mean, he's, you know, every whatever class you're in is a step up into KZ2. However, the class that George came out, it's like a step. It's like it's like a bigger step than Neil Armstrong took out of Apollo, whatever it was, all those years ago in a Hollywood studio. Apparently, no, it wasn't. It was the moon. The moon. Speaking of the moon and the stars in the sky. Nicole Sutherland, down to you.
7th to 1st then for James Glenister, race winner. Really impressive performance. We also saw virtual championship leader Josh Price have a really great race in that one. We'll just quickly catch up with Josh as he's here. Josh, sorry to ambush you. I know you've probably want to get to your spot over in second, but you happy with that one?
Yeah, I think it was as good as we was gonna get, really. I think Jimmy DNF'd the race, so yeah, the race tyre. However much of a difference that makes. But no, I'm happy. The points are what make a championship, so it's been a good day.
Great to speak to you, Josh. We'll catch up with you later. We'll go and speak to James then, and we'll see what his take is on the tyre comment made by Josh. James, good result there for you. Well done. Yeah. We saw you have a DNF earlier on. Do you think there was a tyre advantage, or did you just have the pace?
I was a bit of both, basically. Like the tyre advantage would have been early on, and that probably helped me gain a few positions. But we tried, because I haven't done any testing this year at all, so I didn't even do Friday practice. So I just tried.
Sorry. You've not done a single day in the kart this year?
Well, other than 2 months ago here at a club race, or Super 4. Yeah. Done that. Finished 2nd in that out of 50. And yeah, we were struggling in the first heat, and I don't know, did I not finish the second heat? Yeah, I didn't start, did I? And I just tried something majorly drastic on the setup, and it worked. So, yeah.
You can't tell us what the drastic change was. No.
Hopefully it should help the team tomorrow. So yeah, should be able to get all the karts up there. Yeah.
So are you playing a bit of a team game then? Do you think?
Yeah, being in a team always helps because you can have we've got 4 people in our team. So, I tried quite a drastic setup because I thought I was going to be starting near the back of the grid, and the others went a little bit more sensible, like Charlie did. And yeah, I think you feed off each other, so it's definitely helps. So if you're a privateer, you've definitely got a tougher time chasing that setup. So yeah.
Great to speak to you then, James. Well done.
All right, thank you.
We'll head up to some highlights then, because I think I want to see a replay of some of James's best bits.
Absolutely, Nicole. I think we'll have a look at it as well. This is the very start of the race. Keep an eye on Glenister there on the right-hand side of your screen in number 37. It's a good start from Josh Price off of pole position. Very close early on through the Stratford hairpin between himself and Turner. And he established that early rhythm to see Lee Ward up there as well, fighting with Ella Stevens. But James Glenister knew he had the pace in this one. It's just a case of, right, could he have enough time to pick off each driver one by one? By this stage, he'd got through to third. This is a great move down the inside of Charlie Turner for second place, and then set about making the move on Josh Price, which he made here into the Bruno chicane, drew alongside, and Josh Price not finding that one too hard, happy to finish second place today and get some good points, as he said, on the pre-grid too, Nicole. But James Glenister showing that, well, his class is still there after all these years. Another win to add to his long history here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And yeah, hopefully we will see him in Fine Fettle tomorrow, and hopefully the rest of the season as well, because it's always a pleasure to see James race. 2 more races to go here today. It's dry at the moment at the circuit, but again, some question marks over what weather is coming. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Down then on the grid with Cian Garrity. Hi, Cian.
Hello.
How's your weekend been so far? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been quite good. Qualifying didn't go fully to plan, so we started sick for both the races, but done the best I could out of both. Had a win in a second, so I'm on the front row now. See what I can do.
I've also noticed in the paddock you've got a new team awning. It's looking flash. It's nice. Hopefully we'll see some of it on the paddock show later on. But how's the Team Garrity going on?
Yeah, it's going well. We've had plenty of wins in the British and European stuff, podiums out in Europe. So yeah, going quite well.
And are you enjoying the kind of family setup of things? Does it get difficult at all, or is it quite nice to be in a family-run team?
It's not too bad. It doesn't really bother me for where we have mechanics and everything in there. So to me, it's not a lot different. Just drive, really. Do what I can.
Just drive. We'll see you just drive then in this race.
Yeah, cheers.
We'll head over to Noah Wolf then. Noah starting behind Cian Garrity. Noah, how are you getting on this weekend? I've not spoke to you this weekend so far. How's things been going?
We had a polling group in qualifying, which was really good, and then the speed just sort of slowly went away in the heats. But of course, I'm just going to go for it in the final, aren't I?
It's cooled down quite a bit from what it was this morning and yesterday. Do you think that's got anything to do with slowing it down, or is it a setup problem?
I wouldn't say a problem at all. Just we'll see if what we've changed will fix it, and we go from there.
Great to speak to you there, Noah. We'll head down past Noah's car. Obviously, I've mentioned before on the stream, it's got the VAR graphics on it. So there's the Van Amersfoort single-seater team, obviously powering Noah Wolf along nicely. We've got Alistair Cresswell in here. Alistair, you were on pole after quali. You dropped back a little bit, a few rolls back. What's been going on?
So yeah, we had a great qualifying. We pole in group and pole overall. Heat 1, P2, which we're just happy to bring it home in that. And then the condition changes for Heat 2 meant that we weren't really too prepared for that. So we dropped back, and now we've changed and we're ready for the final.
You had a really good weekend last weekend as well here. Has that helped you going into things this weekend?
I think, yeah, definitely getting the podium and well, P2 last weekend, definitely coming to this weekend with a load of confidence, ready for the British champs. Obviously, a bit harder this weekend, but we're still going to give it all and hope for a good result.
Great to speak to you then, Alistair. We'll keep heading down. We've still got a little bit more time. We've got Vismo Racing, Oh, sorry, that's not Henry Gregory. But we'll speak to you anyway. So, Vismo Racing driver, new team to the paddock. How's things been going within the team?
This weekend, not as good for Henry, better for me. Opposite of Wilton, really. Yeah, Henry was a lot better at Wilton than he is here, unfortunately.
And what are your expectations for this race?
I think I'm fast enough, so try and race and get a top 3, I'd say, would be good.
Best of luck to you then.
Thank you. Cheers.
We'll head up to the comms box then. Andrew and Henry, take us away.
Time to go racing in the final for the X30 seniors. Gus Lawrence on pole position, alongside him on the front row of the grid, Cian Geraghty, Freddie Lloyd and Noah Wolf form up the second row of the grid. Lewis Bird, his new team this weekend, GGM on the third row of the grid alongside Alistair Cresswell, Fred Green and Aaron Brown on row number 4. Hayden Eldridge and James Pashley complete the top 10 there ahead of Harvey Roth and Oliver Rands, who form up row number 6. On row 7, it's Joseph Smith and Archie Tillett. Robbie Buckley and Conor McPollan form an all-Irish row 8. Row 9, Oliver Stilp and Ryan Ekberg. Harry Ewell and Henry Gregory inside the top 20 for the start of this one. William Smith and Ty Stansfield go from row number 11. Then it's Sam Lewis and David McIntyre on row 12. Kasper Piecki and Tony Gazagal start on row 13. Oliver Harris and Freddie Housley on row 14. Row 15. Towards the back of the grid, we've got Dylan Briley and Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz. Luca Mann and David Marshall on row 16. It's a 33 kart field completed by Nasser Al-Thani. There are the clouds in the background. Rain potentially expected during this race. Could be heavy. Hold on to your hats and your umbrellas and your everything, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a spectacular one. And it's going to go around for another formation lap here at Shenington. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting if you're watching at home on the YouTube chat. If you've not subscribed yet to the Karting UK YouTube channel, do so. Do it now before this one gets underway. Let's throw down to Nicole.
Just a quick note in the middle of the stream, it is spitting out here and there is a massive cloud over on that end of the track. I don't know how much it's going to affect our senior X30s, but for the next race, I think we might have some tyre changes going on.
Potentially so. The news from Double Dash Motorsport Media HQ, 20 minutes down the road here from Shenington, is that it is raining, in a downwind, and that it's heavy. But we are on a little bit of a rise here. Very big rise, actually. Edge Hill is the name, Edge Hill. Weather can sometimes dart around the topology here at the circuit, so it's not guaranteed, but those clouds do look a bit ominous, if you ask me. Are we good to go racing this time for the seniors? No, I think we're going to be going round again. The red light's still on. Nigel Edwards not satisfied that the grid is formed up correctly. Air temperature about 19 degrees Celsius here at the circuit. Has been muggy, you'd say, and ooh, now that looked like a couple of raindrops down at the Stratford hairpin. When it does rain here at Shenington, particularly at this time of year, it does have a tendency to come very quickly, very fast, very heavy, but then disappear almost as quickly. This being a 12 minutes plus 1 lap race, it would not be completely unheard of for the rain to come down, disappear, and the track even dry up towards the end of it. If the rain does hit this race, I'm not saying that it will do, this is going to be an extreme test for some of the finest drivers in the country, if not Europe. Bit of spice for the final here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for X30 Senior. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. Green lights, 12 minutes of underway. Good start for Lawrence. Aggressive one and wide for Geraghty. Out on the dirt. Clearly not as much grip round there. It's absolute chaos in the middle of the pack. Archie Tillett's gone round. Luca Mann's gone round. There's another one of the carts, and yes, the slippery surface flag is out. It's raining. It's raining here at the circuit, and it is having an effect on grip out there. You can smell it outside the circuit, outside the commentary box as well. Gus Lawrence has managed to navigate the first couple of corners, but you can see now they're all going to be using the curbs. Well, that's where these curbs really come into great effect here at Shenington. They guide you around the corners. They give you a little bit more mechanical grip, but in these conditions, you need by the bucket load. Who else has had problems on that first lap? I think it is just Archie Tillett who's not been able to complete the first laps. That's a real shame for Tillett, who started in the first half of the field, would have backed himself to have a good run in difficult conditions, but in the end retires on lap 1. It's Gus Lawrence and Freddie Lloyd, Fred Green, Lewis Bird, Noah Wolf. That is the top 5 as things stand. At the moment, it just seems to be spitting, but it's large spots of rain. Round goes Joseph Smith out of the race. That is Harry Yule, I think, in the 65. Yes, it is. There was another driver involved there as well. Might have been Ty Stansfield, the number 22. We'll check through in a moment, because Ty Stansfield's come through sector 2. He's okay. I think it might be Oliver Harris. Out on the curb is Lewis Bird. Only a couple of minutes gone in this one so far. Drivers scrabbling for grip. They're getting off the Rubberden Racing line, because that is starting to get quite treacherous. They're taking wider lines, more extreme lines at every opportunity. Pace is still not bad. They're in the 45s at the moment. So it's not completely dropped into that, needing a wet tyre. Not that anyone would have the option of fitting a wet tyre at this stage. In terms of against times quali, we're in the 41s and the 42s. So we're about 3 to 4 seconds off dry pace. There's a move for second place. Fred Green getting past Freddie Lloyd on the entry to Park Bend. Oh, close moment there between one of the Crocs and I think the Evolve. I think that was Robbie Buckley and Sam Lewis getting together. David McIntyre is your fastest driver of the circuit. He's got some pace. He's got some temperature in the Comet tyres. A 43.24 is useful at this stage. He's right at the back of the field, though. He's in 27th position. Freddie Lloyd's got back through past Noah Wolf into second place, ahead of Fred Green now. Bit of activity. There's been an incident on the entry to the Bruno chicane, and hope everybody's okay down there. I think it might be one of the Evolve entries that's had a problem. Yeah, Sam Lewis has not come through sector number 2, so I think Sam Lewis has had a further problem out there. Oliver Harris has got going again, as has Harry Yule from their incidents early on. 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. They see the Evolve of Sam Lewis rolling again, but slowly.
Well, glad I didn't miss much then, Andrew.
No, it's
every time I step out of the commentary box there, it absolutely kicks off. Oh dear, there's the number 23.
Juan Pablo Girard.
Oh no, the Mexican driver now, he's got to be careful. Oh, luckily there'll be yellow flag. I can see the yellow flag, so great work there from the Shenington marshalling crew, the Orange Army, certainly earning their cup of tea and a sandwich, which is pretty much all they get paid for doing this. It's hard, you've got to you've got to remember, a lot of these marshals, they do it for the love, not for the financial remuneration. Now, blue flags waving, and here's the battle for second position. Oh, a slow kart moving.
I think that was Oliver Harris very much taking the blue flags into account and pulling off the road there. Out of the race is Sam Lewis, as mentioned. And had a very close moment through the first couple of corners, then an incident into the Bruno chicane. The rain, it doesn't look like it's getting any worse, but I mean the lap times are coming back. Freddie Lloyd's just on a 42.5.
I'm holding my hand out of the window and it is getting damp. So the rain is still spotting in the air. Fast, look at the fastest lap changing. Joseph Smith, 42.3. He is in 26th position. Now, somehow, we've had 33 karts started the race, and 31 are still running in some semblance of order. And I got to say that, so Now, Gus Lawrence is the guinea pig, as usual. All these drivers, Lloyd, Wolf, Geraghty, Bird and Green, they are all in a position where if they see Gus Lawrence understeer, they can break that just that fraction earlier, adjust their steering input, adjust their angle of attack, and yes.
6.5 minutes of this one to go. Gus Lawrence still leads, looking okay. 1.15 seconds up the road. Would take the lead of the championship with this kind of result, but I'm sure he's not thinking about that at this stage because he knows this place well enough. He's raced enough over the years in the UK. 6 minutes, that is a long, long way to go, especially when there's some inclement weather in the vicinity. But he completes lap number 8. Freddie Lloyd, there is his championship rival in second place in this race. Noah Wolf has had a decent one so far. He's gained 1 position. It's up to 3rd. Keep an eye out for Henry Gregory. He's making some very good progresses. Well, started 20th on the grid and he's up to 10th.
Yeah, and he will like this. So the Vismo International team started this year by a Chinese gentleman up near PM International. He used to do some work at the Kart shop up there. And the team boss isn't here this weekend, and if Henry Gregory keeps on driving the way he does, he's going to potentially really regret not being here this weekend. Kart control at an absolute premium. Looking down the order, you've got there, Oliver Harris is still running, but is a lap down. Outside the top 10, Roth 11th, then Rands and Stilt, 12th and 13th, Pashley 14th. Amongst all this, there is still 7 seconds covering the top 16 drivers, which is absolutely remarkable because in these conditions, yeah, mistakes are magnified and off-track excursions are more costly than ever, and you just don't know. I mean, there's blue skies out of one corner of the window and rain coming out the others. You just don't know what the grip level is going to be the next time you turn into a corner, because it's certainly not going to be the same as the last lap around. Lewis Bird sets the fastest lap of the race. Freddie Lloyd now within 9/10 of Gus Lawrence, and there comes James Pashley. Now, local knowledge. James Pashley knows this track better than almost anybody else, and he is putting that to good use. You combine Pashley, Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz after his excursion comes into the pits. You combine Pashley and his local knowledge and the knowledge of the Jade Racing team, and you have a recipe for a potential podium.
Are my eyes deceiving me, or is the rain coming back in again immediately in front of us in our commentary box? It's got that fresh feeling again. It's coming through for another wave, potentially.
Andrew?
Oh, yes, it's very much raining. That's down at the bottom end of the circuit. Very, very heavy rain.
Here we go.
Into the Stratford corner, and they're possibly not aware of this. This next lap is all going to be about who can keep it on the island. Can Gus Lawrence keep it on the island?
Ooh.
Freddie Lloyd takes the curb-heavy approach. They've managed to get through there. They're all on slick, side by side, between Lloyd and Wolf. Wolf's got through into second place. Bird's trying to find it round the outside. Fred Green's there as well. The slippery surface flags quite evidently are out here. Gus Lawrence, as you say, Henry, is the guinea pig. This is the part of the circuit I'm really worried about, Henry. It's into Hanger Corner, the fastest part of the circuit. If you get it wrong there, it's going to be a bit of a painful stop. Wow. As through goes the number 71 of Freddie Lloyd, once again to 4th.
This is where the old World War II runways, the tarmac runoffs, which around a lot of this circuit are going to be the driver's saviour, because there are certain parts where it is grass on the exit. But look at Gus Lawrence, he's got so much tarmac, and even if he runs wide coming out of here, he's got that little bit of extra tarmac, which could be his saviour should he run wide, should any of these drivers run wide. And look at him, he's hooking the cart over the curb there. He's actually using the curb to turn the cart. And a lot of the drivers are doing it as well. Now you'll see the drivers moving around in the car. Noah Wolf! Oh my goodness, that could have been huge for Noah Wolf. He loses second, but he maintains a working wagon.
And red flag. Red flag has been shown. I think that's understandable. I say Noah Wolf has been very close to flying off the circuit twice. The red flag has been shown as the rain really is teeming down now here at Shenington. Gus Lawrence was your race leader, still is your race leader. 2 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. We will wait to see what the decision of the officials is, but that well could be for the X30 seniors, Henry, the end of the final.
Okay, so there will... All right, before we get into my summation, let's have a look at what interests our producer, James Fitzhugh. Take it away, Mr. Replay Man.
Have a look at a replay.
Is, yes.
Now, I did notice this, that there's going to be a puff of something coming off the circuit.
No, it's paint.
Yes.
The cart, the metal of the cart is literally ripping the brand new coat of white paint off the curbs. That is, just velocity, force. You've got those front, you've got the discs on the front of the cart and all that showing you. Now, there will be a section of our viewership who will not be happy that the race was red flagged. Well, you just drive the conditions and everyone was doing okay. Why did the race red flag? Well, there will be another part of the viewership that is thinking, do you know what? We had one or two very close near misses. And what would you rather? You get the 75%, use a full race distance, and these are the fast direct drive karts we have here. Yes, they're the most experienced drivers. Yes, there's an argument to keep them out. However, you keep them out too long, and somebody ends up in a big way. And then, we should have pulled the red flag. You stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yes. The new track surface, that might have played a factor into it. I'm not sure. However, I think they were looking at the amount of karts that were almost going off big time and said, you know what, we had a big crash yesterday. Safety first, even though they're as big and ugly as the X30 drivers. But anyway, Gus Lawrence won't mind. So I will just sort of premeditate the response online. Yes, we red flagged the race. There was no big accident, but we red flagged the race before there was a big accident. And of course, the red flag was shown when the rain was pelting down. This is a British summer, and it is no longer raining. Of course.
And from the sources we have in the box, that it was one band of rain. So that may well be the worst of the weather. In fact, any of the precipitation gone. Let's go down to Nicole down in Parc Fermé.
In Parc Fermé then, after that red flag for the seniors, we'll catch up with our provisional race winner, Gus Lawrence. Gus, how challenging was it out there with the rain?
Yeah, see, it was spitting from the warming up laps at the start, but at that point the lap time was maybe a second slower, so it was manageable. But those last two laps, when you're the first kart hitting the rain, it's bloody slippery. Yeah, you've got to be really careful.
Yeah, I think when you're in a pack, you can see how it's challenging the drivers in front of you, so you adjust what you do. But when you're, like you said, when you're the first driver to hit it, it's a bit like, oh.
Yeah, I probably made a meal of it at some places, but you don't know what to expect if the guy in front, 100 metres ahead, is doing a different line, and you can experiment. So, no, I'm happy we finished first. Maximum points today, I believe. So, yeah, it's been a good day.
Going into tomorrow then, what are you thinking?
Yeah, just need to nail qualifying. I think if you qualify slightly badly, it's an uphill struggle, but if you can nail it, even if you have a few mishaps, it's not terrible.
Good to hear from you, Gus. Well, we've got a little bit more time before we go over to the grid, which I'm really looking forward to, because I want to see what our junior X30 drivers are doing with their tyres. Before we do that, though, we're going to catch up with Zach Green. Zach. Fred. There's too many of you. How was the race? How did you manage the rain?
I had a good start when it was wet. I was going through well, and then I dropped back a bit as it dried up, and then it rained again. I came through, and unfortunately they red flagged it, but still got a podium, so it's all good.
And where are you championship-wise? What are you thinking going into tomorrow?
On drops, I think I'm all right, but I've already used 3 of my drops, so I can't afford to have a bad race. But we're going all right at the minute, so hopefully we'll keep it up.
And then going into this championship where, you've got Gus who's so experienced, do you look at Gus and try and learn off of him, or do you just treat him as a competitor?
Yeah, definitely. At the start of the year, I was sort of just wanting to use this as a learning curve. and do as well as I can. But I've been faster than we expected, so on track you've got to treat him as anyone, but try and learn off him at the same time. So yeah.
Good to speak to you, Fred. We'll catch up with you later on and we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
We'll head up then for some highlights of that race, and then we'll go over to the grid to find out what our Junior X30 drivers are going to do with their tyres.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, very good point. It's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see what the juniors do. Let's have one little recap, though, of what we saw in that series race. And we saw the effect of the rain straight away. Just a little bit of moisture catching those, especially on the anti-pole side of the grid out. Keen Garrity did very well to get his kart around the corner. It was immediately the game of trying to find where the grip was. The rain came in, then it went out again, then it came back with a bit of a vengeance in the latter stages of the race. That is how we lost a couple of the drivers from the running in that one. Joseph Smith going around there, Oliver Harris unfortunately falling off the lead lap. And then, yes, obviously in the end, a red flag came out. That was a mighty close moment for Noah Wolf. It was his second one on that lap. Very good to see that Noah was able, with such as his skill, to get round the corner. But yes, an understandable red flag being thrown there with 2 minutes and 16 to go. And we'll confirm in due course whether that is a final confirmed result, which I'm pretty sure it will be. And with that result, Gus Lawrence leads the championship after round 5 by 5 points ahead of Freddie Lloyd. Keen Garrity third. So 5 points between Lawrence and Lloyd, and a further 12 points back Keen Garrity. Let's head down to Nicole once again on the pre-grid.
Over on the grid then, from what I'm seeing so far, it looks like all of our drivers are on slick tyres. Nobody's gone for the wet option. That cloud that came down on us hasn't changed anything that the Junior X30 drivers are going to do. Let's speak to Max Ewell then. Max, how's your weekend been going so far? And are you worried about the water on the track at all as your kart rolls away?
I'm not really worried about the water, just because it's the same for everyone. But my weekend's been going all right. Struggled a little bit for pace, but it's been going good so far.
And then obviously you get 2 chances this weekend, today and tomorrow. And I have seen that you've had some good pace in practice. So do you think tomorrow might be your chance instead of today?
Hopefully. We made a couple of changes on the kart. Hopefully that works out and tomorrow will be better.
Good to speak to you there, Max. We'll keep heading up the grid. Like I said, mechanic behind me there saying his trolley was on a mad one. Like I said, nobody has gone for the wet option, and from what I can see over on the circuit as well, it is drying up pretty quickly. We'll keep heading up, keep going. We'll catch up with Ian Kraling, then one of our overseas drivers. Ian, how are you getting on at this track?
Good, yeah. The track is really fast. Have a lot of less corners and a lot of straights, and it makes fun to drive.
I think it's quite a unique track as well. It's really tight, it's really fast. How does it compare to some of the European tracks?
In European it's completely different, also the driving style, also the tyres. For me you can't really compare it because the tyres and the engines are really different. But in the Europe they have much more corners and it's not so bumpy like in the UK.
I think I caught up with you at Wilton Mill and you said it is so bumpy here in the UK.
Yeah, also in Shenington it's a bit bumpy. Not like in Wilton Mill, but still it's bumpy.
And I just asked Max Ewell, who's starting a little bit further back there, are you worried about the water on the track at all, or are you just going to take it as it comes?
I just take it how it comes. Like, I need to drive and I make my job.
Best of luck then to you, Ian. We'll keep heading up the grid as we have got a little bit more time. We've got Riley Cranham there in the Fusion kart. We'll speak to Riley, the number 18. Riley, how have things been going so far this weekend for you?
It's been all right. We've just been a bit unfortunate.
Why? What's been going on?
I mean, we had a penalty in the first team and got a bit unfortunate in qualifying.
And then, are you hoping for a little bit more rain, or do you want it to stay off?
I think I prefer it to be dry.
Good luck then to you, Riley. We'll keep heading up. We've still got more time. And like I said, I can't see anybody that has gone for the wet option. And the track now is completely dry. We'll catch up with Monday quickly as well, teammate of Riley. Monday, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Confident.
Confident why? What's made you feel like that?
Just in the zone.
And then Fusion Motorsport, what have they said to you ahead of this race to make sure that you're fast and to get you up to the front?
Keep focused, keep looking forward, and try and go with the pack.
Good luck then to you Monday. I'm going to throw back up to the comms box now as we head underway for this race. Back once again here at Shenington. It's event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Ready for the last race of the first day here. It's the X30 Junior Final. Let's take you through the grid then for this last race of the day. Taylor Orridge starts on pole position. Harrison Whittingham alongside on the front row. Harrison Mackie and Morgan Moore start on row number 2. On row 3, it's Thomas Minspearing and Cameron Edmonds. On row 4, George Edgar and Montejudy Canini.
On row number 5, Aaron Richardson and Mayan Patel. Then Zach Green and Riley Cranham. Harry Walsh and Aryan Kraling, Sam Branston and Monty Brathwaite.
Row 9, Joey Brown and Charlie Kitely, Kenzo Craigie and Max Ewell on row number 10. George Quartermain and Aston Sharp go from row 11. Xiao Shenji and Hamish Forrest start on row number 12.
Dylan Patel and Jack McLaughlin are up next. Then Archie Owen and Theo Lestrange. Then Evan Purcell, Laith Khan, Sky Parker, Nat Johnson, your repechage qualifiers. Zef Nürnberger makes it in, as does shotgun on the field, Charlie Myers. So, as the false start flag goes up, that means that Jacob Bashler, with rear bumper askew, did not make it through post-race scrutineering without incurring a 5-second penalty. Oh, now, other thing I know. Oh.
Not bumper, gaining an unfair advantage at some point in the race.
Ah, okay. Now, we've had Mathercast, and Mathercast says no more rain.
No more rain, and
which
it's dry out
is
there.
just as well, because everybody is out there on slick Comet bones. Oof.
And again, I say, it's been there enough times. It dries quick. It dries really quick. You get the wind whipping across the circuit. There's a reason why the RAF built an airbase here, ladies and gentlemen, back many, many moons ago. It's windy. Anyway, into the tram lines. Green light, last race of the day. X30 Junior Final is go into the first couple of corners. They're all scrambling through, 4 wide in the middle of the pack through Cafe Corner. But it's Taylor Orridge who emerges from the battle in first, heading down into Stratford for the first time. And straight away, Henry, Orridge wants to control this one. Defensive to the inside.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a melee at the back of the field.
I was going to say, when we look back at this race, Mondi Junior Canini going into Stratford Corner, he must have been at least a 50-degree angle sideways under braking, trying to pass about 3 drivers round the outside. Now, Harrison Whittingham has dropped back, as we've had the number, what was that, the number 32 Kart, or was it the 22 who was off the track there briefly? I've got to say,
Johnston, yeah.
GP plate blocking. Well, I suppose if your Kart is at that angle, you are blocking most of the track. However, that's got more to do with the lack of traction than Taylor Orridge being obstructive, although he is, it's a fine line, defending your position and blocking. And obviously, the officials felt that Taylor Orridge crossed that line. It's just a warning, though, no penalty, as Mackie and Min spearing, and Mayan Patel. Okay, let's talk about Mayan Patel's day. Up, down, up, down. At the moment, it is up, and we got a new race leader, and it's Harrison Mackie.
And Harrison Mackie does like these conditions. I had the pleasure of watching a number of his races this year. Thinking back to some races of his time in Europe, where on that changeover, Harrison Mackie, in his great big almost TARDIS-like bag of skills, is being able to read grip and get the tyres to switch on. It's one of his more underrated, as Whitcomb's on the attack, trying to get down the inside of Patel for 4th place. And, you know, I don't think Harrison Mackie has quite been at 100% in terms of, really close moment there. That's going to offer the opportunity for Canini to get down the inside on Whitcomb for 5th place. We've not been talking about Harrison Mackie, a heat win, another heat win, another heat win. He's been in that 3rd, 4th place region, but this is exactly the kind of race where he can take it to the rest of the field and show why he is the championship leader.
I mean, you know, I know that braking is a new Olympic sport, but my word, Taylor Orridge is throwing shapes up at the front of the field. Great kart control, and into the Bruno chicane, frantic action. Lap times aren't what they were when it was bone dry, but it's not far off. So this track conditions are by no means completely clear, and yet these youngsters are still putting on this kind of show, throwing caution to the wind, and it's literally inches away from disaster. And yet, apart from 1 or 2 spins at the back of the field on the opening lap, everybody else, and look at this, now Mackie has to defend, and Orridge up the inside takes the race lead back, and we've got a lead group of 5. It's Fusion, no, it's George Gibbons Motorsport leading Fusion, leading Argenti, leading Jade, leading Argenti, and then a gap back to 6th place driver Ian Crayling. So welcome to the UK, Ian.
Ian Crowley, it's actually in one of those really difficult positions right now, being between 2 groups here at Shenington. He'll be striving to just keep himself away from this lot here. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, George Edgar, Zach Green, Cameron Edmonds, all of that group. Riley Cranham's had a very quiet day. They're in 12th place at the moment.
And for a driver who is 3rd in the point standings, it is not the day to have a quiet day. Round 5 out of 8 is not a day to be somewhat anonymous. I have to say, same goes, I've got to say, for Kenzo Craigie. You know, Kenzo at the moment, where is Kenzo on the field? 13th. He is 13th. You know, this is, we said it earlier, Andrew, this is where if you wanted, and that wide, Harrison Whittaker and Mayan Patel, and Ian up over the back, Ian Crayling up over the back of Mayan Patel. And when I said Ian's day has gone up and down, I didn't quite mean literally here. Well, obviously Taylor Orridge is upset that I said that Finley Lines was a human highlight reel. And he goes, no. When the Karting UK TikTok feed is updated with loads of funky little edits, he wants to be the starring role. Oh, Harry Ewell out of the race. And that is our first retirement, believe it or not. Down to Nat Johnson has had a moment like, oh my goodness me, that was so close. Orridge and Mackie, without making contact, no C word, they are tearing strips off each other.
And we've still got 6.5 minutes of this to go. Harrison Whittaker's trying to get across to this group as well. There he is with the red helmet. He's got some really good pace in this middle phase. He's just got purple through sector number 2 because he knows these 3 are going to fight tooth and nail for the next few laps. Whittaker's catching them. Whittaker's going to come into this party here. And the driver with arguably the best form across the junior ranks, whether it be Rotax, whether it be Iami, and the X30. This young man from Wales, Harrison Whittaker, is getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the season goes on. Mackie defensive into Stratford. I tell you the other important thing for me at this stage, Henry, 2 Argentis in this group as well.
Yes, indeed they are. Morgan Moore is next. Great drive again from Morgan Moore, working hard. George Edgar, fastest lap of the race for Mick Barrett Racing. The Cumbrian, who has done so many millions of laps around wet and windy Rowra in his day. These type conditions shooting down to the ground. Wow, Taylor Orridge. What do you expect? Taylor Orridge, new leader. George Gibbons, Motorsport, GP plate holder. Min spearing up the second. Now, Harrison Whitcomb, he's in the top 3 British drivers in the FIA karting rankings. Currently led by Finlay Lines, who would have increased that lead after his win today. But Whitcomb, he won the Junior Rotax final at PFI that never was, for reasons that we won't go into here. He then won the Junior Rotax final at Warden Law, even though he finished second on the road behind William Antrobus, who got a penalty. He hasn't won a final on the road. He's got 2 first-place trophies, but hasn't taken the checkered flag to do his own little funky celebration. He will be desperate to do that. He'll be desperate to say that, look, I can win one when all is fair and equal and everything is as normal. That will be weighing on his mind. Championship is also weighing on his mind, although he is only 8th in the championship. I think Iami this year it's about winning races, not about winning the bigger picture. Harrison Mackie and Taylor Orridge, you know, they're battling for the championship, and yeah, they have thrown caution to the wind. And watch for George Edgar creeping into the picture now in 6th position. We're going to have a 6-car battle with 4 minutes to go, I tell thee now.
Well, it definitely looks like that is going to be the case. We asked at the start of the weekend, could anybody beat Harrison Mackie? At the moment, it looks like Harrison Mackie's not even going to be on the podium. That, I've got to say, is a bit of a surprise. Orridge won here last week, has multiple plates to choose from now in terms of which one he displays, but he still displays proudly that GP plate won of Kart Masters last year.
We could do EP and G, you can choose?
Yep.
Isn't that what they gave Lance Armstrong? No? I don't know.
Something along those lines.
But he's going with the GP plate, and he'll be defending that last week. There comes George Edgar. So now we have got George Gibbons Motorsport leading Argenti, leading Fusion, leading Premium Karting, leading Mick Barrett Racing. Great variety up here at the front. Variety is the spice of life, ladies and gentlemen. And Whitcomb now has his eyes on Taylor Orridge.
Has indeed got a bit of an assist from Harrison Mackie through and into the first turn there. Did come at the cost to his teammate Thomas Min Spearing, who's now behind Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore, who was on the podium here last week in the final for X30 Junior. 2 minutes and 40 to go. I know there's been a lot of overtaking in this race, Henry, but I just feel this one's not quite got going. We've not quite had the Olympic flame illuminated yet, but it might be now, because Whitcomb's down the inside, and out go both Whitcomb and Orridge. It will not be podiums for them on Saturday here at Shenington. A lot of damage to Taylor Orridge. I do hope he's okay. Harrison Mackie takes the lead of the race. Morgan Moore's up onto the podium, as is George Edgar.
Look at them all pointing, saying, go, go, go. You were just talking about the Olympic flame. Sadly, it has been extinguished. And I'm looking, and Taylor Orridge, he's holding his arm up. He is standing. He's walked away from his cart. He's taken his gloves off. But that was at the rear, the very hot metallic rear bumper with moving rear tyre, chains and all that kind of stuff. Sprockets went over Taylor Orridge. He's looking down there. He is with our race director, Nigel Edwards. He's probably seeing if there's... Oh, and Whitcomb.
Joey Brown and Harrison Whitcomb.
Yeah, I think Harrison Whitcomb there in his attempts to get back up the field. And that is game over for Harrison Whitcomb. He's desperately trying. You can... Oh, I mean, didn't see the incident. All we saw was Joey Brown giving a somewhat desultory remarks towards Harrison Whitcomb. And I think, Taylor Orridge, well... It was bubbling up, and it just boiled over. However, we got a new battle for we got a Battenberg flag, and with a minute to go, that should be game over. Have to say, there's carts left, right, and centre off the side of the circuit, and there's Harrison Whitcomb back into the race. I was about to say we're going to have a new battle for the lead because George Edgar was closing on Harrison Mackie, hand over fist. That has been nullified well. Harrison Mackie and his brother Lewis, Nanny June, the whole Mackie clan are going to be very, very happy with this because with Orridge out of the race and Cranham only 9th, provisionally Harrison Mackie has a monstrous lead in the championship with 3 rounds to go.
Sometimes championship bids are decided by
not by what you do yourself.
By moments for others, and it's about keeping a cool head yourself. Harrison Mackie's won a lot of races in 2024. I don't think he's won one quite like this. Not that he will care too much about that because he's going to take another haul of points. There will be this lap plus one more. The timer has now ticked over to 0.
I was going to say Harrison Mackie's won a lot of races in 2024, but he hasn't won one like this. You and I have commentated on a lot of races in 2024, and we haven't commentated on a race like this. The clock has struck 0. Let's have a rundown. It looks like you're going to get a podium for Morgan Moore. Thomas Min Spearing in 4th, Zach Green 5th. Take a bow, Cameron Edmonds and the Optima Performance team. That is a top 6 finish. Oh, we're going green for the final lap. I don't Adam and Eve it. And it's, well, Mackie's got a jump on the field. I could have sworn, as sure as eggs are eggs, that was it, game over. But well, that caught everyone by surprise, including us two up in the commentary box.
Zach Green down the inside for Thomas Min Spearing. That's going to decide the podium. It's just been a question of which positions on the podium our 3 drivers are going to take. Oh, we're speaking too soon. We've seen so much in this race. Harrison Mackie is clear. Well, he was wise to it. He was focused, as he has been throughout the course of 2024. He's not going to win the championship this weekend, but this could be a defining win at Shenington. Harrison Mackie does it again for Fusion Motorsport. George Edgar is on the podium for Mick Barrett Racing for the first time this season, and Morgan Moore and Premium Karting are there as well. They did it last week in Super Prix. They've now done it in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
And the only other driver that was wide awake for that restart was Cameron Edmonds, who both he and Mayan Patel pass Thomas Min Spearing for 7th, Cranham 8th, Craigie 9th, Iron Crailing 10th. Oh, look at Morgan Moore. There's a happy little Irishman. He is going to be pleased. You can see the relief there, Morgan Moore. George Edgar, fastest lap of the race. I just wonder if they were a little bit more awake, or if there was, more of a night, if they're a bit close together, whether Edgar would have had something on the last lap for Mackie. But do you know what? That's great to see. 3rd place driver with the biggest smile on the winner. That tells you all you need to know. He's happy with that, and so he should be. Morgan Moore's driven very, very well this
And it's been coming. It's been coming all season for Morgan Moore and Premium Karting. Again, it really established themselves this season as a team. Not the biggest team in the paddock, but one of the hardest working and delivering again. They've had more results at a European level than a British Kart Championships level, but they'll be delighted with that podium.
Yes, indeed. Okay, well, let's have a look. There's a 15-minute highlights package coming out of this one, Andrew. Here we go. Now, I want to say, if we do have a look at coming into Stratford Corner on the first lap, there's Mondi Junior Canini in the middle of the pack. Now, this is great racing. I mean, we were looking out of the window. No, we didn't see Canini Junior getting, sideways more ways than one. But the passes kept coming and coming and coming. Mackie seemed to be able to make the overtake without getting his kart all crossed up. Orange, every single time, the back end stepping out. Superb kart control from Taylor Orridge. This is when we had a lead group of 5, and that was so close. That was
Spearing and Orridge.
Yeah, and that was unfortunately that was a foreshadowing of things to come. But now let's have a look. This is another Orridge spectacular. There he is. Lost count the amount of lead changes.
It was another one of those races that we've seen across the juniors in 2024. This was the moment where Whitcomb down the inside on his own teammate. That's where that was a very shrewd move by Harrison Mackie. Reading that we have seen Argenti on Argenti overtakes this year, and he took advantage of it. Knew Spearing was going to lose out there. That I do really think, as the rest of the race played out, was a very key move for Harrison Mackie. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland. She's in Parc Ferme.
Over in Parc Ferme then with Harrison Mackie, our race winner. Harrison, big win again. How are you feeling?
It's great. Obviously, I'm really happy because the team and everyone's been putting so much work in, and to keep this consistency has been great.
And we saw a bit of an incident on track between Taylor Orridge and Harrison Wickham. What was your take on that? Did you see it?
Well, Wickham went for the move. There's obviously a bit of contact on the apex corner, and they both went off. But after that, I was just had to get my head down, keep going. But the baton bow scared me though.
Why?
I know. I just started shitting myself. I was like, oh shit. I got really scared. I was like, no, my gap's gone. But I got a good restart, and off it went.
And then something I do want to talk to you about as well is the FIA international ranking, because in Junior X30 you're currently ranked #1 in the world. Is that a confidence boost or is it a bit of pressure? How do you find it?
Yeah, now we're talking about it. I looked at it at the start of this week, I was actually quite happy about it. I went and showed my dad and my mum, and they were like, well done. I was like, be more proud.
Great to speak to you then, Harrison. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
I do want to talk to George Edgar as well. He's over here behind his Mick Barrett kart. We'll speak to George about his second. George, can we quickly catch up with you? That's a good result. You're having a good year so far. You're going strength to strength with the Mick Barrett team after moving there from Fusion. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, first year in junior, it's always going to be hard, but it's took a while, but we finally got there and managed to be on the podium. Just one more step to get to the top step, so it's good.
And I think you've been driving around this track for quite a while. You're familiar with how tight it is, how much defending goes on. How do you manage that throughout the race?
Yeah, I think this track's really different to other tracks. It's got long straights and fast corners, so the tour's worth a lot, and it's hard to get away, so that means the racing's always tight, and it just makes it a very hard race. And as you saw then, there was some crashes, but it's always going to happen.
Great to speak to you then, George. Congratulations. So thank you very much to everybody who has tuned into the live today. Just apologise quickly for some of the language that we just heard earlier on. Obviously, these drivers very passionate, and I think the adrenaline that goes on sometimes, they forget we're on camera and forget that we're live. So apologies to anybody at home who caught that. Again, thank you to everybody who has tuned in. We're live tomorrow from 11:20. This has been Event 6 of the Wera British Kart Championships. Thanks very much.